Story 1. I thought I knew my neighbor well. Mr. Henderson was a retired engineer in his late 60s, always cheerful and eager to lend a hand. He lived alone, his wife having passed away several years ago, and his children long since moved out. We shared pleasantries and occasional conversations about gardening or the weather, and he even helped me fix a leaking faucet once. I never imagined that behind his kind eyes and warm smile lurked a disturbing obsession. It all started on a Sunday afternoon. I was cleaning the living room when I noticed a small, unfamiliar device tucked behind a potted plant on the bookshelf. Curiosity turned to alarm as I picked it up and recognized it as a hidden camera. My heart raced. Why was there a camera in my home? Who could have put it there? I immediately called my friend Sarah, who had experience with security systems. She arrived within the hour, and after a thorough sweep, found 2 more cameras, one in the kitchen and another in the bedroom. The realization that someone had been watching me in my most private moments was chilling. My mind raced, trying to piece together how this invasion of privacy could have happened. My thoughts turned to Mr. Henderson, who had access to my home on several occasions to help with repairs. Could he be responsible? The idea seemed absurd, but I couldn't ignore the possibility. I decided to confront him. That evening I walked over to his house, my stomach in knots. Mr. Henderson answered the door with his usual warm smile. "Hello there. What brings you over?" he asked cheerfully. I took a deep breath. "Mr. Henderson, I found hidden cameras in my house. Do you know anything about them?" His expression faltered for a moment, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. Then he laughed nervously. "Cameras? In your house? That's absurd. Why would I know anything about that?" His denial only fueled my suspicion. "I don't know, Mr. Henderson, but you're the only person who has had access to my house recently. Please, if you know something, tell me." He sighed, his shoulders slumping. "All right, come inside. We should talk." Reluctantly, I followed him into his living room. He motioned for me to sit down while he fetched a box from his closet. He placed it on the coffee table and opened it, revealing a collection of electronic devices and tools. "I'm sorry," he began, his voice trembling. "I didn't mean any harm. After my wife died, I became very lonely. I started watching you because you reminded me of her. It became an obsession, and I know it was wrong." My anger and disgust surged. "You violated my privacy, Mr. Henderson. How could you do this?" Tears welled up in his eyes. I know. I got carried away. I just didn't know how to stop. Please forgive me." I stood up, shaking. "I can't forgive you, Mr. Henderson. You need help, and I need to call the police." He didn't resist as I dialed 911. The officers arrived swiftly, taking him into custody. They assured me that they would investigate thoroughly and that Mr. Henderson would face the consequences of his actions. In the following days, the police removed the cameras and collected evidence from Mr. Henderson's home. They found recordings spanning months, documenting my daily life in disturbing detail. The violation was more profound than I had imagined. The news of Mr. Henderson's arrest spread quickly through the neighborhood. People were shocked and sympathetic, offering their support. I installed a state-of-the-art security system, vowing never to feel so vulnerable again. One evening, as I sat alone in my living room, the weight of what had happened settled heavily on me. I felt a mix of anger, betrayal, and sadness. Mr. Henderson had been a trusted neighbor, a friend even, and he had shattered that trust irreparably. A knock on the door startled me. It was Sarah, holding a bottle of wine and a look of concern. "Thought you could use some company," she said softly. I managed a weak smile. "Thanks, Sarah. I could use that." We sat together, talking and sipping wine. She helped me process the ordeal, reminding me that it wasn't my fault and that I had taken the right steps by reporting Mr. Henderson. As the night grew late, Sarah left, and I felt a sense of cautious optimism. I would move forward, rebuild my sense of security, and learn to trust again. But I would always be more vigilant, knowing that sometimes the most unsuspecting people could harbor the darkest secrets. In the end, the experience taught me the importance of safeguarding my privacy and trusting my instincts. It was a harsh lesson, but one that made me stronger and more resilient. I knew that with time I would heal and reclaim my peace of mind. Story 2. I woke up to a text message from my own number, detailing my location and what I'd been doing the previous day. My heart pounded as I stared at the screen, reading and rereading the words that described my activities in unsettling detail. The message began, "Hey, I see you. Yesterday you were at the coffee shop at 9 a.m. wearing that blue jacket." Nice choice. The casual tone only made it more disturbing. I threw on some clothes, my mind racing as I tried to think of how this could be happening. Could it be a prank? Some new kind of scam? But who would go to such lengths, and how did they know so much about me? I decided to call my phone provider, hoping they could shed some light on the situation. "Good morning. How can I assist you today?" the customer service representative chirped. "Hi, I'm receiving text messages from my own number," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "It's really detailed, like someone is watching me. Is there any way my number could be hacked?" The representative paused. "That's very unusual. Let me check your account for any unusual activity." As I waited, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My apartment suddenly felt claustrophobic. Every creak and rustle seemed magnified. I glanced at the windows, half expecting to see someone peering in. "Sir, there's no indication of a breach on our end," the representative said finally. "I recommend contacting the police if you feel threatened." "Oh, the police. I hadn't thought of that, but it seemed like the logical next step." I thanked the representative and hung up. Picking up my keys, I decided to head to the station. Maybe they could trace the source of the messages. On my way out, I received another text. "Heading to the police, huh? They won't be able to help you. Turn around." I stopped dead in my tracks, my blood running cold. Whoever this was, they were watching me in real time. Panic surged through me, and I dashed back into my apartment, locking the door behind me. I quickly closed the blinds and sank to the floor, trying to gather my thoughts. I needed to stay calm. Taking a deep breath, I decided to call my friend Lisa. She had always been level-headed and might have some advice. "Lisa, I need your help," I blurted out as soon as she picked up. "Oh, slow down. What's going on?" she asked. I explained everything, reading the text to her verbatim. There was a long pause on the other end. "This is seriously creepy," she said finally. "Are you sure no one has access to your phone or accounts?" "I don't think so. I mean, I live alone, and I haven't noticed anything missing or tampered with." "Okay, listen. I think you should still go to the police. I'll come with you. They might be able to track where the messages are coming from, and it's better if you're not alone." Her words brought a measure of comfort. "Thanks, Lisa. I'll wait for you here." While waiting for Lisa, I checked my phone settings, looking for any signs of tampering. There was nothing unusual. I felt helpless, trapped in my own home by an invisible stalker. I started to wonder if there were hidden cameras somewhere, but searching the apartment yielded nothing. Finally, Lisa arrived. Seeing a familiar face was a huge relief. Together, we made our way to the police station, constantly looking over our shoulders. At the station, we explained the situation to a sympathetic officer. He took my phone and promised to have their tech team look into it. "Until we know more, Try to stay somewhere safe, he advised. Maybe stay with a friend or family member. Lisa insisted I stay at her place, and I gratefully accepted. As we left the station, I received another text. Running to your friend's house won't save you. I showed Lisa the message. She frowned but stayed resolute. We'll figure this out. Let's get back to my place. That night at Lisa's, I barely slept. Every noise set me on edge. I kept my phone on silent, not wanting to see any more messages. In the morning, we returned to the police station. The officer greeted us with a grim expression. We traced the messages to a computer in your apartment. What I gasped. How is that possible? I've never seen any suspicious devices there. Hidden devices are becoming more sophisticated. We'll need to search your apartment thoroughly. I felt a strange mix of fear and relief. If they could find and remove whatever was being used, maybe this nightmare would end. Back at my apartment, the police swept every corner. Finally, they found a small, barely noticeable device hidden behind a vent. It had been capturing everything. You're lucky we found this, the officer said. We'll investigate further to find out who did this and why. As they left, I felt a wave of exhaustion. This ordeal had taken a toll on me, but at least there was hope it would be resolved. For now, I was safe, and I had the support of friends like Lisa. I decided to take one step at a time, focusing on regaining my peace of mind. Story 3. After a routine doctor's appointment, I received a call from the hospital saying they had mistakenly given me someone else's diagnosis, one with a chilling prognosis. I remember the moment vividly. The sun was setting, casting a warm golden hue over everything. I had just settled into my favorite chair with a cup of tea when my phone buzzed. I glanced at the screen, recognizing the hospital's number, and answered with a mix of curiosity and mild concern. Hello, Mr. Carter? This is Dr. Martinez from Riverside Hospital, said a familiar voice on the other end. Good evening, Dr. Martinez. What's the matter, I asked, trying to keep my tone light. I need to apologize profusely, she began, and I felt a cold knot forming in my stomach. We've made a terrible mistake. Earlier today, we gave you a diagnosis meant for another patient. I froze, my mind racing through the possible implications. What kind of mistake, I managed to ask. There was a mix-up in the lab. You were mistakenly given the results of a patient with a terminal illness. I can't begin to express how sorry we are for the distress this may have caused you. A wave of relief washed over me, quickly followed by a pang of empathy for the unknown individual who had received my relatively clean bill of health. So I'm not dying, I asked, almost laughing at the absurdity of the situation. No, Mr. Carter. Your actual results are clear. You're perfectly healthy, Dr. Martinez assured me. I thanked her and ended the call, but the relief was quickly overshadowed by the thought of the person out there who had just had their life turned upside down. How were they coping? Did they have family to support them? The questions haunted me as I went through the motions of my evening routine. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I tossed and turned, my mind replaying the conversation over and over. I kept imagining the person's face when they received the devastating news meant for me. By morning, I had resolved to do something about it. I called the hospital back and asked to speak with Dr. Martinez. After a brief hold, she came on the line. Dr. Martinez, I'm very concerned about the other patient who received my diagnosis. Is there any way I can help, I asked, hoping I didn't sound as desperate as I felt. There was a pause on the other end. I appreciate your concern, Mr. Carter, but due to patient confidentiality, I can't disclose any information about them. I understand, but isn't there something I can do? Maybe leave a message of support or something, I persisted. She sighed softly. I can pass along a message through the proper channels, but that's all I can do. I'll make sure it reaches the patient." "Thank you," I said, feeling a small measure of satisfaction. "Please tell them they're not alone and that there are people out there who care about them, even if they don't know it." "I'll make sure they get your message," Dr. Martinez promised. Days passed, and life slowly returned to normal, though the incident lingered in the back of my mind. Then, about a week later, I received another unexpected call. "Mr. Carter, this is Sarah Thompson from Riverside Hospital. I'm calling on behalf of the patient who received your message," said a gentle voice. "Oh, hello," I replied, my heart skipping a beat. "How are they?" "They're doing as well as can be expected under the circumstances. They were deeply touched by your message and wanted to thank you personally," Sarah explained. "I'm glad to hear that. Is there anything more I can do for them?" I asked. "They mentioned that they would like to meet you, if you're comfortable with that," Sarah said. I hesitated, taken aback by the request. "Of course I'd be willing to meet them," I finally said. A meeting was arranged for the following week at a nearby park. I arrived early, nervous but determined. As I sat on a bench, I saw a woman approaching. She looked pale and fragile, but her eyes were bright with determination. "Mr. Carter?" she asked, her voice soft but steady. "Yes, that's me," I replied, standing up to greet her. "And you must be Emily," she said, shaking my hand. "Thank you for your message. It meant a lot to me." We sat and talked for hours. Emily shared her story, her fears, and her hopes. I listened, offering words of encouragement and support. It was a humbling experience, realizing how a simple mistake had connected our lives in such a profound way. As the sun set, we parted ways, but I knew this wasn't the end. Emily and I stayed in touch, and over time I became a part of her support system. Her strength and resilience inspired me, and our friendship grew deeper with each passing day. The hospital's mistake had initially filled me with dread, but it ultimately led to a connection that changed both our lives. In the end, it wasn't just about a misdiagnosis, it was about the power of compassion and the unexpected ways in which our paths can cross. Story 4. I discovered that the seemingly harmless handyman who had been fixing things around my house had a criminal record for stalking. It started innocuously enough. My kitchen sink was leaking, and a neighbor recommended Sam, a handyman who lived a few blocks away. She praised his work, saying he was reliable and affordable. I called Sam, and he came over the next day. He was an unassuming man in his late 40s, with a friendly demeanor and a worn-out toolbox. He chatted about the weather, his love for old cars, and his years in the neighborhood as he fixed the sink. There was nothing off-putting about him. Over the next few weeks, I called Sam several times for various small repairs: a broken fence, a clogged gutter, a squeaky door. He was always prompt, polite, and efficient. One evening, I was sitting on my porch, enjoying the cool breeze. I noticed a car parked down the street with its headlights off. It seemed out of place, but I didn't think much of it. As the night went on, the car remained there. Just as I was about to go inside, the car's headlights turned on, and it sped off. It was odd, but I shrugged it off as a random occurrence. The next day, while grocery shopping, I had an unsettling feeling that someone was watching me. I glanced around but saw no familiar faces. I chalked it up to my imagination. However, this feeling persisted over the next few days. I would catch glimpses of a shadowy figure in the corner of my eye, but when I turned to look, there was no one there. One afternoon, while sorting through old photos in my attic, I found a photo that made my heart skip a beat. It was taken at a neighborhood barbecue a few years back, and in the background, there was Sam staring directly at the camera. I didn't remember him being there, and the realization sent chills down my spine. I decided to do some digging. A quick internet search of his name didn't yield much, but a friend who worked at the local courthouse offered to help. What she found shocked me. Sam had a criminal record for stalking. Several women had filed restraining orders against him over the years. The charges ranged from following them home to standing outside their houses at odd hours. I was horrified. The man I had welcomed into my home, who had been fixing my leaks and mending my fences, had a dark past. I called the police to report my suspicions, and they advised me to stay vigilant and to call them if I noticed anything unusual. That night I was too unsettled to sleep. Every creak of the house made me jump. Around midnight I heard a soft tap on my bedroom window. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The tapping continued, rhythmic and insistent. Gathering my courage, I peeked through the curtain. There, illuminated by the moonlight, was Sam, staring at me with an unnerving intensity. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911. As I spoke to the dispatcher, Sam continued to tap on the window, a sinister smile spreading across his face. The police arrived within minutes, but by then Sam had disappeared into the night. The officers took my statement and patrolled the area, but they couldn't find him. They assured me they would keep an eye out and advised me to stay with a friend or family member for a few days. I decided to stay with my sister across town. The next morning, as I was packing, I noticed my front door was slightly ajar. Fear gripped me as I realized someone had been inside my house. I cautiously stepped inside and saw that my living room was in disarray. Drawers were open, and papers were scattered everywhere. Among the mess, I found a note: "You can't hide from me." I rushed to my sister's house and called the police again. They did a thorough sweep of my home but found no trace of Sam. The note was taken as evidence, and the police increased their patrols in my neighborhood. Days turned into weeks, and there was no sign of Sam. I lived in a state of constant anxiety, jumping at every shadow. The police kept me updated, but there were no new leads. I began to feel a sense of hopelessness, wondering if I would ever feel safe again. One afternoon, I received a call from the police. They had found Sam. He had been hiding in a neighboring town using a fake identity. He was arrested and charged with breaking and entering, stalking, and several other offenses. The relief was overwhelming. Knowing that Sam was behind bars allowed me to start reclaiming my sense of security. I changed the locks on my doors, installed security cameras, and took self-defense classes. The experience had left a mark on me, but it also taught me the importance of being vigilant and trusting my instincts. Looking back, I realized how easily someone could hide their true nature behind a friendly smile. Sam had seemed harmless, but beneath that facade lay a predator. The ordeal had been terrifying, but it had also made me stronger. I vowed never to let my guard down again, and to always be cautious about who I let into my life. Story 5. The night was cool and the moon hung high, casting an eerie glow over the deserted highway. I was driving back from a friend's house in a nearby town, the road stretching endlessly before me. The hum of the engine was the only sound, a comforting monotony that kept my mind from wandering too much into the darkness around me. I had been driving for about an hour when I saw an abandoned car on the side of the road, its hazard lights blinking like a beacon in the night. I slowed down. Curiosity piqued, and pulled over a few feet behind the car. It was an old sedan, its paint faded and chipped. The driver's door was ajar, swaying slightly in the gentle breeze. I turned off my engine and stepped out of my car, the crunch of gravel beneath my boots the only sound in the stillness. As I approached the sedan, I noticed a child's toy in the front seat, a small stuffed bear, its fur matted and worn. My heart sank at the sight, a feeling of unease settling over me. I peered into the car, scanning for any signs of the owner. The interior was empty, save for the toy and a piece of paper on the dashboard. I reached through the open door and picked up the note. The handwriting was scrawled and frantic, barely legible in the dim light. As I read the words, a chill ran down my spine. They took her. I had no choice. Find the truth beneath the old oak. My mind raced with questions. Who was her? Who took her? And what truth was I supposed to find? I looked around, the desolate road offering no answers. There was no sign of a struggle, no indication of where the car's occupants had gone. The message was my only clue. I took a deep breath, glancing back at my car. I had a flashlight in the trunk, a habit I had picked up from years of late-night drives. I retrieved it and shone the beam around the area, looking for any signs that might point me in the right direction. The only thing that stood out was an old, gnarled oak tree a short distance off the road, its twisted branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The tree looked ancient, its trunk wide and knotted. It seemed like the kind of place that might hold secrets. With a sense of determination mixed with trepidation, I made my way toward it. The ground was uneven, and the flashlight's beam wavered as I walked, casting eerie shadows that danced around me. When I reached the tree, I circled it slowly, the beam of light illuminating the rough bark and gnarled roots. At the base of the tree, partially hidden by fallen leaves and dirt, I found a small, weathered box. My hands trembled as I brushed the debris away and pried it open. Inside the box was a collection of old photographs and letters, their edges yellowed with age. The photos depicted a young girl, no older than 6 or 7, smiling brightly at the camera. The letters were addressed to someone named Sarah, each one filled with love and affection. But as I read through them, the tone changed. The later letters spoke of fear and danger, warning Sarah to be careful and not to trust anyone. The last letter was the most chilling. It was dated just a few days ago and simply read, "They know. I'm sorry." A sudden rustling sound behind me made me jump, and I turned the flashlight toward the noise. A figure emerged from the darkness, a man with disheveled hair and wild eyes. He looked at me with a mixture of desperation and relief. "You found it," he said, his voice hoarse. "You found the truth." I stepped back, clutching the flashlight tightly. "Who are you? What happened here?" He took a deep breath, his shoulders sagging. "I'm Sarah's father. They took her because I got too close to the truth. They threatened me, told me to leave the car and run. I couldn't let them take her, but I couldn't fight them either. I left the message hoping someone would find it and help." My mind reeled with the gravity of his words. Who took her? Why? He shook his head. "I don't know who they are. I only know they're powerful, and they're after something big. I think it has to do with the land around here, something buried beneath it." A car approached in the distance, its headlights cutting through the darkness. The man's eyes widened with fear. "They're coming. We have to go, now." Without another word, I helped him to his feet, and we ran back to my car. As we drove away, the abandoned sedan and the old oak tree disappeared into the night behind us. The mystery of what lay beneath the land and who had taken Sarah remained unsolved, but one thing was clear: we were now entangled in a dangerous web of secrets and lies. As we sped down the highway, the man beside me clutching the box of letters and photographs, I knew our journey was just beginning. The truth was out there, hidden beneath layers of darkness, and we would stop at nothing to uncover it. Story 6. When I came back from vacation, I found my home had been invaded and set up with cameras that recorded everything I did for weeks. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut, leaving me breathless and filled with a creeping sense of violation that I couldn't shake. It all started when I returned home from a 2-week trip to the mountains, eager to sleep in my own bed and enjoy the comforts of home. As I unlocked the front door and stepped inside, something felt off. The air was stale, and there was a faint, unfamiliar smell. I brushed it off, attributing it to the house being closed up for so long. I tossed my bags aside and headed to the kitchen, craving a cold drink. That's when I noticed the first odd thing. My refrigerator was slightly ajar. I distinctly remembered closing it before leaving. I opened it wider and saw that nothing seemed out of place. Shaking my head, I chalked it up to my memory playing tricks on me. I closed the door and grabbed a bottle of water. As I walked through my house, a sense of unease grew. It felt like I was being watched. I shrugged it off as post-vacation paranoia and tried to relax. That night I had trouble sleeping, the feeling of eyes on me persisting even in the dark safety of my bedroom. The next morning I woke up groggy and disoriented. I went through my usual routine, hoping to shake off the lingering discomfort. I decided to work from home, still uneasy about the strange feeling. As I sat at my desk in the living room, I glanced around, my eyes catching on something unusual on the bookshelf. I walked over and examined the small, black device nestled between the books. My heart skipped a beat. It was a camera, meticulously hidden among my belongings. I felt a surge of panic and started searching the house, my hands trembling. One by one, I found more cameras cleverly concealed in the living room, kitchen, bedroom, and even the bathroom. Each discovery heightened my sense of dread. I called the police, my voice shaking as I explained the situation. They arrived quickly, and I showed them the cameras. They took the devices and promised to investigate. Meanwhile, they advised me to leave the house and stay with a friend or family member. I packed a bag and called my sister, explaining everything as I drove to her place. The following days were a blur of anxiety and sleepless nights. I couldn't stop thinking about the cameras and who might have put them there. The police investigation yielded little information. The cameras were standard models, easily purchased online, and the footage was stored on local SD cards. There were no fingerprints or other clues. Feeling helpless, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I went through the footage, hoping to find something the police might have missed. The recordings showed my daily routines, every mundane detail of my life captured from the moment I returned home. The invasion of privacy made my skin crawl. Then I saw something that made my blood run cold. On one of the recordings, taken a day before I found the cameras, a figure moved through my house. They were dressed in black, wearing a mask that concealed their face. They went room to room, adjusting the cameras and checking the footage. The way they moved suggested familiarity with my home, like they had been there many times before. I shared the new footage with the police, who promised to continue their investigation. But days turned into weeks with no new leads. I felt trapped in a nightmare, unable to return to my home and unable to find answers. One evening, as I sat in my sister's guest room, I received an anonymous email. The subject line read, "I see you." My heart raced as I opened it. The message was short and chilling. "You can't hide forever." I showed the email to the police, who traced it back to a public Wi-Fi network, another dead end. I felt like I was losing my mind, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every shadow. Desperate for some sense of normalcy, I decided to stay with a friend in another city for a while. I needed distance from the haunting memories of my violated home. Slowly, I started to rebuild my sense of safety, but the fear never completely left me. Months passed, and the investigation stalled. The police had no suspects, and I had no answers. I eventually moved back into my house, installing my own security system and taking every precaution to ensure my privacy. But the feeling of being watched never truly disappeared. Every time I glanced at a camera or saw a shadow move, I was reminded of the violation I had endured. My home, once a sanctuary, had become a place of unease and fear. To this day, I don't know who invaded my home or why they did it. The cameras are gone, but the sense of vulnerability remains. I live with the knowledge that someone out there knows every intimate detail of my life, and that they could be watching me still. Story 7. I was in the middle of a quiet Saturday morning when the package arrived. The delivery man handed it over with a polite nod, and I barely gave it a second glance until I saw the return address. It was blank. Curiosity piqued. I tore open the package, expecting a belated birthday gift or some forgotten online order. Instead, I was greeted with a sight that made my blood run cold: a bloody shirt, crumpled and stained, with a note on top. The note was plain, scrawled in a hasty, almost frantic script. It simply read, "For Amanda, my name clear and stark against the white paper." My hands shook as I picked it up, the words blurring momentarily as panic set in. I had no idea who sent it or what it meant. My mind raced through a list of possibilities, but none made sense. Who would send me something so horrifying? I gingerly picked up the shirt, careful not to let the bloodstains touch me. It was a man's shirt, larger than any I owned, and definitely not something I recognized. The blood was dark, almost black in places, suggesting it was old. The sight of it made me nauseous, but I forced myself to look closer, hoping for any clue. My first instinct was to call the police, but then paranoia set in. What if this was some elaborate prank? Or worse, what if calling the authorities would make me a suspect in something I had no part in? I decided to start with someone I trusted, my best friend, Sarah. "Amanda, this is insane," Sarah said, her voice a mixture of concern and disbelief. We were sitting in my living room, the package laid out on the coffee table between us. "Are you sure you don't recognize the shirt?" "Positive," I replied, shaking my head. "I don't know who sent this or why. It's creepy, right?" "Creepy is an understatement," she muttered, leaning back in her chair. "Have you thought about calling the police?" "I have. But I'm scared, Sarah. What if they think I'm involved somehow?" She nodded, understanding my fear. "Okay, let's think this through. Do you have any enemies? Anyone who might want to scare you?" I laughed, though there was no humor in it. "No, I lead a boring life. I go to work, I come home, I hang out with you. That's about it." We sat in silence for a while, the weight of the situation pressing down on us. Finally, Sarah spoke up. "Maybe we should look for any clues. There has to be something here." We examined the shirt again, this time with a magnifying glass Sarah had brought over. We found nothing, no labels, no hidden messages, nothing to indicate where it came from. The note was equally unhelpful, just my name and nothing more. "Maybe the post office can tell us something," Sarah suggested. "They might know where it was sent from." The next day, I took the package to the post office, hoping for answers. The clerk was helpful but ultimately provided little information. The package had been dropped off at a remote location, with no surveillance cameras and no way to trace it back to the sender. Feeling defeated, I went home and tried to carry on with my day, but the package haunted me. That night I had trouble sleeping, every noise outside making me jump. I kept the bloody shirt and the note in a plastic bag hidden in my closet, unsure of what else to do. A week passed, and just as the fear started to fade, a second package arrived. This time it was a small box, and inside was a single Polaroid picture. It showed the same bloody shirt, but this time it was being worn by someone. The face was obscured, but the setting was eerily familiar, my backyard. Panic surged through me as I stared at the photo. Someone had been in my yard, close enough to take this picture, and I hadn't even noticed. I called Sarah immediately, my voice trembling as I explained. "Amanda, this has gone too far. You need to call the police," now she urged. This time I didn't argue. The police arrived quickly and took both packages as evidence. They assured me they would investigate, but their questions only heightened my anxiety. Had I noticed anyone suspicious? Had I received any threats? The answer was always no. Days turned into weeks, and the investigation yielded no results. The packages stopped, but the fear remained. I installed security cameras and changed my locks, but the sense of safety I once had was gone. Every creak of the house, every shadow outside my window sent my heart racing. Months later, I received a call from the police. They had found nothing conclusive, but they did have one lead, a partial fingerprint on the second package. It didn't match anyone in the system, but it was something. They advised me to stay vigilant and keep in touch. Life slowly returned to a semblance of normalcy, but I knew things would never be the same. The packages had stopped, but the mystery remained unsolved. I never found out who sent them or why, but I learned to live with the uncertainty. And every time I see a package on my doorstep, my heart skips a beat, a reminder of the terror that once invaded my life. Story 8. It was a typical Tuesday afternoon when I decided to visit my usual barber for a routine haircut. The shop was tucked away in a quiet corner of town, its familiar atmosphere comforting. Joe, my barber, greeted me with a warm smile as I walked in. "Hey, how's it going?" he asked, motioning me to the chair. "Good, just the usual trim," I replied, settling into the chair. As Joe worked his magic with the scissors, we chatted about mundane things, sports, the weather, and upcoming plans. The conversation was light, and I felt relaxed. 20 minutes later, I emerged with a fresh cut, feeling refreshed and ready to tackle the rest of the day. However, things took a strange turn that evening. As I was winding down, my phone buzzed with a new message. I glanced at the screen and saw an unknown number. Curious, I opened the message. "Nice haircut. It suits you well." A chill ran down my spine. I looked around my apartment, half expecting someone to be watching me through the windows. Shaking off the feeling, I replied, "Who is this?" No response came. I dismissed it as a wrong number or a prank and went to bed, trying not to dwell on it. The next morning, I woke up to another message from the same number. "Hope you enjoyed your coffee this morning." I froze. I had just finished my morning coffee, sitting on my balcony as I did every day. My heart raced as I quickly scanned the area, but saw nothing unusual. How could this person know my routine? Throughout the day, the messages continued. They were eerily specific, mentioning details about my work, my friends, and even my plans for the weekend. Whoever was sending these messages knew an alarming amount about my personal life. "Did you enjoy lunch with Sarah today?" I stared at my phone in disbelief. I had met Sarah, a close friend, for lunch at a cafe we frequented. The conversation had been pleasant, but now it was tainted by this unsettling intrusion. I immediately called Sarah. "Hey, did you tell anyone about our lunch today?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "No, why? What's going on?" she replied, sounding concerned. "Just some weird messages I've been getting. It's probably nothing," I said, not wanting to worry her. That night, as I sat in my living room, my phone buzzed again. "You look good in blue." I was wearing a blue shirt. Panic set in. Someone was watching me, and they were close enough to see what I was wearing. I double-checked the locks on my doors and windows, ensuring everything was secure. I even pulled the curtains shut, hoping to block out any prying eyes. The messages continued for days, each one more personal and invasive than the last. I went to the police, but they could do little without knowing who was behind the messages. They advised me to change my number, but I hesitated, fearing that cutting off this line of communication might provoke the sender. One evening, as I sat in my darkened apartment, my phone buzzed with another message. "Do you think the police can protect you?" I felt a surge of anger and fear. This had to stop. I decided to confront Joe, my barber, the only new variable in my routine. Maybe he had seen something or someone unusual. The next day, I walked into Joe's shop, my heart pounding. He greeted me as usual, but I could barely manage a smile. "Joe, can I ask you something?" I began, trying to keep my voice steady. "Sure, what's up?" he replied, looking curious. "Have you noticed anyone strange around here lately? Someone who might be watching people who come into your shop?" Joe frowned, his brow furrowing in thought. "No, can't say I have. Everything seems pretty normal. Why do you ask?" I explained the messages, leaving out some of the more personal details. Joe listened attentively, his expression growing more serious. "That's creepy," he said. "I'll keep an eye out and let you know if I see anything suspicious." Days turned into weeks, and the messages became less frequent but more cryptic. "You can't hide forever." I felt trapped, constantly looking over my shoulder, unsure of who I could trust. Every stranger seemed like a potential threat, and my once comfortable routine was now a source of anxiety. One night, I received a final message that sent shivers down my spine. Goodbye. The messages stopped after that. The silence was almost as unnerving as the messages had been. I never found out who was behind them or how they knew so much about my life. The police investigation led nowhere, and I eventually changed my number, hoping to put the whole ordeal behind me. But the fear lingered. I moved to a new apartment, changed my routines, and distanced myself from familiar places. The sense of being watched never truly left me, a constant reminder of the unseen observer who had invaded my life. Story 9. It started with an innocuous phone call. I was lounging on my couch on a lazy Sunday afternoon, the TV murmuring in the background, when my phone buzzed. The caller ID displayed my bank's name, and I answered, assuming it was a routine check. The voice on the other end, calm and professional, informed me of unusual activity on my credit card. "Mr. Thompson, we've noticed some irregular transactions on your account. Could you confirm if you made these purchases?" the representative asked. My heart skipped a beat as I listened to the list of charges. Exotic vacations, high-end electronics, and luxury goods, none of which I had bought. I scrambled for my laptop and logged into my bank account, my stomach sinking as the extent of the damage became clear. Thousands of dollars had been siphoned off over the past few months. Someone had been living lavishly at my expense. "I didn't make any of these purchases," I stammered, panic creeping into my voice. The representative assured me they would freeze my account and begin an investigation. But as I hung up, a feeling of dread settled over me. This wasn't just about the money. Someone out there had access to my personal information, and that thought was far more unsettling. I spent the next few days on the phone with my bank and credit card company, filling out forms and providing evidence of my whereabouts during the fraudulent transactions. They assured me I wouldn't be liable for the charges, but it felt like a hollow victory. My sense of security had been shattered. Determined to get to the bottom of this, I began my own investigation. I pored over my credit card statements, meticulously noting the dates and locations of the fraudulent charges. A pattern emerged. The purchases were concentrated in a few specific areas, all of which were miles away from my hometown. I decided to visit one of these locations, a high-end electronics store in a neighboring city. When I arrived, I approached the manager and explained my situation. He was sympathetic and agreed to pull the security footage from the day of the transaction. We watched the grainy video together, and my heart pounded as I saw a man swipe what looked like my credit card and walk out with a brand new laptop. He was tall, with dark hair and a confident swagger, a stark contrast to my average build and reserved demeanor. "Do you recognize him?" the manager asked. I shook my head, frustration bubbling up. "No, but I'd like a copy of this footage. Maybe the police can identify him." The manager agreed, and I left the store with a USB drive containing the video. I headed straight to the local police station and filed a report. The officer who took my statement assured me they would look into it, but I could tell my case was just one of many on their plate. Days turned into weeks, and I heard nothing from the police. My frustration grew, but I refused to give up. I delved into online forums and communities dedicated to combating credit card fraud, seeking advice and sharing my story. One user suggested checking for skimmers at places I frequently visited: gas stations, ATMs, anywhere my card might have been cloned. I made a list of all the places I had used my card in the past few months and began my rounds. At a small gas station on the outskirts of town, I found my first clue. The card reader on the pump felt slightly loose, and upon closer inspection, I saw faint scratch marks around it. I notified the attendant and called the police, hoping this would lead to something concrete. Meanwhile, my own investigation continued. I visited another store where a fraudulent purchase had been made, this time a luxury clothing boutique. The manager, unlike the first, was uncooperative and refused to show me any footage. Frustrated but undeterred, I took a different approach. I started asking around, talking to employees and nearby shop owners. One clerk remembered a man fitting the description I had from the electronics store video. He had been a regular customer, always paying with a credit card and never showing any identification. Armed with this new information, I went back to the police, hoping it would spark renewed interest in my case. To my relief, they assigned a detective to investigate further. Detective Harris, a seasoned officer with a no-nonsense attitude, took my concerns seriously. Working together, we pieced together a profile of the fraudster. It became apparent that he was part of a larger ring, cloning cards and using them to fund a lavish lifestyle. Harris connected my case to several others, all sharing similar patterns of fraudulent activity. Weeks turned into months, and just as my hope began to wane, I received a call from Harris. "We've got him," she said, her voice triumphant. He tried to use another cloned card at an upscale restaurant, and we had officers waiting. The arrest was swift, and the man, a seasoned con artist with a history of fraud, confessed to his crimes. As I sat in the courtroom watching him being sentenced, a sense of closure washed over me. The financial losses were being reimbursed, but more importantly, the trail of deceit had been unraveled. Returning home, I reflected on the experience. It had been a long and arduous journey, but it taught me the value of persistence and the importance of vigilance. My sense of security had been shaken, but it had also been restored, stronger than before. Story 10. When I first created my online dating profile, I didn't think much of it. After all, it was the modern way to meet people, and I was curious about who I might find. The process was simple: upload a few photos, write a short bio, and swipe right on anyone who seemed interesting. Before long, I matched with a man named Alex. His profile was charming, he was well-traveled, had a great sense of humor, and shared many of my interests. We exchanged messages for a couple of weeks, and I quickly felt a connection. He seemed genuine and kind, and his witty banter always made me laugh. Eventually, we decided to meet in person. We chose a quaint coffee shop in a busy part of town for our first date, a public place that felt safe and comfortable. The date went well. Alex was just as engaging in person as he was online. We talked for hours, sharing stories and laughing over shared experiences. By the time we left the coffee shop, I was already looking forward to our next date. Over the next few weeks, Alex and I met several more times. Each date was better than the last, and I felt myself growing more attached to him. However, there were small things that began to bother me. He always seemed to know too much about me, even things I hadn't shared with him. When I asked him about it, he brushed it off, saying he must have just remembered from our conversations. One evening, as we were walking through a park, Alex mentioned a book one had been reading, a detail I was certain I hadn't shared with him. My unease grew, but I didn't want to seem paranoid. I told myself he was just being attentive. Then, things took a darker turn. One night, as I was leaving my apartment to meet a friend for dinner, I noticed a car parked across the street with its headlights off. It seemed out of place, but I brushed it off as a coincidence. However, the next morning, the same car was parked outside my building. When I left for work, it followed me for several blocks before turning off into another street. My heart pounded as I tried to rationalize it away. A few days later, I received a package at my doorstep. It was an expensive piece of jewelry I had admired online but hadn't purchased. There was no note, but I knew it was from Alex. I hadn't told him about the jewelry. Feeling a mix of confusion and fear, I decided to confront him. We met at a cafe, and I brought up the incidents. His demeanor shifted, and he became defensive, accusing me of being ungrateful for his attention. The conversation escalated, and he stormed out, leaving me feeling unnerved and unsafe. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. As I sat in my living room, my phone buzzed with a notification. It was from a new app I hadn't installed. Opening it, I saw a series of photos of myself, taken from various places I had been in the last few weeks. There were pictures of me at the coffee shop, the park, and even outside my apartment. Panic surged through me as I realized the full extent of what was happening. Alex had been tracking me, taking photos without my knowledge, and sending me gifts to manipulate my feelings. I immediately called the police and reported everything, from the strange car to the unwanted gifts in the app with my photos. The officers took my report seriously and assured me they would investigate. They advised me to change my routines, avoid going out alone, and consider staying with a friend for a while. I followed their advice, staying with my best friend Lisa, who lived across town. For a few days, things seemed to calm down. I started to feel a bit more at ease, thinking maybe Alex had realized I was onto him and backed off. But one evening, as Lisa and I were having dinner, I received a text message from an unknown number. It was a photo of me, taken through the window of Lisa's apartment. Fear gripped me, and Lisa immediately called the police. They arrived quickly, combed the area, and found no sign of Alex. However, they did find a hidden camera outside Lisa's apartment, aimed directly at the window. The police intensified their efforts, and within a week they arrested Alex. They found evidence that he had been stalking me for months, hacking into my devices, and tracking my every move. He had a history of similar behavior with other women, none of whom had pressed charges out of fear. With Alex in custody, I began to rebuild my life. It took time, but I gradually felt safer and more secure. I learned to be more cautious about my online presence and more vigilant about my personal safety. The experience left me scarred, but it also made me stronger. My seemingly innocuous online dating profile had led me down a dark path, but I emerged with a deeper understanding of the dangers that can lurk behind charming profiles and engaging conversations. It was a hard lesson, but one I would never forget. Story 11. It was a rainy Saturday afternoon when I discovered the hidden compartment in my house. The weather outside was dreary, and I was in the middle of a deep spring cleaning, trying to find some old family photos I wanted to digitize. My house was filled with cluttered boxes of books, old trinkets, and forgotten memories stashed away in every nook and cranny. I had just finished clearing out an old closet in the hallway when I noticed something peculiar about the back wall. Behind a stack of old board games, there was a small, inconspicuous panel. It was slightly loose, as though it had been tampered with. My curiosity got the better of me, and I pried it open. Inside, I found a hidden compartment. My heart raced as I pulled out the contents. The compartment was filled with a stack of photographs, each one meticulously arranged in a neat pile. As I sifted through them, my blood ran cold. They were photographs of me and my family, pictures taken from various angles, some showing us in our home, others at parks or family gatherings. The photos were all candid, capturing moments that we had never realized were being watched. I sat down on the floor, feeling a wave of panic and disbelief. How could this happen? I glanced around my home, suddenly aware of every creak in the floorboards, every shadow that danced in the corners. My mind raced to piece together how this invasion of privacy could have occurred. The photographs ranged from harmless snapshots to unsettling images of us in vulnerable moments. There were pictures of my children playing in the backyard, of my spouse and me enjoying a quiet dinner, even photos of us asleep on the couch. It was as if someone had been lurking around our lives, documenting our every move. The most disturbing part was the realization that these photos were taken without our knowledge, possibly over a long period. Who could have done this? My neighbors, friends, or even someone who had access to our home. The sense of violation was overwhelming. I picked up my phone and dialed the police. They arrived within the hour, their expressions grave as they examined the hidden compartment and the stack of photographs. Detective Reynolds, a tall, no-nonsense woman with sharp eyes, took charge of the investigation. "We'll need to process these photographs as evidence," she said, "and we'll conduct a thorough investigation. This is a serious breach of privacy." I nodded, feeling a mixture of relief and anxiety. Detective Reynolds assured me that they would do everything possible to find the culprit, but as the days turned into weeks, the investigation seemed to stall. There were no clear leads or suspects, and the case grew colder by the day. In the meantime, I took steps to secure my home. I installed a comprehensive security system, including cameras around the perimeter and motion detectors. I also hired a locksmith to check for any potential breaches or hidden access points in my house. Despite these precautions, the sense of unease lingered. One evening, while going through the stack of photographs again, I noticed a pattern. Some of the photos had timestamps on the back, written in a faint, unfamiliar handwriting. The dates and times were consistent, but the handwriting was unlike any I recognized. I decided to show these particular photos to Detective Reynolds. She studied the handwriting carefully and then made a call to the forensic team. They agreed to analyze the writing for any potential clues. Meanwhile, I continued to live with the discomfort of knowing that someone had been watching us, piecing together our lives like a puzzle. Weeks later, Detective Reynolds called with a breakthrough. The handwriting on the photos had been matched to a known individual with a history of stalking and invasion of privacy. His name was Daniel Parker, a former employee of a home security company. It turned out that he had been fired for misconduct related to surveillance equipment. The investigation quickly gathered momentum, and it was revealed that Daniel Parker had used his knowledge of security systems to bypass our home's defenses and install hidden cameras. The photos in the compartment were evidence of his obsession with our family. He had been following us for months, documenting our daily routines and intruding into our private lives. When Daniel was apprehended, he confessed to his actions, admitting that he had become fixated on our family after working on our security system during a routine maintenance visit. He had used that opportunity to plant the hidden cameras and gather the photographs. His confession brought a mixture of closure and revulsion. The trial was a grueling experience, but it ended with a conviction. Daniel Parker was sentenced to prison, and a restraining order was placed to ensure he would never come near our family again. Though the ordeal was behind us, the experience left a lasting impact. My family and I struggled to rebuild our sense of security and trust. We attended counseling sessions to cope with the emotional fallout and worked together to strengthen our bond. As time passed, we slowly began to heal. The hidden compartment and the photographs became a dark chapter in our lives, but they also served as a stark reminder of the importance of safeguarding our privacy and trusting our instincts. The experience had tested us, but it also brought us closer together, and we emerged stronger, more vigilant, and resolute in protecting our family's well-being. Story 12. It was an ordinary afternoon, and I had decided to spend a few hours at a cafe downtown. I loved the cozy atmosphere and the scent of freshly brewed coffee that filled the air. I found a comfortable corner seat with a good view of the bustling street outside, perfect for catching up on some work and emails. After ordering my usual an Americano and a blueberry muffin, I pulled out my laptop, connected to the cafe's public Wi-Fi, and began to work. The connection was decent, and I was relieved that I could finally get some tasks done without any interruptions. As I started drafting an important email, I noticed a peculiar notification pop up on my screen. It was a message that seemed to come from my own email account, but it wasn't anything I had sent. It simply read, "I see you're working hard today. Don't forget to check the attachments." I stared at the screen, my heart skipping a beat. My first instinct was to brush it off as a glitch or some sort of phishing attempt, but the timing felt too precise. I hadn't shared my work with anyone recently. Who could be sending these messages? I shrugged it off, thinking it might just be a prank or a mistake. But as I continued working, strange things began to happen. My email client started showing signs of odd activity. Messages I had recently read were being marked as unread, and new drafts were appearing without my input. My heart raced as I realized that someone was possibly tampering with my communications. I decided to check my other accounts. I logged into my social media, only to find that messages I had sent to close friends were appearing on the screen. Someone was reading my conversations. Panic set in as I saw private discussions and details that should never have been shared publicly. The cafe's atmosphere, once so welcoming, now felt oppressive. The background chatter and the clinking of cups seemed to fade into a distant hum. My focus was solely on the unsettling realization that someone was intercepting my private messages in real time. I closed my laptop, feeling a wave of vulnerability wash over me. As I gathered my things, I noticed a figure seated at a table not far from mine. He was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard and thick glasses. He seemed to be working on his own laptop, but every now and then he glanced in my direction with an unsettling intensity. My suspicions were immediately aroused. Was he involved? I couldn't be sure, but I had to get out of there. I packed up quickly and left the cafe, my mind racing. I needed to figure out what was happening and how to protect myself. Back at home, I connected to my secure network and checked my devices for any signs of compromise. I ran antivirus scans and checked my security settings, but everything seemed normal. The public Wi-Fi had clearly been the problem. I couldn't ignore the possibility that someone had been intercepting my data on that network. I decided to visit the local computer repair shop to get a professional opinion. The technician, a young woman named Amanda, was thorough in her examination of my laptop. After a few hours, she finally looked up with a serious expression. "You were right to be concerned," she said. "It looks like your laptop was exposed to a type of cyber attack called a man-in-the-middle attack. Someone on that public Wi-Fi was intercepting your data. I've removed the malware, but you should change all your passwords and monitor your accounts for any suspicious activity." I nodded, feeling a mix of relief and anxiety. I took Amanda's advice seriously and spent the next few hours changing passwords, enabling two-factor authentication, and reviewing my accounts for any signs of unauthorized access. As night fell, I felt the weight of the day's events settle over me. I was grateful for the quick intervention of Amanda and the support of friends who helped me stay grounded. I knew I had to be more cautious with public networks in the future. It was a lesson learned the hard way. The next day I went back to the cafe, but only to have a conversation with the manager about their network security. I wanted to ensure that other customers wouldn't face the same issue I did. The manager was receptive and promised to look into it. My experience had left me shaken, but it also made me more vigilant. I began using a virtual private network VPN for any public Wi-Fi connections and educated myself about online security practices. The man in the cafe, whether he was the culprit or not, had left me with a deep sense of unease, but I was determined not to let it dominate my life. In the weeks that followed, I slowly regained my sense of normalcy. The incident served as a stark reminder of how vulnerable we can be in an interconnected world. I became more proactive about my digital security and took every measure to safeguard my personal information. The cafe remained a favorite spot, but I always chose a seat where I could keep a vigilant eye on my surroundings. The memory of that day lingered, but I no longer felt paralyzed by fear. Instead, it motivated me to stay informed and secure in an increasingly digital age. Story 13. When I moved into my new apartment, it was supposed to be a fresh start, a chance to begin anew in a city I'd always dreamed of living in. The apartment was charming, a cozy one-bedroom with high ceilings and large windows that let in plenty of natural light. The landlord, Mr. Harrison, was a pleasant enough man, always ready with a warm smile and a reassuring nod. He promised me that the apartment was in excellent condition, and I was eager to settle in. The first few days went by smoothly. I unpacked my belongings, arranged the furniture, and began to make the space my own. It felt good to be in a new environment, away from the familiar stress of my previous life. I enjoyed cooking in the kitchen, relaxing in the living room, and even taking long, leisurely baths in the bathroom. Everything seemed perfect. Then, about a week into my new lease, I started noticing small, unusual things. A faint clicking sound every now and then, like the noise of a camera shutter. I dismissed it at first as my imagination, or perhaps the old building settling. But the noises became more frequent, and I began to feel a creeping sense of unease. One evening, after a particularly long day at work, I returned to my apartment and decided to do a thorough cleaning. I started with the kitchen, scrubbing the counters and rearranging the cabinets. As I was wiping down the refrigerator, I noticed a small, inconspicuous hole near the top of the fridge. It was barely visible, but it made me curious. I pressed my fingers around the hole and found that it had a tiny lens embedded in it. My heart skipped a beat. I quickly checked other appliances and fixtures in the kitchen, The same small holes with lenses were present in the smoke detector, the light switch covers, and even the microwave. My hands trembled as I realized what I was looking at: hidden cameras. I felt a wave of panic wash over me. The apartment, which had once felt like a safe haven, now seemed like a trap. I raced to the living room and checked behind picture frames, under the couch, and in the light fixtures. Every place I looked revealed more hidden cameras, each one meticulously concealed but unmistakable once you knew what to look for. I knew I had to confront Mr. Harrison. My mind raced with questions. Why would he do this? How long had he been recording me? I decided to go to his office, hoping for some answers. Mr. Harrison's office was located in a building a few blocks away. I arrived there, my heart pounding. When I walked in, he looked up from behind his desk, his expression friendly but with a hint of confusion as he saw my distressed demeanor. "Mr. Harrison," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "I've discovered something alarming in my apartment. There are cameras hidden everywhere." His face fell, and he went pale. "Cameras? What do you mean?" I took a deep breath. I found small cameras hidden in various places around the apartment. "I'm sure they're recording me." Mr. Harrison's expression changed to one of guilt and shame. "I'm so sorry," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I should have told you about this. It wasn't supposed to be like this." "What do you mean it wasn't supposed to be like this?" I demanded. "Why are there cameras in my apartment?" He hesitated, wringing his hands. "I had these cameras installed for security reasons. There were break-ins in the building recently, and I thought they'd provide an extra layer of protection. But I realize now it was a huge mistake and I should have told you about them. I'm really sorry." The admission didn't ease my anger or fear. "You invaded my privacy. You had no right to do this." "I understand," Mr. Harrison said, his voice filled with regret. "I'll have the cameras removed immediately, and I'll give you a full refund for the rent you've paid. I'll also help you find a new place if that's what you want." I was still shaken but appreciated his willingness to make amends. "Thank you," I said, my voice trembling. "I need to think about what I want to do next." I left his office, feeling a mixture of relief and apprehension. The thought of having my privacy violated was unsettling. I returned to my apartment and waited for the maintenance team to arrive and remove the cameras. As I packed my belongings, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The apartment, once my sanctuary, now felt like a place of betrayal. When the maintenance team finally arrived, they dismantled the cameras and assured me that the apartment would be cleaned and secured. After a few days, I moved out, finding a new place that felt secure and private. The experience had been a harsh reminder of how important privacy is and how easily it can be compromised. In the end, Mr. Harrison did follow through on his promises. He refunded my rent and assisted me in finding a new apartment. While I appreciated his efforts to rectify the situation, the incident left a lasting impact. It was a stark lesson in vigilance and the importance of trusting one's instincts when something feels off. I settled into my new home, taking comfort in the knowledge that my privacy was once again my own. The incident with the hidden cameras was a chilling reminder of the vulnerabilities we face in our daily lives, but it also reinforced my resolve to stand up for my rights and protect my personal space. Story 14. After moving to a new city, I discovered that the person who had been pretending to be a friend was actually a dangerous con artist. It all began with my decision to relocate to a bustling metropolis for a new job opportunity. The transition was both exciting and daunting, and I was eager to start fresh. A week after settling into my small but cozy apartment, I met Julia at a local cafe. She was friendly and outgoing, with an infectious enthusiasm that made her instantly likable. We struck up a conversation about our favorite coffee blends, and before long she was sharing tips on the best places to eat and things to do in the city. Julia seemed genuinely interested in helping me adjust to my new surroundings, and I was grateful for her kindness. Our friendship developed quickly. We met up regularly for coffee, explored the city together, and even attended a few social events. Julia was a seemingly perfect guide to my new life. She introduced me to her circle of friends, invited me to parties, and included me in various activities. I felt as though I had found a reliable friend in a city where everything was still unfamiliar. One day, Julia mentioned that she was working on a big project and needed some help with administrative tasks. She said it would be a great opportunity for me to earn a bit of extra money while getting to know the local business scene. I was eager to contribute and agreed to assist her. The project involved sorting through various documents and contacting clients. Julia's office was a small, stylishly decorated space in a trendy part of town. As I worked there, I noticed that her interactions with clients were professional and confident. Everything seemed legitimate, and I continued to enjoy working with her. Months passed, and our friendship grew stronger. Julia started discussing her personal plans with me, including a business venture she was excited about. She spoke of expanding her operations, hiring more staff, and even opening new locations. Her ambition was admirable, and I felt honored to be a part of her journey. One day, Julia asked if I could help her with a particularly sensitive matter. She needed to deposit a large sum of money into her business account and requested that I accompany her to the bank for the transaction. She explained that she wanted someone trustworthy by her side for security reasons. I agreed, eager to support her. At the bank, Julia appeared anxious as she prepared to make the deposit. The bank teller seemed somewhat wary but proceeded with the transaction. Julia's demeanor was a stark contrast to her usual confident self. As we left the bank, Julia thanked me profusely and promised to make it up to me with a special dinner. A few days later, I received a call from a mutual friend, Karen, who had recently moved away. Karen mentioned that she had seen Julia's name in connection with some unsettling news articles. Intrigued and concerned, I decided to investigate further. My search revealed a series of alarming articles about Julia. It turned out that her real name was Vanessa Hale, and she was a notorious con artist with a history of fraudulent activities. She had been swindling people out of their money by pretending to be a successful entrepreneur and building false business ventures. The articles described her modus operandi in detail, charming new acquaintances, gaining their trust, and then manipulating them into assisting with her scams. The realization hit me like a cold wave. Julia, the person who had been my friend, was a con artist who had used me as an unwitting accomplice in her schemes. The money she had asked me to help deposit was likely stolen or obtained through deceitful means. I was stunned and deeply betrayed. I had trusted Julia completely, and now I felt a sense of violation and anger. I contacted the authorities to report my involvement and provide them with the information I had gathered. They assured me that my cooperation was valuable and that they would investigate the matter further. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of police interviews, identity verifications, and legal consultations. I had to recount every detail of my interactions with Julia and provide evidence of her fraudulent activities. The process was exhausting and emotionally draining, but I was determined to see justice served. Meanwhile, Vanessa Hale disappeared from the city, leaving behind a trail of disappointed and financially ruined individuals. The authorities launched a manhunt to locate her, but her whereabouts remained unknown. I received updates from the police about the ongoing investigation, but the search for Vanessa continued with no definitive leads. Despite the turmoil, I was relieved to have uncovered the truth before things could have escalated further. I learned to be cautious about whom I trusted and to verify the authenticity of people who entered my life. The experience left me more aware of the vulnerabilities of new beginnings and the importance of scrutinizing seemingly friendly faces. Though the betrayal had been painful, I eventually rebuilt my sense of security and trust. I made new friends who were genuine and supportive, and I focused on moving forward with a renewed sense of vigilance. The city, once overwhelming, became a place of opportunity and growth, free from the shadows of deceit that had once threatened to undermine my new start. Story 15. The night was quiet, with the usual hum of my smart home system providing a soothing backdrop to my routine. I'd just settled into my favorite armchair, the ambient lighting dimmed to the perfect level for relaxation, when the unsettling series of events began. It started subtly, just a flicker of the lights that I initially dismissed as a minor glitch. But then, the temperature in the room began to fluctuate erratically, swinging from hot to cold, as if the thermostat had a mind of its own. I shrugged it off, assuming it was a malfunction. After all, these systems were supposed to make life easier, not more complicated. I reached for my phone to adjust the temperature manually, but as I opened the app, I noticed something odd. The settings were already being changed. The temperature gauge fluctuated wildly, as though someone else was also trying to adjust it. A chill ran down my spine. I checked the security camera feeds next, hoping to catch a glimpse of someone tampering with the exterior of my house. The feeds displayed nothing unusual, just the peaceful suburban street outside. However, I noticed that the cameras were changing angles on their own, as if they were being controlled remotely. My heart started to race. I was alone in the house, and the only people who had access to the system were myself and a couple of close friends, who had their own separate access profiles. I opened the user management tab on my phone, only to find that new unauthorized profiles had been added. Panic set in as I realized someone had gained access to my smart home devices and was controlling them from a remote location. I quickly called my friend Max, who was tech-savvy and had helped me set up the system. "Max, I think someone's hacked into my smart home system. The lights are flickering, the thermostat's going haywire, and there are new profiles on my user list that I didn't create." Max's voice was calm but urgent. "Okay, stay calm. First, disconnect your smart home hub from the internet. That will cut off any remote access." I fumbled with the phone, rushing to the living room where the hub was located. I unplugged it, and immediately the temperature and lighting issues ceased. The house fell into an oppressive silence. I could still see the security camera feeds, but now they were frozen on a static image of my living room. "Good. Now we need to figure out how they got in and what they might have done," Max advised. "Check for any physical signs of tampering around the house, and make sure none of the other devices are compromised." I walked through the house, checking each device carefully. Everything seemed intact physically, but I was uneasy about the cameras. The one in the front yard had a strange, almost imperceptible scratch on its casing, which was odd given that the cameras were relatively new and well-maintained. Max instructed me to reconnect the hub to the internet under a new network name with a stronger password. As I worked on that, the phone rang. It was an unknown number, which made my anxiety spike. Hesitant but curious, I answered. "Hello," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. There was a pause, and then a distorted voice came through. "I see you found our little intrusion. Nice to know you're paying attention." My blood ran cold. "Who is this? What do you want?" The voice chuckled darkly. "It's not about what I want, it's about what you know. You're getting too close to understanding something. Leave it alone, or things will get worse." The line went dead. I stared at my phone, my hands shaking. This was no ordinary prank or glitch. Someone had deliberately hacked into my system, and they were sending a clear message. Max called back. "Did you get anything useful from the call?" I recounted the conversation, and Max's voice turned serious. "It sounds like they're trying to intimidate you. It's important to strengthen your home security, not just with your smart devices but physically as well. You should also report this to the police and get a professional to check your system for vulnerabilities." I agreed and made a call to the local police, explaining the situation. An officer arrived within the hour, taking down the details and promising to follow up. Meanwhile, I contacted a security expert who agreed to come by the next day to inspect my system and ensure no hidden malware or unauthorized access points remained. The rest of the night passed in a tense quiet. The silence of the house felt oppressive, and every creak or groan of the building made me jump. I sat in the dim light of a single lamp, feeling a growing sense of vulnerability. The idea that someone had been watching and manipulating my home while I was oblivious to their presence was deeply unsettling. By morning, the security expert arrived and began a thorough examination of my smart home system. They found traces of sophisticated malware that had been used to bypass the security measures I had in place. It was a relief to know that the vulnerabilities were identified and that steps were being taken to secure the system. The intrusion left me feeling uneasy and exposed, but it also gave me a newfound appreciation for the complexities of modern technology and the importance of vigilance. The security expert assured me that with the new measures in place, my home would be much more secure. As I sat down to a cup of coffee, reflecting on the events of the previous night, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The cryptic message and the eerie call had opened a door to something much larger, and I had the sinking suspicion that the shadowy figures behind the intrusion were still out there, watching and waiting. Story 16. During a road trip across the country, I encountered an unsettling situation that I'd rather forget. It started innocently enough, a solo journey to explore new places and clear my mind. But what was supposed to be a peaceful escape turned into a nerve-wracking ordeal when I discovered that my car's GPS tracking device had been tampered with, leading me to an isolated and eerie location. It was a crisp, sunny morning when I set out, the open road stretching before me like a ribbon of possibility. I had planned a route that would take me through some picturesque towns and scenic vistas, and everything was going smoothly until my GPS started acting up. At first, I thought it was just a minor glitch. The device began giving odd directions, suggesting routes that were clearly off the beaten path. I tried to recalibrate it, but the GPS seemed to have a mind of its own, taking me on a series of winding back roads that became increasingly desolate. I passed through small towns where the inhabitants looked at me with wary eyes, their gazes following my car as if they knew something I didn't. The further I drove, the more I began to feel uneasy. As night fell, the eerie quiet of the countryside settled around me. The GPS had directed me onto a narrow dirt road surrounded by thick woods. I kept driving, hoping that it would lead me to a friendly motel, or at least some sign of civilization. The trees seemed to close in on me, their dark silhouettes forming a canopy that blocked out the moonlight. My headlights barely pierced through the gloom, casting long, eerie shadows. An hour passed, and the road seemed to disappear into an abyss of darkness. My car's headlights revealed a dilapidated wooden sign barely visible through the underbrush. It read, "Welcome to Harrow's End." The sign looked ancient and weather-beaten, as if it hadn't been touched in decades. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to follow the road further. I was hoping to find a place to turn around or a nearby town where I could ask for directions. Instead, the road led to an old farmhouse, its structure sagging and half covered in ivy. The windows were dark, and the place looked long abandoned. Feeling both cautious and intrigued, I pulled up to the farmhouse and decided to investigate. I parked the car and approached the front porch, my footsteps crunching on the gravel. The door was slightly ajar, creaking as I pushed it open. The interior was shrouded in darkness, the air musty and heavy with the smell of decay. I used the flashlight app on my phone to illuminate the inside. Dust-covered furniture, cobwebs hanging from the ceiling, and an old rocking chair that swayed slightly in the draft gave the place a macabre feel. My skin prickled with unease, but I pressed on, hoping to find some clue about my location. In a small study off to the side, I discovered a collection of old maps and yellowed papers strewn across a desk. I rifled through them, trying to find anything that might help me understand why I was directed here. One map stood out. It was a hand-drawn sketch of the surrounding area, marked with strange symbols and notes in faded ink. One symbol was circled repeatedly, and next to it, the words "Follow the light" were scrawled in a hurried hand. My heart raced as I looked out the window, trying to make sense of what I had found. The darkness outside was impenetrable, but I noticed a faint, flickering light in the distance, through the trees. It seemed to be coming from the direction I had been traveling. With a growing sense of dread, I decided to follow the light. I made my way back to the car and continued driving, the path becoming more overgrown and treacherous. The light grew brighter, revealing itself to be a lantern swinging from a post on the side of the road. It was the only source of illumination in the darkness. I stopped the car and approached the lantern. It was attached to a small wooden cabin that seemed to have been recently used. The cabin was quaint but unsettling, its windows dark and its door slightly ajar. I knocked tentatively, but no one answered. As I pushed the door open, a chill ran down my spine. Inside, the cabin was sparsely furnished, but there were fresh footprints in the dust, leading to a table with a single chair. On the table was an envelope, marked with my name. Trembling, I opened the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a message: "You were always meant to find this place. Leave now before it's too late." Panic set in. I bolted back to my car, my mind racing. I had no idea who was behind this or why, but the sense of danger was palpable. I sped away from the cabin, the GPS still malfunctioning and giving me confusing directions. I managed to navigate my way back to a more populated area, my heart still pounding. The next day, I contacted the local authorities, but they found no evidence of anyone at the farmhouse or the cabin. The GPS was reset and returned to normal function, but the feeling of being lured into that secluded place lingered. I never did figure out who had tampered with the GPS or why they led me there, but the encounter left me with a haunting memory of that isolated, eerie location. Since that night, I've been more cautious on the road, always double-checking my GPS and being wary of unfamiliar paths. The road trip was meant to be an adventure, but it became a chilling reminder of how quickly a journey can take a turn into the unknown. Story 17. It began with a simple letter, an anonymous note tucked into my mailbox, written in neat, unremarkable handwriting. "I've been watching you," it read. I brushed it off as a prank, maybe a misguided joke from a coworker. But the letters didn't stop. Every few days, another letter arrived, each one more unsettling than the last. The first one detailed my morning routine: how I left for work at precisely 7:45 a.m., stopped by the coffee shop on the corner, and arrived at my office by 8:15 a.m. I stared at the letter in disbelief. How could anyone know such details about my life? I showed the letter to Sarah, my best friend, and she agreed that it was alarming. "You should report this to the police," she advised. I hesitated, feeling a mix of embarrassment and fear. What if they thought I was overreacting? Despite my reservations, I went to the police station. The officer on duty listened patiently as I recounted the events. He took the letter, assuring me that they would look into it. "Just keep us updated if you get any more," he said, his tone professional but nonchalant. I left the station with a nagging feeling that the situation was more serious than they were letting on. Days turned into weeks, and the letters continued. Each one was more detailed than the last. They mentioned my evening walks in the park, noting the exact path I took and the time I spent there. One letter described a conversation I'd had with Sarah during our coffee date, including details that made my skin crawl. I felt constantly on edge. I started varying my routine, hoping it would throw off whoever was watching me. But the letters kept coming, each one detailing my new attempts to evade detection. It was as if they were mocking me, demonstrating a disturbing level of control over my life. One night, I came home to find a letter waiting for me on the doorstep. I opened it with trembling hands. The letter described a recent encounter I'd had at the grocery store, a conversation with the cashier about the latest sales. But the letter went further, mentioning that someone had been following me in the store. I was horrified. I hadn't noticed anyone following me. My anxiety peaked, and I found myself checking over my shoulder constantly, jumping at every noise. The letters had created a pervasive sense of dread that infiltrated every aspect of my life. Desperate for answers, I contacted the police again, showing them the most recent letter. They were more concerned this time, promising to increase patrols in my area. They also advised me to keep a log of any suspicious activity. Despite their assurances, I felt increasingly isolated. The letters had taken a toll on my mental health, and I struggled to find solace. Sarah stayed by my side, offering support and trying to reassure me. Together, we began to consider alternative explanations. Maybe someone I knew was playing a cruel joke, or perhaps it was a case of mistaken identity. One evening, while sifting through old letters, I noticed a pattern. The writer seemed to always refer to my daily activities in a manner that suggested they were observing me closely. The descriptions were precise, but they never mentioned any personal interactions or emotional responses. It was as if they were detached observers, meticulously documenting my life without any genuine connection. I shared my findings with Sarah, and she suggested we investigate further. We started by reaching out to my neighbors, asking if they had noticed anything unusual. Most were sympathetic, but had seen nothing out of the ordinary. However, one neighbor, Mrs. Collins, mentioned a delivery person who had recently been asking a lot of questions about the neighborhood. With this new lead, I contacted the police again, providing them with Mrs. Collins's account. They were interested and promised to look into it. A few days later, they informed me that the delivery person had been questioned and claimed to have no connection to the letters. Despite this setback, I continued to be vigilant. I changed my routines frequently, avoided being alone in public areas, and installed additional security measures in my home. The letters persisted, though their content became less detailed, as if the sender was growing frustrated with my evasive actions. One day I received a letter that was different from the rest. It was typed rather than handwritten and contained a single line: "You're not as clever as you think." The note was unnerving in its brevity and lacked the usual detailed observations. It was as if the sender was taunting me, daring me to figure out who they were. Around this time, I received a call from the police. They had identified the sender, a former private investigator with a history of harassment. He had been hired to gather information on people, but had crossed the line with his obsession. They were apprehending him and assured me that I was no longer in danger. Relief washed over me, but it was tempered with lingering anxiety. The letters had left an indelible mark on my life, and I struggled to regain a sense of normalcy. The sense of being watched, the constant paranoia, it all took time to overcome. As I slowly began to reclaim my life, I found solace in knowing that the harassment was over. The letters stopped, and the police ensured that the former investigator was kept away from me. I worked hard to rebuild my sense of safety and trust, determined to move forward, though the shadow of those disturbing letters would always linger in the back of my mind. Story 18. It was supposed to be a routine medical procedure, something to be expected and easily handled. I'd been putting off a minor surgery for months, and finally, I decided it was time to take care of it. My appointment was scheduled at a well-regarded clinic in town, known for its efficiency and professionalism. The procedure itself was straightforward. After a brief consultation, the doctor reassured me and performed the surgery with a deft touch. Recovery was uneventful, and I felt relieved to have it behind me. The next few days were spent resting at home, eager to get back to my normal routine. It was during this period of recovery that I first noticed something odd. My phone buzzed with an incoming message from an unknown number. I opened it to find a text that simply read, "Hope your procedure went well." I frowned. It was an unsettlingly personal message, but I brushed it off, attributing it to a wrong number or a misguided prank. After all, it wasn't completely unheard of for people to send strange messages. A few days later, another message arrived. "How's the recovery? Don't forget to follow your doctor's instructions." This one made me uneasy. How could someone know about my recovery and the doctor's instructions? I began to worry. I had been careful about who knew about my surgery, and yet someone seemed to be privy to details I hadn't shared widely. I decided to contact the clinic, hoping they could provide some insight. The receptionist assured me that they had strict privacy policies and would look into it. I felt a bit reassured but remained on edge. The situation worsened when I received an email a few days later. The subject line read, "Important information regarding your health records." My heart raced as I clicked it open. The email contained no specific threats or demands, but it included a link to a website with instructions to verify my identity. The site looked suspicious, and I decided not to click on it. Instead, I reached out to a cybersecurity expert for advice. They conducted a thorough check of my digital footprint and confirmed my fears: my personal medical information had been leaked onto the dark web. The realization was horrifying. My medical records containing my most private details were being traded online. I felt a surge of panic. How had this happened? The expert advised me to change all my passwords, monitor my accounts for any suspicious activity, and consider placing a fraud alert on my credit reports. I followed their advice diligently, but the sense of violation lingered. Weeks passed, and the messages kept coming. They became more intrusive, revealing details that only someone with access to my medical records could know. One message read, "You might want to be careful with those painkillers. They can be quite addictive." I was on edge, feeling constantly watched. I began avoiding public places and limited my online activity, trying to protect myself from further breaches. I even hired a private investigator to find out who was behind this, but the investigation yielded few leads. One evening, as I was sorting through my mail, I received a letter that made my blood run cold. It was from an unknown sender, with no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a note written in a scrawled, almost childish handwriting, "Your secrets are worth a lot." I took the letter to the police, but they could do little beyond adding it to their report. It seemed that whoever was behind this was careful to cover their tracks. The frustration of feeling so powerless was overwhelming. To make matters worse, I started receiving threatening calls. The voice on the other end was distorted, and the caller never identified themselves. They would often reference details from my medical records, heightening my sense of vulnerability. In an effort to regain some control, I began taking proactive steps to safeguard my privacy. I enrolled in identity theft protection services, changed all my personal information, and even placed a freeze on my credit reports. Despite these efforts, the feeling of being constantly surveilled never fully dissipated. One day I received a call from an unknown number. Hesitant, I answered, and to my surprise, it was from a journalist who had been investigating the sale of medical records on the dark web. They had come across information suggesting that a data breach had occurred at the clinic where I had my procedure. The journalist offered to help expose the situation and potentially hold those responsible accountable. They explained that the clinic had recently suffered a breach that compromised patient records, but the full extent of the leak had been kept under wraps. The revelation was both relieving and infuriating. It was a small consolation that the breach wasn't solely my fault, but it did little to ease the discomfort of knowing my privacy had been so brutally violated. The journalist's investigation helped bring attention to the issue, and the clinic faced significant scrutiny. They implemented stricter security measures and took steps to notify affected patients. While I couldn't undo the damage that had been done, I found some solace in knowing that steps were being taken to prevent similar incidents in the future. In the end, I learned to live with a heightened sense of caution. My experience had forever altered my view of privacy and security, and I became vigilant about safeguarding my personal information. The echoes of that unsettling intrusion remained, a constant reminder of the fragile line between personal security and the invasive reach of those who exploit it. Story 19. The bustling farmer's market was a feast for the senses. Colorful stalls, the rich scent of fresh produce, and the hum of cheerful conversation. It was a bright, sunny Saturday, and I had spent the morning picking out ripe tomatoes and fragrant herbs, enjoying the vibrant atmosphere. Little did I know that this seemingly ordinary day would take a dark turn. I had just finished paying for a bundle of heirloom tomatoes when a hand landed on my shoulder. I turned around to find a tall stranger, his face partially obscured by a worn baseball cap and sunglasses. His presence was jarring in the midst of the market's cheer. "Mr. Thompson," he said, his voice a low, gravelly murmur, "we need to talk." I took a step back, my heart racing. "I'm sorry, do I know you?" He ignored my question and continued, "I know about the financial troubles you've been hiding from your family. I know about the personal issues you've been keeping private. If you don't want them to find out, you'll need to do exactly as I say." My breath caught in my throat. How could this man know such private details about me? I glanced around, hoping someone would notice this unsettling encounter, but the crowd seemed blissfully unaware of the tension unfolding. "What are you talking about?" I demanded, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Who are you?" The stranger's eyes narrowed, and his voice dropped to a threatening whisper. "Don't play games with me. I've been watching you. I know your secrets, and I'm not afraid to make them public. You have until the end of the day to deliver what I want." My mind raced, trying to make sense of the situation. I had no idea what he wanted, but the threat was clear. My personal life was in jeopardy, and I couldn't ignore the unease creeping up my spine. "All right," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "What do you want?" He pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to me. It was a list of items, seemingly mundane things like a specific brand of watch, a rare book, and an expensive bottle of wine. Next to each item was a specific address, each one more luxurious than the last. "Get these items by 5 p.m., he instructed. "And don't try to double-cross me. If you do, I'll make sure your secrets come to light." He turned and melted into the crowd before I could respond. My head spun as I stared at the list, trying to process the absurdity of the situation. Who was this person, and how had he gathered such intimate information about me? I took a deep breath and decided to follow the instructions. My first stop was a high-end watch store. The clerk, a woman with a polite but distant demeanor, helped me find the exact model from the list. I made the purchase, feeling a mix of frustration and fear. Next, I headed to a rare bookshop, where I managed to find the book listed. The store owner seemed unusually curious about my sudden interest in such an obscure title, but I brushed off his questions with vague explanations. As the afternoon wore on, I found myself at an upscale wine shop. The bottle of wine on the list was priced beyond anything I would normally consider, but I handed over my credit card, feeling a growing sense of dread. With the final item in hand, I looked at the clock. It was nearly 4 p.m. The stranger's demands were nearly fulfilled, but my anxiety was mounting. I felt like a puppet on a string, forced to comply with a stranger's whims. I decided to go to one of the addresses on the list, a luxurious penthouse suite in a high-rise building downtown. My nerves were on edge as I approached the building, clutching the items I had gathered. I had no idea what awaited me, but I had to go through with it. At the front desk, I gave my name and the suite number. The concierge looked at me curiously but did not question my presence. I took the elevator to the penthouse and knocked on the door. It was answered by the same stranger, now without his hat and sunglasses. His face was partially familiar, but the details were blurred in my memory. He took the items from me without a word, scrutinizing each one. "Good job," he said finally, his tone more subdued but still carrying an edge. "You've met the conditions for today, but remember, this isn't over. I'll be in touch." He closed the door before I could ask any more questions. I stood there for a moment, feeling a wave of relief mixed with lingering anxiety. The threats had been temporarily postponed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. I returned home, exhausted and on edge. That night I barely slept, my mind racing with the implications of the day's events. Who was this man, and why had he targeted me? And more importantly, what would he demand next? The following days were filled with apprehension as I waited for the next contact. I reported the incident to the police, but without more concrete evidence or a clear motive, they couldn't offer much help. The stranger remained a shadowy figure in my life, and I was left to navigate the uncertainty alone. I continued to live in a state of constant vigilance, hoping that each day would pass without another encounter. The experience had left me shaken, but I was determined to regain control over my life. The stranger's threats and demands had disrupted my sense of security, but I refused to let fear dictate my actions. I was determined to uncover the truth and put an end to the harassment, no matter how long it took. Story 20. The day started off well enough. I was on a business trip, and after a long day of meetings, I checked into a charming little hotel in a quiet part of town. The hotel was old-fashioned but quaint, with a cozy lobby and friendly staff. The room itself was nothing special, just a standard single with a bed, a small desk, and a window overlooking the street. I was grateful for the quiet. It had been a hectic week, and I looked forward to a relaxing evening. That night I was in my room, unwinding with a book and a cup of tea. The hotel had a nice cafe downstairs, so I planned to grab a bite to eat later. As I settled into my book, my phone buzzed with a new email notification. It was from an unknown address, with no subject line. My curiosity got the better of me and I opened it. The email contained a video file. Hesitant but intrigued, I clicked play. My heart sank as I watched the video. It was a recording of me in the hotel room, taken from an angle that I was certain had not been visible for many of the room's regular features. The footage showed me sitting on the bed, flipping through my book, and moving around the room. The timestamp on the video indicated it had been recorded that same evening. A chill ran down my spine. I immediately felt a surge of panic. How could someone have done this without me noticing? I replayed the video, scrutinizing every corner of the room for any sign of a hidden camera, but it was too late. The realization that my privacy had been invaded set in. I quickly checked the room for any signs of tampering. I moved the bed, checked under the desk, and inspected the curtains and light fixtures. The room appeared normal, but the unsettling feeling lingered. I called the front desk, trying to sound calm, and asked if they had any maintenance work done in my room recently. They assured me that no one had been in the room since my check-in, which did nothing to alleviate my anxiety. Desperate for answers, I decided to conduct a more thorough search. I pulled out the drawers, checked the closet, and even examined the air vents. As I was checking behind the mirror, which was mounted on the wall, I noticed a small, inconspicuous panel that seemed slightly misaligned. My heart raced as I pried it open. Behind the panel was a small, hidden camera. It was mounted on a tiny stand, cleverly concealed behind the wall. I carefully removed it and took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. This was not just an invasion of privacy, it was a crime. I knew I needed to contact the authorities immediately. I called the police and explained the situation. They arrived quickly, taking the camera and video file as evidence. They assured me they would investigate, but I felt uneasy. How long had this been happening? How many others had been targeted? The police began their investigation, checking the hotel's security footage and interviewing staff. Meanwhile, I decided to cut my stay short and move to another hotel. The experience had left me shaken, and I didn't want to stay in a place where my safety had been compromised. The next few days were a blur. I struggled to focus on work, constantly worrying about the investigation and what the authorities would uncover. The hotel's management was apologetic, but their reassurances did little to comfort me. They promised to cooperate fully with the investigation and to ensure no other guests would be affected. After a week, the police contacted me with an update. They had traced the hidden camera to a former employee of the hotel who had been fired for unrelated reasons. The investigation revealed that this individual had a history of similar offenses at other establishments before working at this hotel. They had set up the camera in several rooms, not just mine. The police were working on tracking down all the victims and ensuring the perpetrator faced the appropriate legal consequences. While the news provided some relief, knowing that others might have been affected made the situation even more distressing. The police assured me that they would continue to investigate and that they were taking steps to ensure this type of incident would not happen again. I found it difficult to shake the feeling of being watched. The entire experience had left me wary of hotels and uncertain about my personal safety. I became more vigilant about checking my surroundings and being cautious about where I stayed. I also made sure to share my experience with friends and family, warning them about the potential dangers of hidden cameras and emphasizing the importance of being aware of one's environment. The ordeal served as a harsh reminder of how easily our privacy can be violated and how crucial it is to remain vigilant. While the investigation into the perpetrator's activities continued, I tried to focus on regaining a sense of normalcy and moving forward from the unsettling experience. The incident had left me cautious, but I hoped that by sharing my story and staying aware, I could prevent others from experiencing a similar invasion of their privacy. Story 21. The discovery came on a quiet evening, in the comfort of my own home, where I was simply scrolling through my phone. I had always been somewhat of a tech enthusiast, so when my phone began behaving strangely frequent crashes, odd notifications, I decided it was time to give it a thorough checkup. I was particularly concerned about a sudden spike in data usage which seemed excessive for the limited apps I had installed. I started by reviewing the permissions for each app, something I hadn't done in a while. That's when I noticed an app that I didn't remember installing. It was hidden in a folder I'd never created, with a name that seemed innocuous, blending seamlessly with the rest of my apps. I decided to investigate further. I opened the app, and to my horror, I found it was not just an ordinary application. It was a tracking app designed to monitor every move I made. The app had a dashboard displaying my recent locations, messages, call logs, and even real-time GPS tracking. It was as if someone had been watching my every step. My mind raced. Who could have done this? My first instinct was to check my recent contacts and interactions. Then it hit me, my old friend Ben. Ben and I had been inseparable in college. We'd lost touch over the years, but we reconnected a few months ago. He had been quite enthusiastic about catching up, often inquiring about my daily routines and offering to help with various tech issues. Feeling a cold sweat, I dug deeper into the app's settings. I found a section listing the devices that had access to it, and sure enough, Ben's name appeared. He must have gained access to my phone during one of our recent meetups or tech support sessions, when he had offered to help me with a supposed update on my phone. I decided to confront him directly. My hands trembled as I dialed his number. The call went straight to voicemail. I sent him a message, asking him to meet me at a local cafe. I needed to speak to him face to face. As I waited, the weight of betrayal and invasion of privacy pressed heavily upon me. At the cafe, Ben arrived, his casual demeanor hiding the gravity of what I was about to discuss. We exchanged pleasantries, and I tried to gauge his reaction before launching into the confrontation. Ben, I found something disturbing on my phone, I began, trying to keep my voice steady. There's an app that's been tracking my every move, and I noticed your name on it. His face paled slightly, but he quickly recovered, forcing a nervous laugh. Oh, that? I can explain. Explain? How do you explain something like this? I demanded. Why did you feel the need to track me? Ben shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his eyes darting around as he searched for the right words. I didn't mean for it to go this far. I was just trying to keep tabs on you because I was worried. Worried? About what? I asked, my voice rising. This isn't just worrying, it's an invasion of my privacy. He sighed deeply. I know it sounds bad, but I was genuinely concerned about you. You've been so distant lately, and I felt like you needed someone to look out for you. I didn't realize how it would come across. I'm really sorry. I struggled to process his explanation. Concerned? Ben, there are appropriate ways to show concern. This isn't one of them. You breached my trust and privacy. I understand, he said, his voice filled with regret. I'll delete the app and all the data. I promise I'll never do anything like this again. Despite his promises, the sense of betrayal was overwhelming. I asked him to show me that he had removed the app and erased all traces of it from my phone. Reluctantly, he complied. Watching him delete the app was a small comfort, but it did little to assuage the feeling of violation. When he left, I was left with a profound sense of unease. I immediately took steps to secure my phone, further changing passwords, installing new security software, and reviewing all apps and permissions. I also made sure to update my privacy settings to ensure no other unauthorized apps could gain access. The emotional fallout from the incident took a toll on me. Trust, once so easily given, had become a fragile commodity. Ben reached out several times, apologizing and expressing his regret, but the damage had been done. Our friendship had been irreparably damaged. In the weeks that followed, I focused on rebuilding my sense of security and learning from the experience. I became more vigilant about my digital privacy and took proactive steps to protect myself from similar invasions in the future. I also sought counseling to help process the feelings of betrayal and violation, working through the emotional impact of having been so thoroughly monitored without my consent. Though the experience was painful, it taught me valuable lessons about privacy, trust, and the importance of safeguarding personal information. It also reminded me of the need to communicate boundaries clearly and to be cautious when dealing with technology and personal relationships. In the end, while the incident left scars, it also strengthened my resolve to maintain my privacy and security. I learned to be more discerning about who I trusted and to always stay vigilant about protecting my personal space. The betrayal from an old friend had been a harsh lesson, but it ultimately made me more resilient and aware of the importance of maintaining control over my own life. Story 22. The office had always been a place of routine for me, an environment where days blurred together into a predictable pattern of emails, meetings, and deadlines. But everything shifted one morning when I struck up a seemingly innocent conversation with Amanda, a coworker I had always considered friendly and reliable. We chatted casually about our weekend plans, recent TV shows, and the new coffee shop that had opened up nearby. It was the kind of small talk that was common in the office, a harmless exchange between colleagues. Amanda had always been someone I could talk to easily. We'd shared laughs over coffee breaks and had pleasant chats about our lives outside of work. So, it came as no surprise when, a few days later, she seemed particularly interested in a few personal details I had casually mentioned. During our chat, I had confided that I was struggling with some personal issues. I'd briefly mentioned a recent argument with a close friend and how I felt out of sorts. It was nothing deeply personal, just an attempt to vent about the stress of balancing work and personal life. Amanda had listened empathetically, and I appreciated her kindness. I didn't think much of it until I began noticing some unusual changes in my personal life. At first, it was subtle. I received a strange message from a friend who seemed unusually upset with me. The message was about a misunderstanding regarding an event I hadn't even discussed with this friend. It struck me as odd, but I brushed it off as a miscommunication. Then I noticed a few discrepancies in my online accounts. Social media posts that I had shared privately seemed to be appearing in places they shouldn't. I wasn't sure what was happening, but attributed it to potential glitches or a misunderstanding. But the situation escalated when my landlord confronted me about a supposed complaint from a neighbor about noise levels at odd hours. I was certain that I had never made such noise, nor had I received any prior warnings. The complaints were baffling, and I was left trying to piece together what was going on. It wasn't until I had another chat with Amanda that things started to make sense. We were having a casual conversation about upcoming office events when she brought up something I had only discussed with my close friends, a personal concern I had recently shared. The way she referenced it felt intrusive and made me uncomfortable. I could sense something was off, but I couldn't immediately put my finger on it. Determined to get to the bottom of things, I decided to review my recent interactions and events. I checked messages, social media, and other communications for any sign of unusual activity. It became clear that information from our conversations was leaking into various aspects of my personal life. The connections were too consistent to be coincidental. Feeling increasingly uneasy, I decided to have a more direct conversation with Amanda. I approached her during lunch and brought up my concerns in a calm but firm manner. Amanda, I've been noticing some strange things happening in my personal life, I began. It seems like some private details I've shared in conversation with you have been appearing in unexpected places. Can you help me understand if there's something going on? Amanda's reaction was a mix of surprise and defensiveness. She claimed ignorance and acted as though she had no idea what I was talking about. Her demeanor, however, seemed too rehearsed, and her nervousness did little to reassure me. I decided to consult a trusted friend who was knowledgeable about digital privacy and security. Together, we looked into the recent changes and traced the sources of the leaks. We found that my personal details had been manipulated and used to cause confusion and distress. The situation became even more alarming when I discovered that Amanda had been secretly accessing my personal information through a shared project file that I had mistakenly left unprotected. It was a harsh realization that someone I had trusted had been exploiting that access for their own purposes. With this new evidence, I confronted Amanda once again, this time with the knowledge that she had been abusing her access to manipulate my life. She became defensive and evasive, but the evidence was undeniable. I reported the situation to HR and provided them with the documentation we had gathered. The investigation that followed was thorough. Amanda was eventually removed from her position pending further review. The HR department took the breach seriously and implemented new security measures to prevent such incidents in the future. As the dust settled, I felt a mix of relief and betrayal. I had to deal with the fallout of Amanda's actions, including repairing relationships with friends and managing the disruptions caused by her manipulation. It took time and effort, but I slowly rebuilt trust and reestablished control over my personal life. The experience served as a wake-up call about the importance of safeguarding personal information, even in seemingly innocuous settings like workplace conversations. I became more vigilant about privacy and more cautious about sharing personal details, recognizing that trust should always be earned and not assumed. Although the incident left a scar, it also strengthened my resolve to protect my personal boundaries and ensure that I never again allowed someone to misuse the trust I placed in them. Story 23. After moving into my new home, I took my time exploring every nook and cranny, eager to make the place my own. The house was a charming, old Victorian with creaky floorboards and intricate woodwork that spoke of a bygone era. One Saturday morning, while clearing out some of the attic space, I stumbled upon a dusty, forgotten trunk tucked away in a corner. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to open it. The trunk was heavy and old, with tarnished brass clasps that groaned as I pried them open. Inside, I found an assortment of items: yellowed newspapers, old photographs, and various knickknacks that seemed to belong to previous occupants. But what caught my eye was a small, leather-bound diary buried beneath the clutter. The diary was unremarkable in appearance. Its cover was worn, and the pages were slightly yellowed, but something about it drew me in. I hesitated before opening it, unsure of what I might find. Finally, I flipped it open to the first page. The handwriting was neat and precise, but as I read the initial entries, I realized the diary detailed the daily life of someone who had been watching me. The entry started innocuously enough, describing the weather and mundane events, but as I continued reading, the tone shifted to something more unsettling. The diary began by detailing ordinary aspects of my life: what I wore to work, what I had for dinner, and even the small conversations I had with neighbors. At first, I thought it might be a strange coincidence. Perhaps someone had simply written about their observations of others. But then the entries became more personal and specific. They described my daily routines with alarming accuracy. Today, he spent 15 minutes at the grocery store buying his usual items. I noticed he seemed preoccupied and didn't greet the cashier as he usually does. One entry read. Another detailed a day when I had been particularly stressed about work, noting my exact demeanor and even my slight changes in behavior. As I read through the diary, my unease grew. The entries continued to describe my life in intricate detail, capturing moments I thought were private. There were notes about my conversations with friends, my hobbies, and even my feelings of anxiety and happiness. The diary seemed to follow me wherever I went, chronicling my life with unnerving precision. I reached the middle of the diary and came across an entry that sent chills down my spine. It read, "Today she came home early from work. I saw her through the window, and she seemed relieved. I made sure to keep my distance, but it's important to note that she hasn't realized yet how closely I am watching." My mind raced as I tried to comprehend what I was reading. Who was this person? How had they managed to observe me so closely without my knowledge? And most disturbingly, why were they documenting my life in such detail? I turned the pages frantically, hoping to find some clue as to the diary's author. The entries eventually stopped being dated, and the diary became filled with scribbles and sketches that seemed to convey a growing obsession. There were crude drawings of my home and detailed maps of the surrounding area. It was clear that the writer had not only been watching me but had also been mapping out my daily movements and routines. A sense of dread settled over me as I realized that I had been living under the watchful eye of a stranger. The diary had clearly been kept by someone who had a deep, unsettling interest in my life, but who could it be? I tried to remember if there had been any signs of someone observing me or any odd behavior from people I interacted with. I decided I needed to take action. I couldn't stay in the house knowing that someone had been secretly monitoring me. I contacted the police and reported my findings, handing over the diary as evidence. The officers were sympathetic but seemed unsure of how to proceed, given the lack of concrete evidence linking the diary to any specific individual. They promised to investigate, but in the meantime I felt a constant sense of vulnerability. I had the locks on my doors changed and installed security cameras around the house to ensure my safety. I also started keeping a detailed journal of my own, noting any suspicious behavior or signs of tampering. Days turned into weeks, and while the police investigation continued, I took comfort in the fact that I was now more vigilant about my surroundings. The diary remained a haunting reminder of how easily one's privacy can be invaded and how important it is to remain aware of one's personal security. The investigation eventually led nowhere, no suspects, no concrete leads. It seemed the diary had been left behind by someone who had long since moved on. The police advised me to keep a watchful eye on my home and be cautious of any strange behavior. As time passed, the initial terror I felt began to fade, but the experience left a lasting impact. I never quite shook the feeling of being watched, and it made me more cautious about my personal privacy. The diary was a chilling reminder of how closely someone could observe and document every detail of another person's life. In the end, I chose to stay in the house, though I remained vigilant and made sure to secure my personal space as best as I could. The diary was locked away in a safe, a relic of a disturbing chapter that had taught me the importance of safeguarding one's privacy and the need to remain ever aware of the boundaries between personal safety and intrusion. Story 24. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly. At first, I didn't think much of the occasional familiar face at the local cafe where I'd have my morning coffee, or the way someone seemed to always be in the same aisle when I went grocery shopping. It was a large city, after all, and people often crossed paths without any real significance. My routine was pretty predictable: work from 9 to 5, hit the gym on Monday and Wednesday evenings, and unwind at my favorite bookstore on Saturdays. My life, though fulfilling, was regimented and simple. This predictability was something I took comfort in, so when I noticed a stranger who seemed to fit into my routine with uncanny precision, it set off a small alarm bell in my mind. The first instance happened at the bookstore. I was browsing through the travel section when I saw him, a man in his early 30s, with a neatly trimmed beard and glasses, perusing the same shelves. We exchanged polite smiles and I thought nothing of it. The next week, as I was selecting a novel, he appeared again right next to me, picking up books with the same interests: historical fiction and travel memoirs. It wasn't until he showed up at the gym that I began to feel uneasy. I noticed him on the treadmill, running alongside me, just a few machines down. He glanced my way occasionally, and although he was focused on his workout, his presence made me uncomfortable. I rationalized that it was just a coincidence after all. The gym was a place where people often came and went in patterns, but the sense of déjà vu lingered. Things took a more unsettling turn when, one afternoon, I came home from work to find a handwritten note stuck to my door. It read, "I see you've been reading more about exotic places lately. I've always enjoyed those books too. Maybe we could discuss them sometime." I was taken aback. The note was unsigned, but the handwriting was eerily familiar. It was as if someone had been watching me closely. I started to think back to the places I frequented and the people who might have been there. The man from the bookstore and gym came to mind, but I couldn't be sure. I decided to take precautions. I changed my routine slightly, switching my gym days and altering the times I visited the bookstore. I also began varying my coffee shop visits, hoping that a change in patterns would make me less predictable. Still, despite my best efforts, the feeling of being watched remained. A week later, I received another note. This one was slipped under my apartment door. It read, "I noticed you've changed your schedule. I hope everything's okay. I'm always around if you need someone to talk to." The notes were becoming more intrusive, and the vague familiarity of the writer's observations was unsettling. I reported the situation to the building management and local police, but without concrete evidence or a direct threat, their response was limited. They advised me to remain cautious and to keep a log of any suspicious activity. Things escalated further when I spotted the man again, this time at a coffee shop I had just started frequenting. He was sitting at a table near the window, reading a book that I had mentioned in passing during one of our previous encounters. Our eyes met, and he offered a friendly wave. I was too stunned to react and quickly left the shop, my heart racing. As I walked down the street, I noticed him following at a distance. I quickened my pace, ducking into a nearby store. I watched through the glass as he passed by, my anxiety mounting. I felt trapped in a situation where my privacy was being breached by someone who seemed to know far too much about me. That night, I reviewed my notes and started connecting the dots. The man's appearances and the content of the notes revealed a disturbing pattern. He had been observing me for months, collecting information about my habits and interests. His knowledge of my routines and preferences suggested a level of scrutiny that was beyond casual coincidence. Determined to confront this situation head-on, I decided to address it directly. I wrote a note of my own, leaving it in a place where he would find it. The note read, "I am aware of your attempts to insert yourself into my life. I value my privacy and am prepared to take legal action if this behavior continues." The following days were tense. I continued to alter my routines and stayed vigilant, but I didn't spot him again. The absence of his presence was almost as unsettling as his constant shadowing had been. I hoped that my note had discouraged him, but the fear lingered. Eventually, the police managed to track down the man through surveillance footage from the gym and bookstore. His name was Alex Turner, and he had a history of similar behavior. He was a known stalker who had previously targeted individuals by blending into their daily routines. The authorities were able to intervene, and he faced legal consequences for his actions. In the aftermath, I slowly began to regain my sense of normalcy. The experience had left me wary and anxious, but it also taught me the importance of protecting my personal space and being vigilant about my surroundings. My routines gradually returned to their original patterns, but with a new layer of caution. The ordeal reminded me of the fragility of privacy in an interconnected world and the importance of trusting my instincts. Though the experience had been unsettling, it strengthened my resolve to remain aware and proactive in safeguarding my own life and personal space. Story 25. It had started with the small things: a book out of place, a drawer slightly ajar. At first, I chalked it up to my own absent-mindedness. I'm not the tidiest person, and I often misplace things. But as the weeks went by, the disturbances grew more frequent and unsettling. Items were moved, and sometimes there were notes left in places where I'd never expect to find them. One evening, I returned home from work to find my front door slightly open. I froze, my heart pounding. I had a habit of locking the door as soon as I walked in, and this had never happened before. I cautiously stepped inside, calling out to see if anyone was there. No response. The house seemed quiet, but an odd feeling of unease settled over me. The living room looked unchanged, but as I walked into the kitchen, I noticed that the magnets on the fridge were arranged in a strange pattern. I frowned and rearranged them, trying to brush off the feeling of paranoia creeping in. I was about to head upstairs when I saw something that made my blood run cold: a note on the kitchen counter, written in hurried, shaky handwriting. The note read, "You're not as alone as you think." I stared at the note, my mind racing. I had always prided myself on being cautious and aware of my surroundings. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. It had to be a prank, I told myself. even though the chilling message and the disturbance in my home told a different story. I spent the rest of the evening checking locks and windows, but I found no signs of forced entry. The note remained on the counter, a stark reminder of the unsettling presence that seemed to be haunting me. I decided to call the police, but when they arrived and conducted a thorough search, they found no evidence of a break-in or an intruder. They advised me to be vigilant and suggested installing a security system, which I agreed to do. The next few days were marked by a growing sense of paranoia. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I checked my house several times a day, but everything seemed in order. Then, 2 nights later, I returned home to find another note. This one was left on my bedroom pillow, a place where I wouldn't have found it if I hadn't gone to bed early. The note said, "The game has only just begun." I felt a shiver run down my spine. Who could be doing this, and why? I felt trapped in a psychological game with no rules and no apparent end. I was determined to find out who was responsible, so I started documenting everything. I took photos of the notes and the rearranged items, and I set up a camera in the hopes of capturing any unusual activity. A week later, my fears seemed to materialize. I woke up in the middle of the night to hear soft footsteps coming from downstairs. My heart raced as I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, whispering the situation to the operator. I crept out of bed, holding my breath as I listened for any sounds. The footsteps grew louder, and I could hear the faint sound of something being moved. I slowly descended the stairs, clutching a flashlight and trying to stay as quiet as possible. When I reached the bottom, I saw the light from the living room spilling into the hallway. I peeked around the corner and saw a shadowy figure standing in the middle of the room. They were holding a photo of me, a snapshot from a few months ago, and arranging it with other photos on the coffee table. I gasped, and the figure turned, their face hidden in the darkness. They froze, and for a moment, I thought they were going to confront me. But then they quickly turned and bolted out the front door. I chased after them, but they had already disappeared into the night. The police arrived quickly, but once again they found no trace of the intruder. They took my statement and promised to increase patrols in the area. I felt a mix of frustration and relief. I had evidence now, and they had seen the intruder, but there were still no concrete leads. The next day, the security system was installed. I felt a small sense of relief, believing that I could now monitor my home and catch whoever was behind the disturbances. But the intrusion had already taken a toll on me. My sleep was disrupted, and I found myself jumping at every little noise. A few days after the security system was set up, I reviewed the footage from the cameras. At first, there was nothing unusual, just the usual scenes of an empty house. But then, in the middle of the night, I saw the figure again, moving through my house. They were methodical, almost clinical, in their movements. They rearranged items, left notes, and then vanished before dawn. As I continued watching, I noticed something even more chilling. In one segment of the footage, the figure paused by the camera, their face still obscured but their eyes visible. They seemed to be looking directly into the camera, as if they knew they were being watched and were taunting me. I took this new footage to the police, who were finally able to make some progress. They identified the figure as a local who had a history of similar behavior. The man had been previously charged with harassment and stalking, but had managed to evade serious consequences. The police apprehended him, and the case finally seemed to be moving toward resolution. But the experience left me deeply shaken. The invasion of my personal space and the psychological torment had taken a toll on me. Even though the man was in custody, the sense of violation and the memories of those unsettling nights lingered. I continued to use the security system, not just to protect my home, but to remind myself that I had taken back control. The notes had stopped, and the disturbances ceased, but the fear of the unknown had left a permanent mark. The house was quiet again, but the echoes of the intruder's presence would remain with me, a chilling reminder of the time when someone had breached the sanctity of my home and left me questioning my own reality. Story 26. The day I discovered that my personal information had been stolen and used to create a fake identity for criminal activities began like any other, with a familiar routine and a sense of security that would soon be shattered. It started with a letter. I had been away on a business trip, and upon returning, I found a plain envelope sitting on my kitchen counter. The return address was from a law firm I didn't recognize. Curious, I opened it and was stunned to find a formal notice regarding a civil suit. The letter claimed that someone had used my identity to open a bank account and run up significant debt. My mind raced as I read about fraudulent transactions and unpaid loans in my name. I sat down, my heart pounding. This had to be a mistake. I immediately called the law firm listed in the letter. After an unsettling wait, a representative confirmed that my personal information had been used to create a fake identity. I was being sued for debts I didn't owe, and the situation was more complex than I could have imagined. I needed answers, and fast. I began gathering all the documents I had, including my credit reports and bank statements. Everything seemed in order on my end, but the discrepancies in the lawsuit were undeniable. I had never opened the bank account in question, nor had I ever taken out the loans listed in the documents. The representative from the law firm suggested that I contact the police and file a report for identity theft. I did so immediately. The police officer who took my report was sympathetic but also realistic. Identity theft cases were often challenging to resolve, and the process could be lengthy. I would need to provide evidence of the fraud and work with financial institutions to clear my name. Over the following weeks, I found myself in a whirlwind of phone calls and paperwork. I contacted the credit bureaus to place fraud alerts on my accounts and requested copies of my credit reports. Every call seemed to lead to another form to fill out, another department to speak with, and more evidence to gather. As I delved deeper, I discovered that the fake identity had not only been used for financial fraud, but also for various criminal activities. There were reports of unpaid fines, traffic violations, and even a small-scale fraud scheme involving online sales. Each discovery was more alarming than the last. I tried to trace back how my information might have been stolen. Had my email been hacked? Had someone accessed my financial records? The more I searched, the more I realized how vulnerable my personal data had become. It seemed like a perfect storm of careless data handling and security breaches. One afternoon, I received a call from the police with shocking news. They had tracked down a suspect linked to the fake identity. The suspect was a small-time criminal who had apparently obtained personal information from various sources, including stolen mail and compromised online accounts. The police were able to apprehend him, but the damage was already done. Despite the arrest, the process of clearing my name was far from over. The bank accounts and loans in my name had to be contested, and the criminal activities had to be officially separated from my records. I had to work closely with the credit bureaus and financial institutions to prove that I was not responsible for the fraudulent activities. I also had to attend court hearings to resolve the lawsuits and disputes arising from the fake identity. It was a grueling process that tested my patience and resilience. Each hearing required me to provide evidence of my true identity and explain how I had been a victim of identity theft. Finally, after months of relentless effort, I received confirmation that my name had been cleared. The lawsuits were dismissed, and my credit report was corrected. The relief was immense, but the experience had left a deep scar. I was more cautious than ever about my personal information, constantly vigilant about my online presence and financial security. The entire ordeal had a lasting impact on my life. I became more aware of the importance of safeguarding personal information and the steps necessary to prevent identity theft. I also found myself more empathetic toward others who had faced similar situations, understanding firsthand the distress and frustration that came with such violations. The thief who had stolen my identity faced legal consequences, but for me, the true challenge was rebuilding trust in my own security and reclaiming a sense of normalcy. I learned to navigate a new reality where vigilance and caution became second nature. The experience was a stark reminder of how easily one's personal information could be exploited and the profound impact it could have on one's life. Though the nightmare eventually ended, it served as a sobering lesson about the importance of protecting one's identity and the need for vigilance in an increasingly digital world. The scars of that experience lingered, a constant reminder of the fragility of personal security and the relentless pursuit of justice in a world where trust could so easily be broken. Story 27. It was a typical Tuesday evening when my phone rang. I was winding down from a long day at work, sitting on the couch with a book in hand. The number on the screen was unfamiliar, but curiosity got the better of me. I answered, expecting a telemarketer or maybe a wrong number. "Hello," I said, holding the phone to my ear. The line was silent for a moment, then a recording began to play. To my horror, it was my own voice, strained and desperate. "Help me," it pleaded. "Please, someone help me. I don't know where I am." My heart raced as I listened, the blood draining from my face. The recording continued, detailing a scene one had never experienced, a place I didn't recognize. "I'm in a dark room," the voice said, trembling. "There's a small window, but I can't reach it. Please help me." I hung up, my mind racing. Was this some kind of sick joke? I tried calling the number back, but it was disconnected. I sat there stunned, the phone still pressed to my ear. The voice on the recording sounded like me, but the situation was entirely unfamiliar. I couldn't understand how anyone could have recorded such a thing. I immediately called Sarah, my best friend, hoping she could offer some clarity. I recounted the call, my voice shaky. "Sarah, I don't know what to do. It sounded like me, like I was asking for help. What if it's real?" Sarah's calm, steady voice helped ground me. "Amanda, it's probably a prank or some sort of hoax, but you should report it to the police just in case. They can trace the call and see if there's any real threat." I agreed, though the thought of reporting this strange call made me feel uneasy. I dialed the local police department and described the incident. The officer on the other end took notes and promised to look into it. "We'll start by tracing the call's origin," he said. "In the meantime, try not to panic. We'll keep you updated." Despite the reassurance, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread. I spent the night tossing and turning, the sound of my own voice pleading for help echoing in my mind. The next day, I was a bundle of nerves, constantly checking my phone and my front door, half expecting another call or worse. The police called me later that afternoon with an update. They had traced the call to a location about 15 miles away, but when they investigated, they found no evidence of any recent activity. The number was registered to a burner phone, making it difficult to track down the caller. Frustrated and scared, I returned home and decided to take matters into my own hands. I retraced my steps from the previous days, checking for any signs of unusual activity or people who might have been watching me. Everything seemed normal, but the fear lingered. One evening, as I was sitting in my living room, I received another call from the same number. My heart raced as I answered. This time, there was no recording, just a faint whisper, as if someone was on the other end of the line, but too far away to speak clearly. The whisper was unintelligible, and then the line went dead. I was shaking by the time I hung up. The calls were becoming more frequent, always at odd hours, always with unsettling content. The police advised me to keep a log of each call and to continue being vigilant, but their responses were growing increasingly generic. It felt like they were just going through the motions, and I was left feeling isolated and terrified. Sarah, ever supportive, suggested we try to find out more about the burner phone. We spent days researching and consulting experts on tracking phone numbers and digital footprints. Unfortunately, our efforts proved fruitless. The phone's origins were untraceable, and the police were running out of leads. One night, as I sat alone in my dimly lit apartment, a new call came in. This time I answered with a mix of dread and determination. The voice on the other end was distorted, as if being transmitted through a broken speaker, but I could make out a few words: "You're closer than you think." The cryptic message sent chills down my spine. I looked around my apartment, feeling like it was closing in on me. I had no idea what the message meant or how it related to the previous calls. It was clear, however, that whoever was behind this was escalating their tactics, and I had no idea what would come next. Desperate for answers, I decided to install a security system with cameras around my apartment. The cameras would record everything, and I hoped that they might capture something that could lead to identifying the caller. I also began keeping a detailed journal of every incident, every call, and every strange occurrence. Weeks passed with no new developments. The calls continued, though they became less frequent. My life had been upended, and I struggled to find a sense of normalcy. I lived in constant vigilance, but the anxiety had become a part of my daily routine. One day I received a package at my door, a small, unmarked box. Inside was a DVD labeled with a simple, handwritten note for you. My heart pounded as I slid the DVD into my player. The screen flickered to life, showing a grainy video of my own apartment, filmed from an angle that made it seem like someone had been watching me from across the street. I watched in horror as the video played, the realization sinking in that I had been under surveillance for a long time. My home, my movements, my private moments, all of it had been monitored. The video ended abruptly, leaving me with a growing sense of dread. I immediately called the police again, providing them with the new evidence. They assured me they would investigate, but warned me that it might take time. The feeling of being watched, of being hunted, never truly left me. The calls eventually stopped, but the unsettling experience left an indelible mark on my life. I took steps to regain control, changing my routines, securing my home, and seeking therapy to deal with the trauma. Though the mystery of the calls and the surveillance remained unresolved, I learned to live with a lingering fear and took solace in the support of friends and family. The terror of those calls became a dark chapter in my life, one I would never fully forget, but I faced each day with renewed resilience and vigilance. Story 28. The tranquility of our home was something I cherished deeply. It was a modest house in a quiet neighborhood, where the only disturbances came from the occasional lawnmower or a child's laughter. That peace was shattered one crisp autumn morning when I discovered the first disturbing drawing. I had woken up early to prepare breakfast for my family. As I moved through the kitchen, I noticed a sheet of paper on the kitchen counter. At first glance, it appeared to be a child's drawing, colorful and chaotic. But as I picked it up and examined it more closely, a shiver ran down my spine. The drawing was of our living room, rendered with unsettling accuracy. And in the sketch, there was a figure of a man standing just outside the window. I dismissed it as a prank. Perhaps one of the neighborhood kids had slipped it into our house. But when I found a second drawing later that day, this one depicting my daughter playing in her room, with an ominous shadow in the corner of the sketch, I couldn't ignore the gnawing feeling of dread. My husband, Mark, was skeptical when I showed him the drawings. "It's probably just a prank," he said, trying to comfort me. "Kids can be mischievous." But my unease grew as the days passed. Each morning brought a new drawing, always left in different places around the house, hidden behind picture frames, tucked into the pages of books, or left under the doormat. The drawings were disturbingly detailed, capturing moments from our daily lives with a frightening precision. One drawing showed me cooking dinner, with a figure peeking through the kitchen door. Another depicted Mark working in his study, the figure's eyes glaring through the window. And then there was one of my son, James, sleeping in his bed, with an unsettling shadow looming over him. I decided to take action. I contacted the police and showed them the drawings. They took them seriously, but struggled to offer immediate assistance. Without any clear leads or suspects, their hands were tied. They advised me to be vigilant and consider installing security cameras around our home. Following their advice, I set up cameras at the entrances to our house and placed a few more discreetly around the property. It was a small comfort, knowing that we might catch the intruder in the act if they returned. One night, as we were settling in for bed, the house seemed eerily quiet. I checked the security feed on my phone and saw nothing unusual. But as I walked through the living room, a chilling sensation swept over me. I stopped dead in my tracks when I saw a new drawing on the coffee table. This one was different from the others. It depicted our family sitting together at the dining table, but the atmosphere was dark and menacing. The drawing was accompanied by a handwritten note that read, "Soon, I will be joining you." My heart raced as I called Mark. who was already in bed. He came down quickly, his face pale as he examined the drawing. We decided to stay up and monitor the security cameras, hoping to catch whoever was behind this. The night dragged on, and the house remained still. We took turns watching the feeds, our nerves frayed with each passing hour. Just before dawn, I heard a faint noise outside. I rushed to the camera feed and saw a shadowy figure moving near the back door. I alerted Mark, and we both watched in silence as the figure approached the camera, their face hidden by a hood. They seemed to be searching for something. The figure moved deliberately, as if they were familiar with the layout of our house. Mark quietly grabbed his phone and dialed 911, keeping his voice steady as he relayed the situation. The police arrived quickly, but by then the intruder had vanished into the early morning fog. The authorities conducted a thorough search of the property and the surrounding area but found no trace of the intruder. The cameras had captured clear footage of the figure, but their face remained obscured. With the immediate threat seemingly resolved, we were left with a lingering sense of vulnerability. The drawings continued for a few more days, but then they stopped abruptly. We had no idea whether the intruder had been caught or if they had simply given up. In the aftermath, we took extra precautions to ensure our home was secure. We upgraded our security system, added more cameras, and even hired a private security service to patrol our neighborhood. The experience had left us shaken, and the comfort of our home had been tainted by the fear of an unseen observer. Months passed, and the sense of normalcy gradually returned. The drawings were a dark chapter in our lives, one that we tried to put behind us. We continued to live cautiously, but the eerie presence of that unknown figure remained a haunting memory. Occasionally, I would glance at the empty spaces where the drawings had once been, wondering who had watched us so closely and why. The mystery of the watcher never fully left me, and the experience served as a grim reminder of how vulnerable even the most secure home can be. Despite the passage of time, the unsettling feeling of being watched lingered, a shadowy reminder of the disturbing intrusion that had once turned our peaceful home into a place of fear. Story 29. The morning sun filtered through my apartment windows, casting warm rays over the cozy, cluttered living room. It was a typical Saturday, and I had planned a relaxing day at home. I had recently moved into a new apartment complex, and everything was still fresh and unfamiliar. The complex boasted various amenities, including a 24-hour maintenance service, which had seemed like a convenient bonus. Around mid-morning, there was a knock on my door. I opened it to find Greg, the maintenance worker, a cheerful middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed beard and a tool belt slung over his shoulder. He greeted me with a friendly smile. "Morning, Miss Thompson. Just here for the routine checkup on your heater. I know it's early, but we want to make sure everything's running smoothly before the cold weather hits." I nodded, somewhat surprised. I hadn't received any notice about a maintenance visit, but the building had been having issues with its heating system, so it made sense to have it checked. "Sure, come on in," I said, stepping aside to let him in. Greg busied himself with the heater in the living room, chatting amiably about the recent upgrades to the complex. His friendly demeanor put me at ease. After about 30 minutes, he packed up his tools and left, promising to return if there were any issues. The day passed uneventfully, and I quickly forgot about the maintenance visit. But as the weeks went on, I began to notice odd things. Little changes in my apartment that suggested someone had been there when I wasn't home. The soap in the bathroom seemed to be used more quickly than usual, and the position of some items on my desk was slightly altered. I dismissed these as minor quirks, attributing them to my own forgetfulness. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, I heard a knock on my door. It was Greg again, holding a clipboard and looking unusually serious. "Just here to check on a few things," he said. "I noticed some issues with the heater's performance during my last visit. Mind if I take a quick look?" I hesitated but let him in, reminding myself of the complex's policies about maintenance. Greg worked silently, occasionally asking if I'd noticed any problems. His demeanor was different from before, less conversational and more focused. As he left, he mentioned something that made me shiver. Miss Thompson, I always appreciate knowing that my work is appreciated. It's not always easy to find good tenants." I didn't think much of it at the time, but the comment lingered in my mind. Over the next few days, the strange feelings intensified. I began to receive anonymous notes slipped under my door, each one containing unsettling observations about my daily life, what time I left for work, where I went on weekends, and even the names of people I had recently spoken to. The notes were chilling, written in a neat, precise hand that matched the tone of Greg's earlier comments. I confronted the building manager, who assured me that the maintenance team followed strict protocols and had no reason to invade tenants' privacy. He advised me to keep an eye out and report any suspicious behavior. I took his advice to heart, but the incidents continued. Items in my apartment were displaced, and once I even found a piece of paper with my grocery list on it, crumpled and thrown behind the couch. I felt increasingly paranoid, but every time I tried to discuss it with the manager or friends, I was met with skepticism. No one seemed to believe that Greg could be involved. Then came the night that changed everything. I was out for dinner with friends, and when I returned home, I noticed that the lights in my living room were on. I was certain I had turned them off before leaving. My heart raced as I entered the apartment, expecting the worst. Everything appeared to be in place, but the feeling of unease was palpable. That night, I barely slept, my mind racing through the possibilities. The next morning, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I borrowed a small, hidden camera from a friend and set it up in the living room, aimed at the front door. I hoped to catch a glimpse of what was happening when I wasn't around. A few days later, while reviewing the footage, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Greg entered my apartment, carrying what appeared to be a small device. He moved through the rooms, briefly opening drawers and examining my belongings. The camera recorded him placing the device near the heater, a device I recognized as a small recording gadget. The footage confirmed my worst fears. Greg had been using his access to spy on me. I immediately contacted the police, providing them with the footage and my evidence. The authorities took the matter seriously, and Greg was quickly brought in for questioning. It turned out that he had a history of similar behavior at other properties. He had been using his maintenance job as a cover to invade tenants' privacy, and I was not his only victim. The police recovered several recordings and notes from his possession, all documenting his surveillance of various tenants. The case was unsettling, but it was a relief to know that Greg would be held accountable for his actions. In the aftermath, the apartment complex took steps to ensure better security measures and provided support for affected tenants. I moved out soon after, choosing a new place with stricter security protocols and a more transparent management team. The experience left me wary, but it also taught me the importance of vigilance and taking action when something feels wrong. The shadows in the crowd had finally been revealed, and though the sense of violation lingered, I felt a renewed sense of control and safety in my new home. Story 30. It all began with a letter. It arrived on a chilly winter morning, neatly addressed to me in elegant script. The envelope was old-fashioned, and its wax seal bore a family crest I didn't recognize. Inside, the letter was written in the same refined hand. It introduced the sender as a distant relative, a cousin twice removed, named Geraldine Lockwood. The letter claimed that Geraldine had recently discovered me through some genealogical research and wanted to reconnect. At first, I was intrigued. My family history had always been a bit of a mystery, and here was a chance to uncover some unknown relatives. Geraldine's letter was warm and inviting, and it mentioned her desire to meet and discuss our shared family heritage. She included her contact information and invited me to visit her at her home in a nearby town. The idea of meeting a relative and learning more about my family's past was exciting. I decided to take her up on the offer. I drove out to the small, picturesque town where Geraldine lived. Her home was a grand, old mansion nestled at the edge of a sprawling estate. It was the kind of place you might see in a classic novel, elegant, with ivy creeping up its stone walls and manicured gardens that seemed to go on forever. Geraldine herself was an older woman, perhaps in her late 60s, with a graceful demeanor and an air of old-world charm. We spent the afternoon in her parlor, sipping tea and discussing family history. Geraldine was knowledgeable and enthusiastic, and she shared fascinating stories about our ancestors. Her recounting was so detailed that it was hard not to be convinced of her authenticity. She showed me old family photographs and documents, adding credibility to her claims. Over the next few months, Geraldine and I kept in touch regularly. She was always eager to share more family lore and seemed genuinely interested in maintaining our newfound relationship. She even invited me to several family gatherings, which were filled with other relatives who seemed just as welcoming. It was during one of these gatherings that things started to feel a little off. One evening, while I was chatting with Geraldine, I overheard a conversation between two other guests about a significant sum of money supposedly held in a trust fund for our family. The conversation was casual but piqued my interest. I mentioned it to Geraldine, who dismissed it lightly, saying it was an old family legend with no real basis. Her reaction seemed a bit too dismissive, but I brushed it off. A few weeks later, I received another letter from Geraldine. This one was urgent, asking me to come to her home for a family matter that needed my immediate attention. The tone of the letter was more formal and less warm than before. When I arrived, Geraldine greeted me with an uneasy smile and ushered me into her study. She explained that there had been some complications with the family's financial affairs, and she needed my help to resolve them. She presented a stack of documents that appeared to be official legal papers, and she explained that I needed to sign them to release funds from the supposed family trust. The documents looked legitimate, but something about the situation made me uncomfortable. Geraldine was persuasive, but I hesitated and decided to consult a lawyer before proceeding. The lawyer's response was a shock. After reviewing the documents, he informed me that they were fraudulent. There was no trust fund, and the papers were designed to manipulate me into signing over access to my personal and financial information. My stomach dropped as the realization sank in. Geraldine was not who she claimed to be. She was a professional identity thief, using a carefully constructed facade to gain my trust and exploit my personal details. I contacted the authorities immediately, and an investigation was launched. The police discovered that Geraldine was indeed an imposter, with a long history of scamming people under various false identities. She had used sophisticated techniques to fabricate her backstory and create a convincing illusion of legitimacy. The fallout was significant. I had to take measures to protect my personal information, including changing bank accounts, credit cards, and passwords. The experience left me feeling violated and deeply distrustful of others. I had been deceived by someone who had expertly played on my curiosity and desire to connect with my family history. In the months following the ordeal, I took steps to rebuild my sense of security. I became more cautious about sharing personal information and more skeptical of unsolicited contact, even when it seemed genuine. I also became involved in educating others about identity theft and fraud, sharing my story to help others recognize the signs and protect themselves from similar scams. The experience taught me a valuable lesson about vigilance and the importance of verifying the identity of anyone who approaches us with seemingly benign intentions. The world is full of people who prey on trust and curiosity, and it's crucial to approach such situations with a healthy dose of skepticism. As time passed, I found some solace in the fact that the authorities had taken action against Geraldine and that she would face the consequences of her actions. My personal life slowly returned to normal, but the shadow of that experience lingered, reminding me to always be cautious and to trust but verify. Story 31. It was a typical Tuesday evening when I decided to head to the local gym for my usual workout. I had been a member of FitLife Gym for nearly a year, and I enjoyed the routine, the treadmill, the weights, the occasional chat with the friendly staff. The gym had always been a place where I felt comfortable, a space to unwind and focus on my fitness goals. That evening, after a particularly grueling session on the elliptical, I decided to take a shower before heading home. As I was gathering my things from my locker, I overheard snippets of a conversation between two gym staff members at the front desk. Their voices were hushed, but I could catch the occasional word recording footage and members. Curiosity piqued. I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that something was off. I decided to investigate further. Once home, I called the gym and requested to speak with the manager, Mr. Dawson, about a concern. I didn't elaborate, hoping to get more information without raising suspicion. Mr. Dawson agreed to meet with me the following day. I spent the evening turning over the snippets of conversation in my mind, feeling increasingly uncomfortable about the potential invasion of privacy. The next afternoon, I arrived at the gym, anxiety gnawing at me. I was greeted by Mr. Dawson, a tall man with an authoritative presence. We retreated to his office, where he gestured for me to sit. "What seems to be the problem?" Mr. Dawson asked, his tone friendly but guarded. "I overheard something unusual yesterday," I began cautiously. "It sounded like staff members were talking about recording gym members. I was wondering if you could clarify what that was about." Mr. Dawson's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of something I couldn't quite identify crossing his face. "Recording gym members? That's a serious accusation. I assure you we adhere to strict privacy policies here." I nodded, but the unease in his eyes was palpable. "I understand, but it's something I think needs to be addressed." He assured me that he would look into it and get back to me, but I left the meeting feeling more uneasy than when I had arrived. Later that day, I received a phone call from Mr. Dawson, asking me to come back to the gym immediately. His tone was urgent. I returned to the gym, and Mr. Dawson met me in the lobby. His demeanor was more serious than before. "I need to show you something," he said, leading me to a room in the back of the gym. Inside the room was a small office with several monitors displaying various parts of the gym. My heart sank as I realized what I was looking at: live feeds from hidden cameras installed throughout the gym. "What is this?" I demanded, feeling my pulse quicken. Mr. Dawson looked pained. "We've been using these cameras for security purposes, but we haven't been transparent about it. There's no way to deny it now. I'm afraid the recordings you saw are real. We didn't realize how invasive this had become." I stared at the screens, horrified. "So you've been recording every member's workout? This is a serious breach of privacy." "We intended the cameras only for security and to prevent theft," Mr. Dawson explained. "But we didn't realize that the recordings were being used improperly. Some staff members were accessing footage without authorization. It's a violation of our policies and your privacy." My stomach churned as I processed the information. How long has this been going on? What steps are being taken to address this? "We're conducting an internal investigation," Mr. Dawson said. "All footage is being deleted immediately, and we're reinforcing our privacy policies with the staff. We're also offering counseling for anyone affected by this breach." I felt a wave of anger and betrayal. I want to know who accessed my footage and how long they've been doing it. This is more than just a policy violation, it's a personal invasion. Mr. Dawson nodded, his face etched with regret. "We'll provide a full report of our findings. I understand if you're considering legal action. Please know that we are committed to addressing this and ensuring it never happens again." After leaving the gym, I consulted a lawyer to discuss my options. The breach was significant, and the legal implications were serious. The lawyer advised me to gather as much evidence as possible and to file a formal complaint. Over the next few weeks, the gym's internal investigation revealed that several staff members had accessed the footage without proper authorization. Those involved were terminated, and the gym implemented stricter security measures and transparency protocols. Though the gym took steps to rectify the situation, the experience left me shaken. I struggled with feelings of violation and mistrust. The gym that had once been a sanctuary for me had become a symbol of betrayal. In the aftermath, I focused on rebuilding my sense of security. I chose to continue exercising, but decided to find a new gym where I could feel safe and respected. I also took steps to become more aware of privacy issues and to advocate for transparency in spaces where personal privacy was at stake. The incident served as a harsh reminder of the importance of vigilance and the need to protect one's personal space, even in places where trust is usually implicit. While the breach of privacy was deeply unsettling, it also strengthened my resolve to stand up for my rights and to ensure that others are aware of and can protect themselves from similar violations. Story 32. It started as a typical evening. I had finished a long day at work and was looking forward to relaxing at home. After a quick dinner, I settled into my living room, scrolling through my phone and catching up on social media. As usual, I was dressed in comfortable clothes, and the thought that someone might be watching me never crossed my mind. The next morning, I woke up to a series of strange notifications on my phone. There were photos I didn't recognize, images of me in my living room, taken from angles that I knew I hadn't captured. I stared at the screen, my pulse quickening. One photo showed me lounging on the couch, another captured me brushing my hair in the bathroom, and one even had me standing by the kitchen counter, completely unaware of the camera. I felt a cold sweat break out as I realized these photos were taken with my phone's camera. I immediately checked the camera roll and found no evidence of any of these photos being taken by me. I opened the phone's camera app to check if the photos had been taken recently. The recent pictures in my gallery were normal, but the timestamps on the photos I had received were startlingly recent. My mind raced with the unsettling possibilities. Could someone have hacked into my phone remotely? I immediately disabled my phone's camera and went through every security setting, trying to find any indication of unauthorized access. The settings appeared normal, and there were no signs of suspicious apps or software. My anxiety continued to rise as I realized that someone had managed to bypass my security and capture these images in real time. Determined to get to the bottom of this, I decided to reach out to a tech expert. I called a friend who worked in cybersecurity, explaining the situation in detail. He agreed to meet me at a nearby cafe where we could discuss the issue more thoroughly. When I arrived at the cafe, I was greeted by Alex, who immediately noticed the distress on my face. I showed him the photos and described the situation. His expression turned serious as he took in the details. "This is troubling," Alex said. "It sounds like someone could have used a remote access tool to control your phone's camera. We need to run a thorough scan and check for any vulnerabilities." Alex worked on my phone for a couple of hours, running diagnostic tests and analyzing the data. He was quiet and focused, and I could see the concern in his eyes as he worked. When he finally finished, he looked up with a grave expression. "I found evidence of a remote access tool installed on your phone," he said. "It's been used to take these photos without your knowledge. This kind of spyware is often used for malicious purposes. We need to take this seriously." I was horrified. The idea that someone had been watching me in such an intimate and invasive way left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. Alex helped me remove the spyware and secure my phone, but the damage had already been done. I decided to report the incident to the police, hoping they could trace the source of the intrusion. At the police station, I provided a detailed account of what had happened, including the evidence Alex had uncovered. The officers were sympathetic and took the situation seriously. They began an investigation to trace the origin of the remote access tool, but they warned me that such investigations could be complex and time-consuming. In the days that followed, I was on edge, constantly checking my phone and being hyper-aware of my surroundings. The idea that someone had been watching me made every shadow and unexpected noise seem more menacing. I took extra precautions, including changing all my passwords and avoiding using my phone in private spaces. One evening, a week after the incident, I was at home alone, trying to get back to some semblance of normalcy. I had just settled on the couch with a book when I heard a faint knocking at the door. My heart raced as I went to answer it, but when I opened the door, no one was there. I stepped outside, looking around, but the street was empty. As I turned to go back inside, I noticed something unusual, a small, unmarked package on my doorstep. My anxiety spiked as I picked it up and brought it inside. The package contained a single note with a chilling message: "You've been watching. Now I'm watching you." Fear surged through me. The timing of the note and the recent intrusion felt like a direct threat. I immediately called the police and reported the new development. They took the note and promised to investigate further. Meanwhile, I took extra precautions to ensure my safety, including installing additional security measures at my home. The investigation continued, but the sense of invasion lingered. I had never imagined that my privacy could be so violated, and it took time to regain a sense of security and normalcy. The police managed to trace the spyware to a local hacker, who was eventually apprehended. They discovered that he had targeted several victims, using similar tactics to invade their privacy. Although the hacker was caught and justice was pursued, the experience left a lasting impact on me. I became more cautious about my digital security and more aware of the potential threats that exist in our increasingly connected world. The ordeal was a harsh reminder of the importance of safeguarding our personal information and being vigilant against those who seek to exploit it. Story 33. One evening, as I sat at my desk working on a freelance project, I noticed an unfamiliar email in my inbox. The subject line read, "Important notice regarding your security." I hesitated before opening it, my instincts telling me something was amiss. The email was from an anonymous sender with no recognizable name or address, and its contents were unsettling. The message contained a link to a dark website. The email described the site as a notice board for various types of information, including personal data and demands. Curiosity and dread fought for control over my actions, but I decided to investigate. I clicked the link and was led to a website that was dark and minimalistic, with a list of various personal details and threats. As the page loaded, I saw a section that listed addresses, phone numbers, and other private information. My heart sank when I found my own home address and personal details prominently displayed. Next to my information was a list of threats and demands. The demands were vague but unsettling: pay up or face the consequences, followed by a series of menacing statements suggesting severe repercussions if I failed to comply. The threats were vague yet alarming. Phrases like "we know where you live" and "your family isn't safe" were scattered across the page, making it clear that whoever had posted this had the intention to intimidate and control. My anxiety surged as I read through the demands, which seemed to be aimed at pressuring me into paying a large sum of money to ensure my safety. I immediately knew I had to take action. My first step was to contact the local police. I called the non-emergency line and explained the situation, providing them with screenshots of the website and the threats. The dispatcher was sympathetic and assured me that they would send an officer to take a report. While waiting for the police to arrive, I decided to take additional precautions. I made sure all doors and windows were securely locked, and I began to think about any unusual encounters or strange behavior from people I might have dismissed as insignificant. I also checked my security camera feeds and made sure they were functioning correctly. When the police arrived, they took a detailed report and examined the evidence I had collected. Officer Thompson, the lead investigator, reassured me that they would do everything in their power to track down the source of the threats. She explained that while it was difficult to trace anonymous posts on the dark web, they would still investigate and offer advice on how to protect myself. In the meantime, I began to take additional security measures. I hired a private security firm to assess the vulnerability of my home and to offer recommendations for increasing security. They installed additional cameras, reinforced locks, and provided me with advice on personal safety and digital security. I also took the opportunity to inform my family and close friends about the situation. Though I hated to worry them, I knew it was important for them to be aware of the potential risks. Their support and concern helped me stay grounded, but it also made me more aware of the impact that these threats could have on my loved ones. The days that followed were filled with a heightened sense of paranoia. I avoided routine activities that might make my movements predictable and stayed vigilant about my surroundings. Every time the phone rang or the doorbell rang, my heart raced as I wondered if it was connected to the threats I had received. As the investigation progressed, Officer Thompson kept me updated on their efforts. They had reached out to cybercrime units and were working with tech experts to trace the origins of the dark website and any associated accounts. However, tracing such anonymous threats was a complex and time-consuming process. Weeks went by, and while the threats did not cease, there were no immediate signs of any physical harm or direct attempts to confront me. The police assured me that their investigation was ongoing and that they were making progress, though the nature of dark web activities often meant that cases could take time to resolve. Despite the ongoing investigation, I slowly began to regain a sense of normalcy. I continued to take precautions and remained vigilant, but the constant anxiety began to ebb as time passed without incident. The threats became a part of my past, a reminder of the vulnerabilities that come with living in a connected world. The experience was a stark lesson in the importance of digital security and personal safety. It highlighted the need to remain cautious and proactive in protecting one's privacy, especially in an era where information can be easily accessed and misused. In the end, while the immediate threats subsided and the investigation continued, the ordeal left a lasting impact on me. It served as a reminder of the darker side of the internet and the importance of being prepared for the unexpected. My life slowly returned to normal, but I remained more aware of the need for vigilance and security in a world where anonymity can sometimes mask dangerous intentions. Story 34. It started with an email that I nearly deleted as spam. The subject line read, "Your past never forgets." I was in the middle of a busy workday, so I briefly glanced at it before clicking delete without opening it. It wasn't until I received another email the following day, and then a third one, that I began to feel uneasy. The first email had been generic, containing a message that read, "You can't run from what you've done. I know all about your past." The second email was more specific, mentioning details about a previous relationship and a personal struggle I had shared with only a few close friends. The third email was the most alarming. It contained a photograph of me and my ex from a vacation we had taken years ago. Underneath the photo was a message, "I know your secrets. Watch your back." The chilling nature of these emails made my skin crawl. I hadn't shared these details with anyone outside my immediate circle. The thought that someone knew these intimate aspects of my life and was using them to threaten me was unnerving. I hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Should I ignore the threats, hoping they would stop, or should I take action? I decided to seek help. I first reported the threats to my email provider, who advised me to keep the messages as evidence. I then contacted the police, providing them with the emails and any other relevant information I could gather. The officers assured me they would look into it, but warned that anonymous threats could be challenging to trace without more substantial evidence. While waiting for updates from the police, I took precautions. I changed my passwords, tightened my online security, and tried to remain aware of my surroundings. The threats began to affect my daily life. I was constantly on edge, scrutinizing every unfamiliar face and analyzing every unexpected encounter. It seemed that my once secure world had become fraught with potential danger. One evening, as I was getting home from work, I found a note slipped under my apartment door. It read, "I see you're on edge. You should be. I know more than you think." The note was unsigned, but the handwriting was similar to the one in the emails. This new development was both frightening and infuriating. It was a direct invasion of my privacy and a reminder that I was being watched. Determined to find out who was behind the threats, I started digging into my past. I reviewed old connections and relationships, thinking about who might have a grudge against me. I reached out to former friends and acquaintances, asking if they had noticed anything unusual or if they had been contacted by someone with similar threats. Most responses were reassuring. No one else had received similar messages, and no one seemed to know anything about the threats. A few friends offered support, but no one could provide concrete answers. The more I investigated, the more isolated I felt, as if I were trapped in a web spun by an unknown adversary. Weeks passed with no new developments. The police investigation had yielded no significant leads. They were able to trace the emails to a general location, but it was too broad to identify a specific suspect. Frustration grew, and the stress of the situation began to take a toll on my mental and emotional well-being. One Saturday afternoon, I was out for a walk in the park, trying to clear my head. I noticed a man watching me from a distance. He was sitting on a bench, frequently glancing in my direction. His gaze was unsettling, and I felt a familiar shiver of unease. I decided to cut my walk short and head back home. As I approached my apartment, I saw something that made my heart race, a small envelope tucked into the door frame. Inside was a new note, written in the same handwriting. You're always on guard, but you can't escape your past. I know where you live. I'll be watching. I was terrified. The realization that someone had been following me and knew where I lived was deeply unsettling. I contacted the police immediately, providing them with the new note and describing the man I had seen at the park. The officers increased their patrols around my apartment, but could not offer much more in terms of protection. Feeling vulnerable and anxious, I decided to take additional steps. I installed security cameras around my apartment and hired a private security firm to conduct a thorough security assessment. I also started carrying a personal alarm and being extra cautious about my daily routines. One night, as I was trying to relax at home, my phone buzzed with a new message. It was another email from the anonymous sender, but this one was different. The subject line read, "A new chapter begins." The message contained a final, ominous note: "I'm done with the games. Be prepared for the consequences." I felt a mix of fear and relief. The tone of the message suggested that the sender might be preparing to make a more direct move. I immediately contacted the police and provided them with the latest email. They assured me that they would increase their efforts to find the culprit and bring them to justice. The following days were tense but uneventful. The police were able to trace the emails to a specific IP address, leading them to a suspect who had a history of similar behavior. They arrested the individual, and I learned that he was someone from my past, an ex-boyfriend who had become obsessed with me after our breakup. The arrest was a relief, but it didn't completely erase the trauma I had experienced. The process of dealing with the threats had left me wary and anxious, but it also taught me the importance of being vigilant and proactive in protecting my personal space. In the aftermath, I focused on rebuilding my sense of security and finding ways to move forward. I continued to take precautions, but also sought therapy to help process the emotional impact of the experience. With time, I regained my confidence and returned to a more normal life, grateful for the support of friends, law enforcement, and the resilience that had helped me through a difficult chapter. Story 35. It started innocently enough. I had received a friend request on social media from someone I didn't recognize, but they seemed to have mutual connections with several of my friends. Their profile looked genuine, with pictures from places I knew, and their posts seemed harmless and friendly. I accepted the request, thinking nothing of it. For weeks, Amanda liked and commented on my posts with what seemed like genuine interest. She often sent messages checking in on how I was doing, asking about my hobbies, and even suggesting places to visit based on my posts. I enjoyed the interaction. It was nice to have someone show interest in my life, especially as my social circle had become somewhat insular. Things took a strange turn when Amanda started asking more personal questions. She inquired about my family, my work, and even my daily routines. At first, I was a bit wary, but shrugged it off as friendly curiosity. I shared bits and pieces, confident that Amanda was simply being a concerned and friendly acquaintance. One evening, Amanda sent me a message asking about a recent vacation I had taken. She mentioned that she saw the photos I had posted and wanted to know more about the places I visited. She seemed genuinely interested, and I shared a few anecdotes from the trip. What I didn't realize was that Amanda was piecing together a detailed profile of my life, using seemingly innocent questions to gather personal information. A few weeks later, I noticed some unusual activity. My email account began receiving strange spam messages, and my credit card company called to alert me to suspicious transactions. I was puzzled. I hadn't shared my credit card information with anyone recently, and I'd been vigilant about security. At the same time, Amanda's messages became more frequent. She started mentioning things I had shared in passing, like my upcoming work schedule and personal plans. The more she knew, the more uncomfortable I felt. I decided to confront her. "Amanda," I wrote in a message, "I've been noticing some odd things happening recently, like strange emails and unexpected charges. I'm starting to get worried that my personal information might be compromised. Can you tell me how you know so much about my life?" Her response was swift but evasive. "Oh, I'm sorry if I've overstepped. I just wanted to be a good friend and support you. I guess I got a bit carried away." I felt uneasy, but I didn't have concrete evidence to accuse her of anything. I decided to be cautious and stopped sharing personal details. Despite my efforts to distance myself, Amanda continued to reach out, often expressing concern for my well-being. I began to wonder if I was being paranoid. Then came a shocking revelation. I was browsing through my social media settings one evening when I noticed an unfamiliar activity log. It showed logins from multiple locations and devices I didn't recognize. As I dug deeper, I found that Amanda's profile had been accessing not only my social media but also my email and other online accounts. My heart raced as I realized the extent of the breach. Amanda wasn't just a curious friend, she had been using a fake profile to gather personal information about me. I needed to act quickly to protect myself. I changed all my passwords immediately and set up two-factor authentication on all my accounts. I contacted my credit card company and reported the fraudulent charges. They advised me to keep a close eye on my accounts and report any further suspicious activity. With the immediate threats under control, I turned my attention to uncovering the truth about Amanda. I did some research and discovered that her profile had been created with stolen photos and information from various sources. It became clear that Amanda was a sophisticated identity thief, using a carefully crafted persona to gain access to my personal data. I contacted the police and provided them with all the evidence I had collected, including screenshots of our conversations and the activity logs from my accounts. They took my case seriously and launched an investigation. The officer assigned to my case explained that identity theft was a serious crime and assured me they would do everything possible to track down the perpetrator. The investigation took several weeks, during which time I was left in a state of constant vigilance. I received regular updates from the police, but had to remain cautious as the investigation unfolded. I also took steps to increase my online security, including monitoring my credit reports and setting up alerts for any unusual activity. Eventually, the police informed me that they had identified the person behind the fake profile. It turned out that Amanda was not a single individual but part of a larger network of identity thieves operating from overseas. The authorities were able to shut down the fake profile and prevent further access to my personal information. Although the situation was resolved, the experience left me deeply shaken. I had trusted someone who had used that trust to exploit my personal information. It was a harsh reminder of how vulnerable we can be in the digital age, where a friendly face can conceal a hidden agenda. I took steps to rebuild my online presence with renewed caution. I learned to be more skeptical of unknown contacts and to verify the authenticity of online interactions. The ordeal made me more aware of the importance of digital security and the need to protect my personal information. While the fear and discomfort lingered, I found solace in the fact that I had taken control of the situation and protected myself from further harm. The experience had been a chilling lesson in the realities of identity theft, and it had taught me the importance of vigilance in a world where the lines between reality and deception are increasingly blurred. Story 36. The day I discovered that my mail had been intercepted and redirected by someone who wanted to track my every move started off like any other, but quickly spiraled into a nightmare that left me feeling vulnerable and exposed. It began with a series of small but unsettling incidents. Over the past few weeks, I had noticed that some of my mail was either missing or arriving late. Bills, important notices, and even personal letters seemed to take an unusually long time to reach me, or they didn't arrive at all. At first, I brushed it off as simple postal delays or errors. One afternoon, I returned home to find a letter slipped under my door. It was a notification from my bank about changes to my account and a new credit card being issued. Confused, I called my bank. They informed me that I had requested a credit card and an address change, but I knew nothing about it. The representative confirmed that the request had been processed, but I had never initiated any such action. Alarmed, I decided to investigate further. I went through my recent mail and noticed more discrepancies: bills I hadn't received, letters I hadn't sent. Something was seriously wrong. I immediately contacted the local post office to report the issues. The clerk looked into it but found no record of any address changes or forwarding requests in my name. They suggested that someone might be intercepting my mail illegally. I filed a formal complaint and requested an investigation, but the process was slow and seemed bureaucratic. Meanwhile, I began to notice even more disturbing signs. I received phone calls and emails about appointments and services I had never booked. Someone seemed to be using my identity and tracking my every move. The situation escalated when I received a package from a company I had never heard of. Inside was a detailed itinerary of a vacation that included bookings at hotels and flights, none of which I had planned. Panic set in as I realized that my every move was being tracked and manipulated. Someone had access to my personal information and was using it to orchestrate a complex scheme of surveillance. Desperate for answers, I contacted the police and explained the situation. They took my report seriously but warned me that such investigations could be challenging. They advised me to keep a record of all suspicious activity and to continue working with the post office. I took their advice to heart and began documenting everything meticulously. I noted the dates of missing or delayed mail, the details of unauthorized transactions, and any strange communications. As I reviewed my records, I noticed a pattern: certain types of mail were consistently targeted. It seemed that the interceptor was particularly interested in documents related to financial matters and personal identification. One evening, while checking my home security footage, I noticed something unusual. A figure in a hooded sweatshirt was captured near my mailbox, tampering with the mail. The footage was grainy, but the figure appeared to be carrying a large bag, presumably to collect the intercepted mail. I turned the footage over to the police, hoping it might help in identifying the perpetrator. Days turned into weeks, and the police investigation continued, albeit slowly. In the meantime, I received more strange mail letters addressed to me with no return address, packages containing unfamiliar items, and increasingly intrusive messages. It was clear that the person behind this was determined to invade my privacy. The breakthrough came when I received a letter from a private investigator who had been hired by the police. The investigator had uncovered a pattern of identity theft and mail tampering in the area. They informed me that my mail had been intercepted and redirected to a rented post office box under a fake identity. The investigator also revealed that the intercepted mail had been used to gather information about me, including my financial status, travel plans, and personal details. The perpetrator was using this information to track my movements and manipulate my life from afar. With this new information, the police were able to track down the perpetrator, a local man with a history of fraud and identity theft. He had been using stolen personal information to orchestrate his schemes, and my case was just one of many. The police arrested him, and the investigation led to the recovery of a significant amount of intercepted mail. It was a relief to know that the perpetrator was in custody, but the damage had already been done. I had to take extensive measures to secure my personal information and repair the breaches caused by the invasion. The experience left me feeling deeply violated. My sense of security was shattered, and I had to navigate the aftermath of the intrusion, replacing compromised documents, securing my financial accounts, and dealing with the emotional fallout of knowing that my privacy had been so thoroughly invaded. As I worked to rebuild my life and restore a sense of normalcy, I became acutely aware of the importance of vigilance and security in protecting personal information. The ordeal served as a stark reminder of how easily one's privacy can be compromised and how crucial it is to take proactive measures to safeguard against such violations. Though the perpetrator was caught and my immediate concerns were addressed, the experience remained a haunting reminder of the fragility of personal security. I learned to be more cautious, to trust but verify, and to remain ever vigilant in a world where privacy can be so easily breached. Story 37. Moving to a new neighborhood was supposed to be a fresh start. After months of searching, I finally found a charming little house on a quiet street, nestled among the trees. The price was right, the location perfect, and the house itself seemed like it had potential. Little did I know I was about to uncover something far more unsettling than I had anticipated. The moving truck had barely left the driveway when I began unpacking boxes and settling into my new home. The previous tenants had left behind a few items, which I took as part of the usual transition process. As I was sorting through the attic, I discovered a dusty old trunk in the corner, hidden beneath a faded tarp. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to open it. Inside, I found a collection of personal belongings, old clothes, a few books, and several notebooks. At first glance, everything seemed mundane, but as I flipped through the notebooks, I realized they were filled with disturbing notes and drawings. They appeared to be the ramblings of someone who was deeply troubled, their handwriting frantic and erratic. One page caught my eye with its ominous message: "They're always watching. I can't stay here anymore. They know where I am." The entry was dated just a few weeks before I moved in. The more I read, the more unsettled I became. The previous tenant, a woman named Sarah, according to the documents I found, had detailed a series of events that seemed to indicate she was being pursued by someone or something. The notes described strange occurrences in the house, whispers in the night, objects moving on their own, and the feeling of being watched. One particularly chilling entry mentioned finding a hidden camera in the attic, just like the one I had found. Sarah had written about her growing paranoia and her attempts to cover her tracks, but there was no explanation for what exactly she was running from. I felt a shiver run down my spine. Was Sarah's paranoia justified, or was it the result of something else? I decided to investigate further, hoping to understand what might have driven her to leave so abruptly. I went through the rest of the attic, searching for any additional clues. In the corner of the attic, behind a stack of old boxes, I found a loose floorboard. With some effort, I pried it up to reveal a small, hidden compartment. Inside were several items: a set of keys, a small flashlight, and a handwritten note. The note read, "If you're reading this, then I failed. Trust no one. They are always near." The discovery made my heart race. Who were they, and what danger had Sarah been trying to escape? I felt a growing sense of dread as I considered the possibility that I was now part of a dangerous situation that had started long before I arrived. To gain some perspective, I visited the neighbors. I wanted to learn more about Sarah and her abrupt departure. Most of them were friendly and didn't seem to know much about her. However, one elderly woman, Mrs. Thompson, seemed uneasy when I mentioned Sarah. "Oh dear," she said, glancing around nervously. Sarah was a sweet girl, but she was very private, never spoke much about her past. Her reaction only heightened my unease. I decided to contact the local police to report my findings, but they were dismissive. "People move out all the time," the officer said. "If there's no direct evidence of a crime, there's not much we can do." Feeling frustrated and alone, I turned my attention to the hidden compartment's contents. I examined the set of keys closely, hoping they might lead to something useful. One of the keys was labeled storage, which I took as a potential lead. The next day, I went to a nearby storage facility, presenting the key to the manager. After some hesitation, he led me to a small unit that matched the key's description. Inside, I found more of Sarah's belongings, personal documents, photographs, and a few more notebooks. Among the documents was an old police report detailing a harassment case. Sarah had been receiving threatening letters and had reported several instances of being followed. The letters, although not present, were described in detail, and they echoed many of the themes from the notebooks I had found. The police report also included descriptions of a man who had been identified as a suspect, a man who had been stalking her for months. As I sifted through the papers, I found a photograph of the man, a dark-haired man with a stern expression. I recognized him from a previous encounter. He had approached me while I was out shopping, asking if I had seen a woman matching Sarah's description. The encounter had seemed harmless at the time, but now I realized it was part of something much more sinister. I contacted Sarah's former landlord, who provided me with her forwarding address. I wrote to her, detailing my discoveries and expressing my concern. It felt like a shot in the dark, but I needed answers. In the weeks that followed, I took additional precautions. I installed security cameras, changed the locks, and kept a log of any unusual activity. Despite my efforts, I still felt a lingering sense of unease. The experience had transformed my new home from a haven into a place of fear and uncertainty. One day I received a letter from Sarah. It was a brief, handwritten note: "Thank you for finding my notes. Please be careful. They never stop." Her message was cryptic, but clear. The situation was far from resolved, and the danger she had escaped from was still a threat. I took her words to heart, remaining vigilant and cautious as I continued to live in the house. The house, once a symbol of new beginnings, had become a reminder of the dangers lurking in the shadows. The clues left behind by Sarah served as both a warning and a guide, and as I moved forward, I resolved to protect myself and remain alert, knowing that the past had left its mark on my new home. Story 38. It was an ordinary Wednesday morning when I found myself running late for work. As I rushed out the door, I grabbed my keys and hurried to my car, eager to start the day and make up for lost time. The day was already shaping up to be stressful, with a long list of tasks awaiting me at the office. As I opened my car door, I noticed something unusual on the driver's seat: a small, folded note. My heart skipped a beat as I picked it up. It was a simple white paper with neat, handwritten script. The note read, "Don't forget to pick up your dry cleaning. You'll need it for tonight." Confused and alarmed, I looked around to see if anyone was watching. The street was quiet, and there were no obvious signs of disturbance. I shrugged it off as a prank or a misplaced note and tossed it aside, starting my car and heading to work. Throughout the day, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. The note had been unsettling, and my mind kept returning to it. I tried to focus on my tasks, but the strange message lingered in the back of my mind. When I finally returned to my car that evening, I found another note. This one was tucked beneath the windshield wiper. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. The note read, "I noticed you took the 5:15 p.m. train today. Traffic was light, wasn't it?" The accuracy of the message sent a shiver down my spine. It was true, I had taken the train at that exact time and the traffic had been unusually light. How could someone know that? I glanced around the parking lot, my eyes darting from one car to another, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. I hurried home, trying to push the unsettling thoughts from my mind. I didn't want to alarm anyone unnecessarily, but the notes were becoming increasingly intrusive. Over the next few days, the notes continued. Each one was left in a different location within my car: beneath the seat, in the glove compartment, or wedged between the seat cushions. The messages were always specific, mentioning details about my daily routine and movements. One morning, I found a note in my cup holder. "Interesting choice of breakfast today. I hope you enjoyed it." It was accurate. I had grabbed a coffee and a muffin from the local cafe that morning. The fact that someone was tracking such mundane details was both unnerving and disturbing. I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. I decided to involve the police. When I showed them the notes, they took them seriously but struggled to offer immediate assistance. They advised me to keep a record of all the notes and any unusual activity around my car. In the meantime, they would increase patrols in the area. I took their advice and installed a small camera in my car to monitor any suspicious activity. I also started varying my daily routine, taking different routes to work and changing the times I left home. Despite these precautions, the notes kept appearing. One evening, after returning from a particularly long day at work, I found a new note in my car. "I saw you had a stressful day. Maybe you should take a break tomorrow." The note was eerily accurate. I had indeed had a rough day, and the suggestion to take a break seemed almost taunting. The sense of being watched and manipulated was overwhelming. The police were making slow progress. The notes provided little concrete evidence, and the surveillance footage from my car captured nothing but the inside of my empty vehicle. I felt trapped and helpless, unable to escape the feeling of being constantly monitored. Then, one morning, I discovered a more alarming note. "I know where you live. Watch your back." The threat was explicit and left me in a state of panic. I increased my security measures at home, installing additional cameras and upgrading the locks. I also reached out to a private investigator for help. They conducted a thorough examination of my car and home but found no evidence of tampering or intrusion. The investigator suggested that the notes might be the work of someone with a personal vendetta or a stalker with a disturbing interest in my daily life. They advised me to remain vigilant and to avoid sharing any personal details with anyone who might inadvertently reveal them. Despite these precautions, the feeling of vulnerability persisted. Each note seemed to come with a fresh wave of anxiety, and I became hyper-aware of my surroundings. I started taking different routes home, avoiding routine stops, and even parking in different locations whenever possible. One day, as I was leaving work, I found a final note on my windshield. "You've been too careful. But remember, I'm always watching." The message was chilling. I felt a mix of fear and frustration as I drove home, determined to regain a sense of control over my life. I made arrangements to have my car and home checked regularly by security experts to ensure there were no hidden threats. The notes eventually stopped arriving, leaving me with a lingering sense of unease. The experience had left me shaken, and the constant fear of being watched remained a part of my life. The unknown sender had vanished as mysteriously as they had appeared, but their presence had forever altered my sense of security. Despite the passage of time, the haunting reminder of those intrusive notes remained with me, a testament to the unsettling reality of being observed and manipulated by an unseen threat. Story 39. The small neighborhood was the epitome of suburban tranquility. Kids played in the yards, neighbors exchanged friendly waves, and the occasional barbecue was the highlight of the month. My family and I had moved into this charming, peaceful area with hopes of a serene life, away from the bustling city. For the first few months, everything seemed perfect. Our neighbor, Mr. Jenkins, lived directly across the street in a quaint, ivy-covered house. He was an elderly gentleman, always seen tending to his garden or enjoying a cup of tea on his front porch. His demeanor was warm and his smile was friendly. We often exchanged pleasantries and even helped him with small tasks from time to time. To us, Mr. Jenkins was the quintessential good neighbor. One Saturday, I was in the backyard with my kids, setting up for a small family picnic. The weather was sunny, the air filled with laughter as my children ran around, playing with their new toys. Mr. Jenkins was in his usual spot, pruning his rose bushes. I waved and he waved back with his characteristic smile. Everything felt normal. Later that week, I received a peculiar letter in the mail. It was addressed to me, but there was no return address. Inside, there was a single sheet of paper with a disturbing message scrawled in a neat hand, "I see you." The note was unsettling but vague. I didn't think much of it initially, dismissing it as a prank. However, the feeling of unease lingered. I spoke to my spouse about it, but we decided to brush it off, chalking it up to someone's misguided sense of humor. A few days later, while cleaning the attic, I found an old box of family photos. As I sorted through them, I discovered an envelope tucked in between two framed pictures. It was filled with photographs of my family and me, taken from various angles around our house. We were clearly visible in the images, enjoying everyday activities, gardening, playing with the kids, even having dinner in the backyard. The photos were dated from the past few months, and they were all taken from a hidden vantage point. My blood ran cold as I realized that someone had been watching us, documenting our private moments. The realization hit hard. I couldn't fathom why anyone would want to invade our privacy like this. I had to know who was behind this. I confronted Mr. Jenkins the next morning, trying to keep my voice calm and collected. I approached him while he was working in his garden. "Good morning, Mr. Jenkins," I began. "I need to ask you something. Have you noticed anything unusual around the neighborhood lately?" He looked up, his expression a mask of confusion and concern. "No, not at all. Why do you ask?" I hesitated, then decided to show him one of the photographs. His face went pale as he saw the image of our backyard. "What is this?" I demanded, trying to keep my composure. "Why are there photos of my family in your possession?" Mr. Jenkins' eyes shifted nervously, and he stammered, I don't know how those got there. I swear I haven't been taking any pictures." I didn't believe him. Something about his reaction seemed off. I decided to take the photographs to the police. They took the matter seriously, and an investigation was launched. Detectives interviewed Mr. Jenkins, who maintained his innocence, but their search of his home turned up nothing incriminating. While waiting for further developments, I installed security cameras around our house. The cameras provided some peace of mind, but the knowledge that someone had been monitoring us remained unsettling. A few weeks later, I was reviewing the footage when I noticed something alarming. On several occasions, Mr. Jenkins was seen on the periphery of the camera's view, lingering around our property and occasionally adjusting what looked like a camera or lens towards our house. The evidence was damning, confirming my worst fears. I took the footage to the police, who used it as critical evidence in their investigation. Mr. Jenkins was brought in for further questioning. Under the pressure of the evidence, he confessed. He admitted to taking the photographs and spying on us, but he claimed it was out of a misguided sense of concern for our safety. He believed that by documenting our activities, he was somehow helping us avoid potential dangers he imagined. The police were able to uncover additional evidence, including a hidden camera set up in Mr. Jenkins' house that had been used to monitor not just my family but several other neighbors. He was charged with multiple counts of invasion of privacy and illegal surveillance. The experience left my family and me shaken. The trust we had in our neighborhood and in people was deeply affected. We took extra precautions, enhancing the security around our home and being more vigilant about our surroundings. Although the situation was resolved, it took time for us to feel secure again. Mr. Jenkins was eventually sentenced and removed from the neighborhood. We were given reassurance by the local authorities that such invasive behavior would not be tolerated. In the end, the intrusion into our lives served as a harsh reminder of the importance of privacy and security. While we had to adjust to a new normal, the incident strengthened our resolve to protect our family and to remain vigilant in safeguarding our personal space. Story 40. The day started like any other. I woke up, got ready for work, and left my apartment in the city. It was a bustling morning, with people hurrying about their daily routines. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary until I returned home later that evening. As I unlocked the door and stepped inside, I noticed a strange email notification on my phone. It was from an anonymous address, and the subject line simply read, "You're not alone, my heart skipped a beat." The email contained several photographs of my apartment taken from outside. Each image was taken at different times of the day, showing various angles of my home. Some pictures even captured me through my windows, engaged in everyday activities like cooking or watching TV. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I was alone in the apartment, and the unsettling thought that someone had been watching me was terrifying. I hesitated before opening the email fully, my hands trembling slightly as I scrolled down. The text in the email was a chilling threat. "I've been watching you for some time now. You're not as safe as you think you are. Next time you see me, it'll be too late." The email ended with a series of ominous words, "You've been warned." My mind raced. Who could have sent this? How had they managed to get such detailed pictures of my home? I quickly called the police and reported the incident, but the initial response was lackluster. They advised me to be cautious, to review my security measures, and to contact them immediately if anything further happened. They also assured me they'd keep an eye out, but they couldn't take immediate action without more concrete evidence. I spent the next few hours in a state of paranoia. Every sound outside my apartment seemed amplified. Every shadow outside my window looked menacing. I made sure all the locks were secure and checked the peephole repeatedly, trying to see if anyone was lurking in the hall. The following day, I went to work but found it hard to focus. My thoughts kept drifting back to the email and the pictures. I called a locksmith and had additional security measures installed in my apartment, including a more robust deadbolt and a peephole camera. I also set up security cameras around the perimeter of my building, hoping they might capture any suspicious activity. A week passed without incident. The constant tension in the back of my mind began to ease slightly. I hoped the message had been a cruel prank, a moment of misguided malice from someone who had been caught and moved on. However, the relief was short-lived. One evening, as I was heading to bed, I noticed a new email in my inbox. This time the sender's address was slightly different, but the message was unmistakably from the same source. The email contained new photographs this time. They were taken from inside my apartment, showing me sleeping in my bed. My heart raced as I looked at the images, which seemed to be taken from a vantage point in my living room. The realization that someone had been inside my apartment was horrifying. The email also included another threat. "You thought you could escape me by locking up, but your fears are just beginning. There's nowhere to hide." I immediately contacted the police again, this time with more urgency. They came to my apartment, reviewed the security footage, and conducted a thorough search. They found no signs of forced entry or tampering, and the investigation yielded no immediate leads. They assured me that they would continue to monitor the situation, but admitted they were limited in what they could do without more evidence. Feeling vulnerable and unsafe, I decided to stay with friends for a few days, hoping that being away from my apartment would give me a sense of security. I also started reviewing my routine, trying to pinpoint any possible signs of someone casing my apartment or gaining access. During my stay with friends, I received another unsettling message. This time it was a phone call. The caller did not speak, but simply breathed heavily on the line before hanging up. The call left me shaken and anxious. I couldn't stay at my friend's place indefinitely, so I returned to my apartment with a heightened sense of vigilance. I decided to take additional steps to protect myself. I reached out to a private security firm to conduct a thorough investigation and installed an advanced security system with motion sensors and alarms. I also informed my neighbors about the situation, asking them to keep an eye out for any unusual activity. Days turned into weeks, and the threatening messages and photographs stopped abruptly. While the absence of new threats was a relief, it also left me with a lingering sense of unease. The fear of the unknown, the possibility that someone had been watching me and might still be out there, was unsettling. In the end, the identity of the person behind the emails and photographs remained a mystery. The police investigation was inconclusive, and despite my best efforts, no leads emerged. The experience left me deeply shaken and more cautious than ever. I continued to take security precautions and remained vigilant, but the incident had fundamentally altered my sense of safety and trust. The ordeal was a stark reminder of how vulnerable we can be and how important it is to remain vigilant and proactive in safeguarding our personal security. While I hoped for closure, I found solace in the fact that I had taken all possible measures to protect myself and that, despite the trauma, I had emerged stronger and more aware. Story 41. It was a cool autumn evening when I stumbled upon the disturbing truth that someone had been spying on me through a hidden camera in my apartment's air vent. I had lived in my cozy downtown apartment for nearly 2 years, and while I had always felt safe in my space, recent unsettling incidents had left me feeling increasingly uneasy. Small things, like finding objects out of place or hearing unusual noises, had started to make me feel as though someone was intruding into my personal space. The first sign that something was amiss came when I noticed a strange flicker of light coming from the air vent in my bedroom. It was subtle, barely perceptible, but enough to catch my attention. I initially dismissed it as a reflection or an issue with the lighting. However, as days went by, the flickering light grew more frequent, and I started hearing faint, almost imperceptible sounds that seemed to come from within the vent. One night, unable to shake my growing paranoia, I decided to investigate. Armed with a flashlight and a pair of pliers, I carefully removed the vent cover. The interior of the vent was dark, but I could see something small and metallic glinting in the faint light. My heart raced as I reached in and pulled out a tiny hidden camera. The discovery was shocking. The camera was compact, with a small lens and a tiny memory card slot. My hands trembled as I realized the gravity of the situation. Someone had been using this camera to watch me in my own home. I knew I had to act quickly. I took the camera and memory card and called the police, reporting the invasion of privacy. The police arrived within the hour and took the evidence for analysis. Detective Miller, a calm and methodical officer, assured me that they would do everything possible to track down the person responsible. While waiting for the investigation to progress, I became increasingly anxious. The apartment that had once been a sanctuary now felt like a prison. I checked every corner, every crevice, for any other potential spying devices. I even installed additional locks on my doors and a security system, but the feeling of violation lingered. Days turned into weeks, and the police investigation seemed to stall. Detective Miller kept me updated, but there were no immediate leads or suspects. In the meantime, I took steps to regain a sense of control over my life. I sought counseling to deal with the emotional impact of the invasion and took comfort in talking to friends and family about the ordeal. One afternoon, while sorting through some old documents, I received a call from Detective Miller. There had been a breakthrough. The analysis of the memory card had revealed a series of recordings, some of which included footage of me going about my daily routines: cooking, reading, even sleeping. The recordings were time-stamped and seemed to cover several months. The police traced the camera's origin to a local electronics store. Surveillance footage from the store revealed that a man who had recently purchased the camera was a former tenant of my apartment building. His name was Greg Turner, a man I vaguely remembered from when I first moved in. Greg had left the building under mysterious circumstances, but no one had thought much of it at the time. The investigation led the police to Greg's new address. When they confronted him, he confessed to installing the camera in my air vent. He had become obsessed with monitoring my activities after a brief interaction we had had when I first moved in. He claimed it started out as curiosity but quickly escalated into an unhealthy fixation. Greg was arrested, and the police assured me that he would face charges for invasion of privacy and harassment. The apartment management took immediate action, increasing security measures and providing additional support to tenants. The whole experience left me shaken, but it also instilled a renewed sense of vigilance. I had always considered myself a private person, but this ordeal taught me the importance of safeguarding one's personal space and the need for constant awareness of one's surroundings. In the weeks following Greg's arrest, I made significant changes to my lifestyle. I continued with counseling to address the emotional impact of the invasion and took active steps to rebuild my sense of security. I also became more involved in local advocacy groups that focused on privacy rights, using my experience to help others understand the importance of protecting their personal space. The incident had transformed my once peaceful apartment into a symbol of violation, but it also served as a catalyst for change in my life. I learned to be more proactive about security and more aware of the potential threats that could invade my personal space. The experience was a harsh reminder of how easily one's privacy can be compromised, but it also reinforced my commitment to standing up for my rights and protecting my sense of security. Though the trauma of the invasion lingered, I slowly began to regain a sense of normalcy. My apartment, once a place of fear and anxiety, gradually became a space where I could once again find solace and comfort. The ordeal had left its mark, but it also strengthened my resolve to safeguard my privacy and advocate for others who might face similar violations. Story 42. It was a crisp autumn evening when I decided to spend some time organizing my laptop's files. I had been putting it off for weeks, and the cluttered desktop and disorganized folders were beginning to grate on my nerves. With a steaming cup of tea beside me, I sat down in front of my computer, determined to clear out the digital mess. As I sifted through old documents and images, I noticed a folder I didn't recognize. It was labeled videos, and its existence baffled me. I was meticulous about organizing my files, and I was certain I hadn't created or saved any videos in a long time. Curiosity got the better of me, and I clicked on the folder to see what it contained. Inside were several video files, each labeled with a date and time. They ranged from the previous month to several years ago. I was puzzled. but I decided to open the most recent one first, thinking it might be something I had forgotten about. The video started with a view of my living room. I could recognize the furniture and the layout instantly, but the angle was peculiar. It was as if someone had set up a camera in a corner of the room I didn't usually see from. I watched in stunned silence as the video played. It showed me going about my daily routine, sitting on the couch, making dinner, reading a book, none of which seemed out of the ordinary, except for one chilling detail I had no memory of ever being filmed. I clicked on the next video, feeling a growing sense of dread. This one showed a different part of my house, my bedroom. I was asleep in bed, the camera capturing the quiet and eerie stillness of the room. The video was shot from a hidden angle, and I could see myself tossing and turning in my sleep. The footage was unsettling, but the true horror set in when I noticed the date it was from just a few nights ago. My hands shook as I clicked through the remaining videos. Each one revealed more disturbing footage, me walking through the hallway, using the bathroom, even eating breakfast at the kitchen table. It became clear that someone had been filming me in various private moments without my knowledge. I felt a cold sweat form on the back of my neck, and my mind raced with panic. I couldn't understand how this had happened. I was alone in my apartment and had always been cautious about who had access. The idea that someone had managed to install a camera and secretly record me was terrifying. I thought back to any strange incidents or suspicious activity, but nothing seemed to fit. It was as if this invasion of privacy had come out of nowhere. I knew I had to act quickly. I shut down my laptop and decided to search my apartment for any signs of hidden cameras or recording devices. My heart pounded as I systematically checked each room, lifting up furniture and examining corners. I found nothing out of the ordinary, but the feeling of being watched persisted. Desperate for answers, I contacted a trusted friend, Jenna, who was knowledgeable about home security. I explained the situation in detail, and she agreed to come over and help me assess the situation. Jenna arrived within an hour, and I showed her the disturbing videos and shared my concerns. Jenna was visibly alarmed by the footage. She immediately started inspecting my apartment, using specialized equipment to detect hidden cameras or recording devices. The process was thorough and meticulous, but Jenna found nothing. Her assessment brought a sliver of relief, but the nagging question of how the videos had ended up on my laptop remained. We decided to look into the possibility of a digital breach. Jenna helped me check for any signs of malware or unauthorized access on my laptop. After a comprehensive scan, we found that there had been some suspicious activity. It appeared that someone had gained remote access to my computer, possibly using spyware to manipulate files and monitor my activities. Jenna helped me remove the malware and secure my laptop. We changed all my passwords and reviewed my security settings, but the intrusion had left me feeling vulnerable. I knew that I needed to report the situation to the authorities, so I contacted the local police and filed a report. The police were sympathetic and took the incident seriously. They collected the videos as evidence and began an investigation into the breach. It was a complex case, involving both physical and digital aspects, and they warned me that it might take some time to track down the perpetrator. In the meantime, I took additional steps to protect myself. I installed security cameras around my apartment and set up an alarm system to ensure I would be alerted to any suspicious activity. I also started to scrutinize my surroundings more carefully, remaining vigilant about any potential threats. The investigation progressed slowly, but I eventually received an update from the police. They had managed to trace the remote access back to a former acquaintance who had access to my apartment during a brief period when I had been away. The individual had used their knowledge of my routine to set up a hidden camera and later manipulated my laptop to store the footage. The revelation was both a relief and a shock. I never imagined that someone I had once trusted could commit such a violation. The police took appropriate action, and the individual faced legal consequences for their actions. Although the situation was resolved, the experience left a lasting impact. I became more cautious about my personal security and privacy, taking extra measures to ensure I was never vulnerable again. The ordeal served as a grim reminder of how easily our lives can be intruded upon, and the importance of safeguarding both our physical and digital spaces. Story 43. It began on an ordinary Tuesday morning. I was finishing my coffee and preparing for work when I received an email notification from my bank. The subject line read, "Important alert regarding your account." The message was brief but alarming: "Suspicious activity detected. Please review your recent transactions immediately." My heart raced as I logged into my bank account. The dashboard was cluttered with transactions I didn't recognize, large sums of money being transferred to unknown accounts and purchases at high-end retailers I had never visited. Panic set in as I realized that someone had been using my financial information without my consent. I called the bank's customer service line, where a representative confirmed that my account had been compromised. They assured me that they would freeze the account and initiate an investigation. However, as I started to piece together the extent of the breach, I began to understand that this was just the tip of the iceberg. The following days were a blur of phone calls and paperwork. I contacted the credit bureaus to place a fraud alert on my credit reports and reviewed my credit statements for any unusual activity. It wasn't long before I discovered that my identity had been used to open several new accounts and secure loans I had never applied for. The situation grew more complex when I received a letter from a local police department informing me that my personal details had been used to set up fake accounts involved in various criminal activities. The letter detailed several incidents where my stolen identity had been associated with fraudulent transactions and even reports of suspicious behavior. Confused and alarmed, I went to the police station to file a report. Officer Davis, who was assigned to my case, took down all the details and explained the severity of identity theft. "This isn't just about financial fraud," he said. "Your identity being linked to criminal activities can have serious repercussions. We need to act quickly to clear your name and find out who's behind this." I was overwhelmed by the task ahead. Officer Davis advised me to gather as much evidence as possible to support my case. This included copies of the fraudulent accounts, any communication related to the theft, and details of all unauthorized transactions. He also suggested working with a legal expert who specialized in identity theft to navigate the complexities of clearing my name. As I began the process of working with a legal expert, I learned more about the scale of the identity theft. The fake accounts set up in my name had been involved in various criminal activities, from fraudulent purchases to unauthorized loans and even online scams. Each time the police or financial institutions traced these activities, my name appeared as the responsible party. The legal expert guided me through the process of disputing the fraudulent accounts with credit bureaus and financial institutions. I had to provide proof that I was not responsible for the transactions and that my identity had been stolen. This included filing affidavits and working with the credit bureaus to remove the fraudulent entries from my credit report. While working through these challenges, I faced additional stress as the situation began to affect my personal life. Friends and family members expressed concern, and I felt the strain of trying to maintain normalcy while dealing with the fallout from the theft. I also had to answer numerous questions from financial institutions and law enforcement agencies, each interaction further reminding me of the breach. The investigation into the identity theft was slow and frustrating. The perpetrators used sophisticated methods to cover their tracks, making it difficult for law enforcement to pinpoint their location or motives. The dark web and various online forums provided a veil of anonymity, complicating efforts to identify those responsible. Despite the challenges, I remained resolute in clearing my name. With the support of Officer Davis, my legal expert, and my family, I persevered through the bureaucratic hurdles. I kept detailed records of all communications and actions taken to address the theft, which proved crucial in demonstrating that I was a victim rather than a perpetrator. Months passed, and while the legal and financial repercussions of the theft began to be resolved, the experience left a lasting impact. The identity theft had not only affected my financial stability, but also my sense of security and trust. I had to take additional steps to secure my personal information, including regularly monitoring my credit reports and employing additional cybersecurity measures. Eventually, the fraudulent accounts were removed from my credit report, and the authorities were able to track down some of the individuals involved in the theft. The experience was a harsh reminder of the vulnerability that comes with living in a digital age where personal information can be easily stolen and misused. As I moved forward, I focused on rebuilding my financial stability and restoring my peace of mind. The ordeal had taught me valuable lessons about vigilance and the importance of safeguarding personal information. While the process of recovering from identity theft was arduous and stressful, it ultimately reinforced the importance of remaining proactive and informed in a world where digital threats are ever present. In the end, while I managed to clear my name and regain control of my financial life, the experience remained a sobering reminder of the darker side of the digital age. The lessons learned from navigating the complexities of identity theft continued to shape my approach to personal security and online vigilance. Story 44. It began with a small, unmarked package left on my doorstep. The plain brown box had no return address or explanation, just my name scrawled on the top in neat block letters. I was puzzled but assumed it might be a mistake or a delivery meant for someone else. When I opened it, I was greeted with an assortment of old photographs, some of which featured people I didn't recognize. There was no note, no explanation, just the unsettling collection of images. The discovery left me with a gnawing sense of unease. I didn't recognize any of the people in the photos, and the nature of the images, some faded. Others, more recent, suggested they had been collected over a significant period. I decided to call the police, but with no return address and no identifiable information, there wasn't much they could do other than advise me to keep the package as evidence and remain vigilant. A few days later, another package arrived. This one was larger and more heavily taped than the first. Inside, I found a collection of handwritten notes, all signed with the same cryptic symbol, a stylized eye. The notes detailed various events from my life, things I had shared only with close friends or family. They spoke of personal milestones, fears, and even trivial details about my daily routines. The content was unsettling because it was accurate and intimate, but was mixed with incoherent, rambling comments that suggested a deep obsession. Each package followed the same pattern: no return address, no explanation, just disturbing contents. The next one contained a small lock of hair, carefully wrapped in tissue paper. The sight of it made my stomach churn. I couldn't fathom who would have such a thing or why it had been sent to me. My anxiety spiked, and I took every precaution to ensure my safety, including changing my routines and being more cautious about my surroundings. As weeks went by, the frequency of the packages increased. One contained an audio recording of someone's footsteps and distorted breathing, along with a message that read, "I'm closer than you think." Another package included a handmade doll, dressed in clothes similar to those I had worn in old photographs, with a note attached that said, "A piece of you, for me to keep." The police continued to investigate but found no leads. They advised me to document everything carefully and recommended installing a security system in my apartment. I followed their advice, setting up cameras and ensuring that every package was logged and stored safely. Despite the increased security, the sense of dread grew with each new package. The feeling of being watched was constant, and every knock on the door sent my heart racing. I started avoiding my apartment as much as possible, spending more time at friends' houses or staying late at work. The packages continued to arrive, each one more disturbing than the last. One contained a series of unsettling drawings depicting scenes from my life, drawn in a style that was both eerily familiar and deeply unsettling. The tipping point came when I received a package containing a small black notebook filled with what appeared to be detailed notes about my daily habits. The notes were meticulously recorded, including the times I left for work, my routines at the gym, and even the small details of my interactions with neighbors. The final entry read, "Soon you'll understand why I've been watching." Feeling increasingly desperate, I contacted a private investigator. I provided him with all the packages and the information I had gathered so far. The investigator began to analyze the handwriting, the symbol used in the notes, and the content of the packages. His initial findings suggested that the sender was someone with a deep-seated obsession, someone who had been closely observing me for a long time. One evening, as I was preparing to head out, I noticed a new package by the door. This one was different, larger and more ominous. I hesitated before opening it, but the curiosity and dread were too powerful to ignore. Inside, I found a letter addressed to me, written in the same cryptic style as the previous notes. It read, "I've enjoyed our game so far, but it's time for a new chapter. Meet me where it all began, or you'll regret it." The letter was signed with the same symbol. The mention of meeting where it all began suggested a personal connection to my past, but the lack of specifics left me with more questions than answers. I shared the letter with the investigator, who suggested it might be a clue to the sender's identity or location. I racked my brain, trying to decipher what where it all began could mean. After much contemplation, I remembered a small park from my childhood, a place where I had spent many afternoons. It was a spot I hadn't visited in years but had fond memories of. The investigator agreed that it was worth checking out. That weekend, I went to the park, accompanied by the investigator and a couple of officers. We conducted a thorough search of the area but found nothing out of the ordinary. The park was quiet and unremarkable, with no signs of recent activity or any indication that someone had been watching me from there. Returning home, I found a new package waiting for me. This time it was a simple envelope with a photograph of the park. On the back was a single line, "You're getting warmer." The game continued, with each package revealing more about the sender's twisted obsession. Though the search for answers persisted, the investigation eventually led to a breakthrough. The symbol in the notes was traced to a small, local art group that had been involved in disturbing projects and had connections to several individuals with a history of harassment. The sender was eventually identified and apprehended. It turned out to be someone I had known years ago, a former acquaintance who had become fixated on me after a brief but intense interaction. The obsession had spiraled into dangerous territory, but with the help of the private investigator and the authorities, the harassment came to an end. The experience was harrowing and invasive, but it taught me the importance of vigilance and seeking help when faced with threats. Though the ordeal had been deeply unsettling, I was grateful for the support I received and the eventual resolution that allowed me to reclaim my sense of security and peace. Story 45. The summer had been unusually hot, and I decided to take a short vacation to escape the sweltering heat. I meticulously planned my trip, ensuring everything was secure at home. I set my security system, locked all the windows, and made arrangements to have my mail collected. It was supposed to be a relaxing getaway, but the sense of security I had crafted was about to be shattered in a way I couldn't have anticipated. Upon returning home, I was relieved to find everything in order, or so I thought. The house seemed normal at first glance. My neighbors greeted me with their usual friendly nods, and I quickly slipped back into my routine. However, it wasn't long before I noticed oddities that made me question my peace of mind. The first sign was a misplaced item. My favorite coffee mug was in a different spot from where I remembered leaving it. I shrugged it off, thinking I might have absent-mindedly moved it before leaving. But then I noticed more unsettling things. My keys were on the kitchen counter instead of the hook by the door, and a few books on the shelf were arranged differently. The real shock came when I found a note in my desk drawer. It was folded neatly and written in a neat, flowing script. The note read, "You were missed. Hope your trip was enjoyable. We'll catch up soon." My heart skipped a beat. The note was unnervingly personal and hinted at a level of intrusion that went beyond mere curiosity. I took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. Could this be some kind of prank? I decided to review the security footage to see if anything unusual had been captured while I was away. I accessed the security camera feeds through my phone and began to scrutinize the footage. For the first few days, everything looked normal, just empty rooms and occasional traffic outside. But then, on the fourth day of my absence, the footage revealed something disturbing. In the dead of night, a figure entered my house. They wore a dark hoodie, making it difficult to see their face, but their movements were deliberate and precise. They seemed to know exactly where they were going, moving through the rooms with unsettling familiarity. The figure spent a considerable amount of time in my study, rifling through my drawers and examining my personal items. The most disturbing part came next. The figure seemed to have a detailed knowledge of my schedule. They accessed my laptop, which I had left shut, but evidently had been tampered with to ensure they could bypass the password. They pulled up my calendar, which included not only my work commitments but also personal appointments and travel plans. The figure appeared to take notes or photograph parts of the calendar with a phone. My stomach churned as I watched. This wasn't just a random break-in, it was a calculated invasion. They knew when I would be away and used that knowledge to enter my home without detection. I immediately called the police and provided them with the footage and the note I had found. An officer arrived promptly and reviewed the evidence. After inspecting the house, the officer assured me they would conduct a thorough investigation, but the unsettling knowledge that someone had been in my home, studying my personal information, made me feel exposed and vulnerable. As the days passed, I became increasingly paranoid. I double-checked every lock and window, and I kept my phone close, worried about any sign of further intrusion. The police investigation continued, but leads were slow to materialize. They were able to identify the figure as someone who had been seen in the neighborhood previously, but they didn't have enough evidence to make an arrest. In the meantime, I took extra precautions. I had a new security system installed, complete with advanced motion sensors and additional cameras. I also changed all my passwords and secured my online accounts, ensuring that no further breaches could occur. One evening, while I was still grappling with the anxiety of the situation, I received a call from the police. They had discovered a lead fingerprints found on the note, and some items in my study matched those of a local man with a history of burglary and harassment. They had managed to track him down and were questioning him. The news was both relieving and troubling. The man admitted to breaking into my house but claimed he was only looking for information to sell, not intending to cause direct harm. The police assured me that they had him in custody and would be taking appropriate legal action. They also informed me that he had been operating in the area for some time and had targeted several other homes. With this information, I felt a mix of relief and lingering unease. While the immediate threat had been addressed, the knowledge that someone had so thoroughly invaded my privacy left a lasting mark. The experience had taught me a hard lesson about security and trust in the digital age. In the weeks following the incident, I worked on rebuilding my sense of safety. I continued to improve my home security and remained vigilant about my personal information. The experience had made me more aware of the potential dangers lurking in everyday life and the importance of staying one step ahead of those who might seek to exploit vulnerabilities. Though the physical threat had been resolved, the psychological impact of the invasion remained. I took steps to manage my anxiety and sought support from friends and professionals to help cope with the lingering fear. The knowledge that someone had been so intimately aware of my life and had invaded my space left an indelible mark, but I was determined to regain my sense of security and peace of mind. The ordeal had been a stark reminder of how crucial it is to protect one's personal information and maintain vigilance, no matter how secure we might think our lives are. Story 46. The day I discovered that my seemingly trustworthy friend had been secretly recording my private conversations was a shock that shattered my trust and left me reeling. It began as an ordinary afternoon, one that would soon spiral into a disturbing revelation. It started with a casual get-together at my apartment. I had invited a few close friends over for dinner and drinks, including Alex, a friend I had known for years. We had always been close, sharing countless personal stories and secrets over the years. That evening was no different. We laughed, reminisced, and talked about everything under the sun. As the night progressed, Alex seemed unusually quiet. He was preoccupied with his phone, frequently checking it and looking slightly distracted. I didn't think much of it at the time, attributing it to a minor distraction or just a long day. The evening ended on a high note, with everyone leaving in good spirits and promises to meet again soon. A few days later, I received a message from an unknown number. It contained a video file with a peculiar subject line for your eyes only. I was curious but apprehensive. I opened the file and was horrified to see footage of my apartment, specifically from the dinner party. It showed conversations and moments that had taken place while my friends and I were enjoying ourselves. The footage wasn't just of the room, it included close-ups of the conversations we had, details of personal stories and private discussions. I was stunned. How had someone managed to record such intimate moments without our knowledge? My mind immediately went to Alex, who had been preoccupied with his phone during the party. I decided to confront Alex directly. I invited him over under the pretense of discussing the recent party and catching up. When he arrived, I tried to stay calm as I showed him the video. His face turned pale as he watched, and a look of panic crossed his features. "I don't understand," Alex stammered. "How did this get out?" I was furious. How did it get out? That's what I want to know. How did you record our private conversations without our permission? Alex's demeanor shifted from shock to guilt. He hesitated before finally admitting the truth. He had installed a hidden recording device in my living room, disguised as a decorative item. He explained that he had been secretly recording our conversations for months, believing that it was a way to keep track of what was happening in our lives. "I thought it was just a way to remember what we talked about," Alex said, his voice trembling. "I never meant to hurt anyone." The confession left me feeling both betrayed and violated. The sense of security I had with Alex had been shattered. I couldn't believe that someone I considered a friend would breach my trust in such a profound way. I demanded that Alex delete all the recordings and provide me with proof that he had done so. Reluctantly, he complied. He showed me the device and deleted the files in front of me. Despite his apology, I felt uneasy. The fact that he had kept records of our private conversations left me with a deep sense of discomfort and distrust. The situation didn't end there. I had to address the emotional fallout with the other friends who had been recorded. I reached out to them, explaining the situation and the breach of privacy. The revelation caused a rift in our group, with many of them feeling equally betrayed and angered by the violation. To repair the damage, I sought counseling to process the emotional impact of the breach. The experience left me feeling vulnerable and anxious about trusting others. I also had to take steps to ensure my home and personal conversations were secure, including installing new security measures and reviewing my privacy protocols. Alex, for his part, tried to make amends, but the damage was done. While he apologized and attempted to rebuild trust, our relationship was forever changed. It became clear that the foundation of trust had been irreparably damaged, and I struggled to reconcile the friend I thought I knew with the person who had invaded my privacy. In the months following the incident, I worked hard to regain a sense of normalcy and rebuild my social circle. I became more cautious about sharing personal information and more vigilant about my privacy. The experience served as a harsh lesson about the importance of safeguarding personal boundaries and the potential consequences of misplaced trust. Although I eventually forgave Alex and moved on from the betrayal, the scars of that breach of privacy remained. The incident served as a stark reminder of how easily trust can be broken and how important it is to remain vigilant about personal security. It taught me to value and protect my privacy fiercely, and to be cautious about whom I let into my inner circle. In the end, the experience made me more aware of the complexities of trust and privacy, reinforcing the importance of maintaining boundaries and respecting the personal space of others. Story 47. It was a rainy Thursday evening when I first stumbled upon the unsettling discovery. I had just returned from a long day at work, the kind where all you want is a hot meal and a warm bed. As I was unwinding, I decided to check my emails and perform my usual digital housekeeping. Little did I know that this ordinary task would lead to a disturbing revelation. While sifting through spam and promotional emails, I noticed an unfamiliar message in my inbox. The subject line, "Read your personal information." My heart skipped a beat. I hesitated before clicking it open, bracing myself for something unpleasant. Inside was a brief message and a link to a website. The message was succinct and chilling. "We know everything about you. Your details are on this site." My curiosity got the better of me, despite the growing dread in my stomach. I clicked the link, which led me to a website with a dark, ominous design, black backgrounds, red text, and a general air of illegality. The site appeared to be a marketplace of sorts, featuring a variety of illegal activities. As I navigated through the pages, I noticed listings for stolen identities, hacked accounts, and various other criminal services. My stomach churned as I came across a section labeled Personal Data. There, in a list of names and details, was my full name, address, phone number, and even sensitive information like my social security number. It felt like a punch to the gut. I scanned the page frantically, my eyes widening in horror as I realized the extent of the information that had been exposed. The site seemed to be operating in the shadows of the internet, beyond the reach of conventional law enforcement. The more I delved into it, the more I found details about my recent transactions, my online activities, and even personal preferences. It was as if my entire life had been laid bare for anyone willing to pay for it. I quickly shut down the browser and took a deep breath. Panic set in as I tried to process what I had just seen. How had this happened? Was I in danger? The thought of my personal details being traded on such a site made my skin crawl. My first course of action was to contact the police. I provided them with screenshots and the URL of the website, explaining the situation in detail. They assured me they would investigate, but warned me that such cases could be complicated and time-consuming. Unfortunately, the officer said, sites like these are often difficult to shut down, especially if they operate from overseas. Feeling helpless, I turned to other measures. I contacted my bank and credit card companies to report the breach. They advised me to monitor my accounts closely and consider placing a fraud alert on my credit report. I also reached out to a cybersecurity expert who could help assess the situation and secure my online presence. As days went by, I became increasingly paranoid. I started receiving strange emails and phone calls from unknown numbers, adding to my anxiety. I changed all my passwords, enabled two-factor authentication on all my accounts, and installed advanced security software on my devices. The sense of vulnerability was overwhelming. I also took precautions in my personal life. I was more cautious about sharing information, avoided using public Wi-Fi, and started shredding documents containing personal details. Despite my efforts, the feeling of being constantly watched and exposed lingered. One evening, as I was going through my mail, I received a letter that made my heart race. It was postmarked from an unfamiliar location and contained no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper with a short, ominous message: "We're watching. Don't think you're safe." The note confirmed my worst fears. Whoever had obtained my information was not done with me yet. I felt a growing sense of dread, as if I were being hunted. The situation had gone from unsettling to terrifying, and I struggled to maintain my composure. Determined to find out more, I decided to investigate the website further. I used a secure virtual private network (VPN) and dark web search tools to dig deeper. The more I explored, the clearer it became that the website was part of a larger network of illicit activities. It was a hub for organized crime, and my personal information was just a small piece of a much larger puzzle. I discovered that the site had been linked to various criminal organizations involved in identity theft, financial fraud, and more serious offenses. The sheer scale of the operation was overwhelming. I realized that my situation was part of a much broader problem, and the implications were far-reaching. In a last-ditch effort to regain some control, I worked with a cybersecurity expert to conduct a thorough audit of my online security. We discovered several vulnerabilities that had been exploited, and I took steps to close those gaps. I also decided to consult with a lawyer specializing in data privacy to explore any legal recourse I might have. The experience had left me shaken and wary. I continued to monitor my accounts and personal information closely, always on edge. The feeling of being exposed and vulnerable never fully went away, but I took solace in the knowledge that I had done everything in my power to protect myself. The website eventually disappeared from the internet, but the impact of my ordeal remained. The incident served as a harsh reminder of the dangers of the digital age and the importance of safeguarding personal information. Despite the fear and anxiety, I emerged with a renewed sense of vigilance and a deeper understanding of the risks inherent in our connected world. Story 48. The realization dawned on me slowly, like a creeping fog that obscured my vision. It started with the small, seemingly inconsequential things: an unexpected phone call, a cryptic email, and then a series of increasingly alarming messages. But it wasn't until I was faced with a critical decision that I fully understood the depth of the situation. It began one afternoon when I received a call from a number I didn't recognize. The voice on the other end was calm but had an unnerving edge to it. "I have some information about you," the caller said. "And if you don't do as I say, it's going to get very uncomfortable for you." At first, I thought it was a prank or a scam call. I hung up, dismissing it as an attempt to extract money or personal details. But the calls continued, each one more specific than the last. They mentioned details about my family, my job, and even intimate aspects of my personal life that no stranger should have known. I brushed off the initial threats, assuming they were idle boasts. However, when I started receiving emails containing detailed reports on my financial situation and private messages from people I had never met, I began to feel uneasy. It was clear that whoever was behind this had access to a significant amount of my personal information. The turning point came when I received a letter at my home. The envelope was plain, with no return address. Inside was a single sheet of paper, with a typewritten message that read, "Complete the following tasks, or we will expose your private information to your employer and family. The choice is yours." The letter included a list of demands, each one more dangerous than the last. It started with relatively harmless requests like attending certain social events or making small purchases at specific locations. But soon the demands escalated, involving actions that could potentially jeopardize my safety and well-being. The fear of having my personal information exposed drove me to comply with the demands. I went to the places they instructed me to visit, made purchases at their designated stores, and even attended social events where I felt out of place. Each time I followed their orders, I received another letter confirming that I had met their demands. Despite my compliance, the threats grew more severe. The demands became increasingly risky, involving activities that felt morally and legally questionable. I was instructed to meet unknown individuals in secluded locations and to gather information on certain people. I was terrified of what would happen if I refused. The pressure was immense. My daily life became a tangled web of fear and manipulation. I constantly looked over my shoulder, aware that every action I took could be monitored. The thought of my private life being exposed to my employer, family, or friends was a constant source of anxiety. Desperate for a solution, I decided to confide in a trusted friend. I showed them the letters and explained the situation. They were shocked and encouraged me to contact the authorities. But I hesitated, worried that involving the police might escalate the situation or lead to further threats. I sought the help of a private investigator, hoping they could uncover the identity of the person behind the blackmail and put an end to the torment. The investigator conducted a thorough investigation, tracing the source of the letters and phone calls. They discovered that my personal information had been stolen through a series of data breaches and fraudulent activities. The investigator also uncovered evidence that the blackmailer was part of a larger criminal organization specializing in extortion and manipulation. They used sophisticated methods to gather and exploit personal information, creating a web of fear and control. As the investigator closed in on the blackmailer, the demands became even more aggressive. I was instructed to perform increasingly dangerous acts, including sabotaging a business and hacking into secure systems. The threats against my family and my own safety intensified. With the help of the investigator and the police, we coordinated a plan to catch the blackmailer. We set up a sting operation, with the investigator posing as someone willing to meet the demands. We provided the blackmailer with a fake task, hoping to catch them in the act. The day of the operation was tense. I watched from a distance as the blackmailer arrived at the designated location, only to be apprehended by the authorities. The individual was arrested, and the evidence gathered was used to build a case against them and their criminal network. The relief I felt when the blackmailer was caught was immense. The constant fear and anxiety that had plagued my life began to lift. With their arrest, the threats ceased, and I was finally able to reclaim a sense of normalcy. In the aftermath, I took steps to strengthen my personal security. I reviewed and updated my privacy settings, changed passwords, and implemented additional safeguards to protect my personal information. I also sought counseling to address the emotional toll the experience had taken on me. The ordeal left me with a heightened awareness of the vulnerabilities inherent in the digital age. I became more cautious about sharing personal information and vigilant about safeguarding my privacy. The blackmail had been a harrowing experience, but it also served as a stark reminder of the importance of protecting oneself from unseen threats. As time passed, the scars of the experience began to fade, but the lessons learned remained with me. The dark manipulation I had endured was a chilling reminder of the power that personal information can wield when it falls into the wrong hands. Story 49. It all started innocuously enough. I had joined an online community dedicated to a hobby I was passionate about: urban gardening. It was a niche group filled with enthusiasts exchanging tips, sharing photos, and discussing their latest projects. Among the many members was a man named Derek, who seemed to share a lot of the same interests. His messages were always polite and thoughtful, and over time we began chatting more frequently. Derek was friendly and engaging. His messages were filled with enthusiasm for gardening and life in general. He often shared advice and even suggested a few new techniques and plants to try. It wasn't long before our conversations turned to personal topics: vacations, favorite books, and life experiences. We never exchanged phone numbers or met in person. Our interactions were confined to messages on the forum and occasional video chats. Everything felt perfectly normal until one day, I received an anonymous message on the forum. The message was a cryptic warning: you should be more careful about who you trust. The sender didn't provide any details, and it seemed like a strange but harmless prank. I brushed it off and didn't mention it to Derek or anyone else. Soon after, I started receiving strange texts from an unknown number. The messages were disturbing, mentioning details about my daily routine, what time I left for work, where I went for coffee, and even the specific routes I took. The anonymity of the texts, combined with the personal information, left me feeling uneasy and vulnerable. I tried to ignore the messages, thinking they might be a mistake or the work of a prankster. But the situation escalated. The messages became increasingly threatening. "I see you're enjoying your new plant collection," one text read. "I'd hate for something to happen to it or to you." Alarmed, I began to connect the dots. The details mentioned in the texts seemed to match conversations I'd had with Derek. I reviewed our message history, and while nothing was explicitly alarming, I realized Derek had been unusually specific about some of the things I had shared. It dawned on me that Derek could potentially be the source of the threats. Determined to get to the bottom of it, I decided to investigate further. I examined the timestamps of the messages and cross-referenced them with the times Derek had been online. The patterns were disturbingly consistent. When I confronted Derek through a private message, expressing my concern about the threats and asking if he knew anything about them, he responded with a calm and seemingly concerned demeanor. "I'm sorry you're feeling this way," he said. "I assure you it's not me. Maybe someone else from the group is messing with you. Have you thought about contacting the site administrators?" I took his advice and reported the threatening messages to the forum's moderators. They promised to investigate but assured me they would maintain confidentiality. In the meantime, the messages continued, growing more menacing. "I'm watching you," one said. "If you don't stop digging into things you don't understand, there will be consequences." I decided to take further precautions. I installed security cameras around my house and changed my daily routines to avoid predictability. I also began documenting every message and interaction, hoping to gather enough evidence to involve the authorities. A week later, I received a chilling message from Derek. It was a photo of my house, taken from a distance. With the caption, "I told you to be careful," the image was taken from a location not far from my home, and the realization that someone had been watching me with a camera was terrifying. I contacted the police, providing them with the threatening messages, the photograph, and all the details about my interactions with Derek. They took the case seriously and traced the phone number that had been sending the texts. To my horror, it was registered in Derek's name. The police conducted a thorough investigation. They discovered that Derek had been using various tools to track my location and monitor my activities. He had hacked into public surveillance cameras and used location tracking apps to follow my movements. The evidence was overwhelming, and Derek was arrested. During the investigation, it was revealed that Derek had a history of similar behavior with other online acquaintances. His fascination with control and surveillance had driven him to harass several people under the guise of friendship. The authorities were able to uncover a disturbing pattern of behavior that extended beyond just me. The ordeal left me shaken and cautious about online interactions. The feeling of being watched and the invasion of my personal space had a lasting impact. I took steps to improve my online security and became more vigilant about sharing personal information. The experience also reinforced the importance of trusting one's instincts and being cautious about forming connections with people online. As for Derek, he faced legal consequences for his actions, and I took comfort in knowing that he could no longer harm me or others. Despite the fear and anxiety, the support from friends, family, and the authorities helped me regain a sense of normalcy. The experience served as a stark reminder of the potential dangers of online interactions and the importance of safeguarding personal information. While the scars of the ordeal remained, I emerged more aware and resilient, committed to protecting my privacy and maintaining a healthy skepticism about who I allow into my life. Story 50. The discovery came as a shock and a betrayal. It started with a series of odd occurrences that seemed too trivial to be connected, but, in hindsight, painted a disturbing picture. My work computer, which had always been a reliable tool, began to exhibit strange behaviors, slow processing speeds, unexplained crashes, and frequent pop-ups that seemed to come from nowhere. At first, I dismissed them as minor technical issues, but the problems persisted and grew more frequent. One day, as I was trying to troubleshoot a particularly frustrating glitch, I noticed a new icon on my desktop. It was a small, unassuming file labeled Recent Activity. Curious, I double-clicked it, expecting to find some kind of system report or maintenance log. Instead, the file contained screenshots, images of my own desktop, taken at various times over the past few weeks. My heart raced as I scrolled through the screenshots. They showed my computer screen with various open documents and websites I had been working on, including personal emails and private notes. Some of the images even depicted my home office setup, my desk, my chair, the view from my window. It was as if someone had been peeking over my shoulder, both at work and home. I immediately felt a surge of panic and disbelief. How could this have happened? I quickly shut down my computer and called it support. I explained the situation, and they were as alarmed as I was. They assured me they would investigate and instructed me to take no further action until they could assess the situation. Over the next few hours, it conducted a thorough analysis of my computer and network. They found that my work computer had been compromised by a sophisticated piece of malware designed to capture and transmit data from my machine. The malware had been installed through a phishing email that I had unwittingly opened weeks earlier. The hacker had used this malware to gain remote access to my computer, monitor my activities, and even capture images from my webcam. The news was devastating. Not only had my personal and professional information been accessed, but the hacker had also been able to monitor my activities both at the office and at home. It began to work on removing the malware and securing my computer, but the sense of violation lingered. The following days were filled with frustration and anxiety. I had to change all of my passwords, review and update my security settings, and ensure that no additional malware had been installed. The team worked diligently to trace the origin of the attack, but the hacker had used sophisticated methods to cover their tracks, leaving little evidence of their identity or location. Meanwhile, I began to notice other unsettling signs. My phone rang with strange, unfamiliar numbers, and I received emails from unknown sources, some of which contained cryptic messages or threatening content. It became clear that the hacker was not just interested in accessing my computer but had broader intentions. Concerned for my safety, I contacted law enforcement. They took the matter seriously and launched an investigation, but their progress was slow. The digital footprint left by the hacker was intentionally obscured, making it difficult to trace their origin or motives. The feeling of helplessness was overwhelming. I had to navigate the complexities of cybersecurity while dealing with the emotional toll of the breach. In the midst of all this, I couldn't shake the feeling that the hacker was watching me, waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. My daily routine became fraught with paranoia as I constantly checked my surroundings and scanned for any signs of intrusion. I became more cautious about my online activities, avoiding personal conversations and sensitive information that might further compromise my security. To regain some control, I took additional measures to protect my privacy. I upgraded my home and office security systems, including installing surveillance cameras and motion detectors. I also sought advice from a cybersecurity expert to ensure that my digital footprint was minimized and that I was using the most advanced protection available. Despite the precautions, the sense of vulnerability remained. The breach had not only affected my work but had also seeped into my personal life, causing stress and anxiety. I felt a profound sense of invasion, as if my private spaces had been irreversibly compromised. The emotional impact of the situation was as damaging as the technical breach. Months passed before I received any updates from law enforcement. They had identified potential suspects but had yet to make significant progress in the case. The hacker's trail had gone cold, and the investigation remained open but inconclusive. The experience left me with a heightened awareness of the importance of cybersecurity and personal privacy. I became an advocate for better digital security practices, both in my workplace and in my personal life. I shared my story with colleagues and friends, emphasizing the need for vigilance and proactive measures to protect against cyber threats. While the hacker remained at large, I had taken steps to rebuild my sense of security and regain control over my digital and personal life. The breach had been a harrowing experience, but it had also taught me valuable lessons about the fragility of privacy in the digital age and the importance of staying vigilant against unseen threats. Story 51. It was a gray, drizzly morning when I discovered the letter. I had just returned from a coffee run, my hands clutching a warm cup as I walked into my apartment. The day had started off like any other, with nothing to suggest that it would end in the kind of unsettling revelation that would haunt me for weeks. The letter was wedged awkwardly in my mailbox, a plain, unmarked envelope that seemed out of place among the usual pile of bills and junk mail. It was addressed to me with no return address or identifying information. My curiosity was piqued as I took it inside and placed it on the kitchen counter. Sitting down with my coffee, I carefully opened the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper and several photographs, each one more disturbing than the last. My heart sank as I unfolded the letter and read its contents. "You never knew, did you? I've been watching you for a long time. Here are some snapshots of your daily life. I hope you realize now how easy it is to be observed. Enjoy the show." The photos were grainy but unmistakably clear. They depicted various angles of my apartment and myself, captured through what I could only assume was a hidden camera. There were images of me relaxing on the couch, cooking dinner, and even sleeping. The most chilling part was a photo of me through the window, taken from an angle that suggested the camera was hidden in a nearby building. The shock was immediate. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead as I realized that someone had been spying on me for an unknown period. My hands trembled as I looked through the photos again, trying to discern any clues that might indicate who was behind this invasion of privacy. I quickly called the police, reporting the disturbing incident and providing them with the letter and photographs. Detective Jacobs arrived at my apartment within the hour, her expression serious as she examined the evidence. "We're going to take this very seriously," she assured me. "We'll start by analyzing these photos and the letter for any possible clues. In the meantime, I'd recommend taking extra precautions in securing your home." I nodded, trying to absorb the gravity of the situation. Detective Jacobs took the photos and letter for further analysis, and I was left alone with my fear and uncertainty. The apartment, which had always felt like a safe haven, now seemed like a cage filled with unseen threats. That evening, I did a thorough check of my apartment, looking for any signs of hidden cameras or tampering. I found nothing, but the sense of violation lingered. I decided to enhance my security measures, installing additional locks on my doors and setting up a security camera system around the apartment. I also informed my neighbors about the situation, hoping that they would keep an eye out for any suspicious activity. Days turned into weeks with no new leads from the police. Detective Jacobs kept me updated, but progress was slow. The photos had provided few clues beyond what was visible in the images themselves. I started feeling isolated, the once comforting space of my home now a constant reminder of the intrusion. One evening, while going through old papers, I found a forgotten journal I had kept during my college years. Flipping through the pages, I noticed an entry describing a brief encounter with a former acquaintance, Aaron, who had shown an unusual interest in my personal life. I had dismissed it at the time as harmless curiosity, but the memories resurfaced with a new, unsettling context. The more I thought about it, the more I recalled Aaron's intrusive behavior. He had always seemed a bit too interested in the details of my life, often showing up uninvited or asking probing questions. I decided to contact Detective Jacobs with this new information. Detective Jacobs took my information seriously and began looking into Aaron's background. It turned out that he had a history of stalking behavior, though he had never been convicted of anything serious. He was questioned, and while he denied any involvement, the police found evidence linking him to the recent spate of incidents. Aaron was eventually arrested after further investigation revealed that he had used a hidden camera placed in a nearby apartment building to spy on me. He had been using a sophisticated setup to avoid detection, but the police managed to piece together enough evidence to charge him with stalking and invasion of privacy. The case was distressing, but the arrest brought a sense of relief. The fear and paranoia that had plagued my daily life began to subside as I regained a sense of control over my environment. Aaron's actions had irrevocably changed my perception of safety, but the experience also taught me valuable lessons about vigilance and personal security. In the aftermath, I continued to enhance my security measures and became more proactive about safeguarding my privacy. I also sought counseling to help process the emotional impact of the ordeal. It was a long journey to regain a sense of normalcy, but with the support of friends, family, and professionals, I began to rebuild my sense of security and trust. The letters and photographs were a chilling reminder of how vulnerable we can be, but they also reinforced the importance of remaining vigilant and proactive about protecting our personal space. The experience, while harrowing, strengthened my resolve to advocate for privacy rights and to help others who might face similar violations. Story 52. The morning of my 30th birthday started like any other. I was excited about the day's plans, a small gathering with close friends at my apartment. My phone buzzed with birthday wishes and reminders of the events I had planned. I was looking forward to celebrating and enjoying the company of people I cared about. As I went through my social media feed, I noticed a few new friend requests and messages from acquaintances. I accepted the requests and replied to the messages with casual thanks and birthday acknowledgements. Everything seemed normal until I started receiving peculiar messages from friends and family who seemed unusually distant or upset with me. One message came from Jenna, a close friend who had always been supportive. She mentioned feeling hurt by something I had said in a recent conversation, but I couldn't recall any such conversation. Another message came from my cousin, who expressed disappointment over an event I supposedly missed. I was bewildered, as I hadn't been informed about any such event. I brushed off these incidents as birthday stress or miscommunications. However, when similar messages continued to pour in, all with themes of discontent and misunderstanding, I started to worry. Friends seemed to be avoiding me, and social gatherings I was looking forward to were being canceled or rescheduled. The once joyful day quickly turned into a day of confusion and tension. As I tried to piece together what was happening, I decided to review my social media interactions. I went through my messages, posts, and friend requests, hoping to find some clue that might explain the sudden shift in my relationships. My heart sank when I discovered a pattern. The issues my friends and family were bringing up seemed to be based on information I hadn't shared directly with them but had posted online. I found posts and comments that were subtly manipulated. A seemingly innocuous post about my weekend plans had been taken out of context, and it seemed to have been used to create misunderstandings. There were also posts about personal matters that I had shared privately, which had somehow become the basis for arguments and grievances. Determined to get to the bottom of this, I contacted my friend Alex, who was savvy with technology and security. I explained the situation and showed him the troubling patterns I had noticed. Alex agreed to help me investigate further. We started by checking the security of my social media accounts. Alex ran through a series of diagnostics and quickly uncovered several disturbing findings. It appeared that my accounts had been compromised, and someone had been using them to monitor my activities and gather information. The intruder had accessed my messages and posts, manipulating and distorting them to create conflicts in my personal relationships. The realization hit me hard. Someone had been actively working to sow discord among my friends and family, using my social media presence as a weapon. I felt a mix of anger and betrayal, struggling to understand who would go to such lengths and why. Alex and I worked together to secure my accounts. We changed passwords, activated two-factor authentication, and reviewed all connected devices. We also reported the breach to the social media platforms, providing evidence of the unauthorized access. The platforms took the issue seriously and began their own investigations. In the meantime, I reached out to my friends and family to clear up the misunderstandings. I explained the situation and reassured them that I had not intended to cause any distress. It was a challenging process, as some people were initially skeptical or hurt, but gradually they began to understand the situation. The investigation into the breach continued, but the identity of the intruder remained unknown. I decided to take additional steps to protect myself, including consulting with a professional who specialized in online privacy and security. They provided me with guidance on maintaining a secure digital presence and avoiding future breaches. The experience had a profound impact on me. I realized the importance of digital security and the potential consequences of not safeguarding personal information. The breach had not only disrupted my relationships, but it also left me feeling vulnerable and exposed. As time went on, I worked to rebuild the trust that had been affected by the manipulation. I made a conscious effort to reconnect with friends and family, showing them that I valued their presence in my life and was committed to addressing any issues that had arisen. The support and understanding from those close to me were invaluable in helping me recover from the ordeal. Though the exact identity of the person behind the manipulation was never discovered, the incident served as a powerful reminder of the need for vigilance in the digital age. I became more proactive about my online security and more cautious about sharing personal information. The breach had taught me a harsh lesson about the power of technology to affect our lives in ways we might not fully understand. In the end, while the experience was distressing, it also strengthened my resolve to protect my personal space and relationships from digital intrusion. It underscored the importance of maintaining open communication and trust with those around us, even when faced with challenges that seem beyond our control. Story 53. It was an ordinary Tuesday afternoon when I decided to clean out the storage closet in my office. The office was a mid-sized space, well lit with large windows and lined with shelves of books and files. I'd been meaning to sort through the clutter for weeks, and that day, I finally had the time. As I pulled out boxes and old files, I noticed a small, unmarked box wedged behind some stacks of outdated paperwork. Curious, I picked it up and opened it. Inside was a collection of old office supplies and various electronic gadgets. Among them was a small, cylindrical device that looked like a common USB charger, but something about it struck me as odd. I picked up the device and turned it over in my hands, noticing a tiny, almost imperceptible pinhole on one side. It didn't seem like anything special, but the more I examined it, the more uneasy I felt. I decided to plug it into my laptop to see if it might contain any files. The device didn't seem to do anything, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Later that evening, after finishing up my work, I took the device home to investigate further. I connected it to a different computer and used software to scan for any hidden files or data. To my shock, the scan revealed a series of audio files buried deep within the device. Each file was labeled with a date and time, corresponding to various dates over the past few months. With growing trepidation, I listened to one of the files. The recording was clear, and what I heard made my blood run cold. The audio was of conversations held in my office, discussions about confidential business matters, private conversations with colleagues, and sensitive negotiations. The recording spanned several months, capturing discussions that were meant to be private. I felt a wave of disbelief and anger wash over me. Who could have done this, and why? The device was obviously a covert recording device, and it had been used to monitor and record every conversation within my office. I couldn't fathom how long this had been going on or who had access to my office to plant such a device. I immediately contacted the police to report the discovery. Officer Reynolds, who was assigned to the case, listened to the recordings and took the device as evidence. He assured me that they would investigate the matter thoroughly. The thought of someone secretly recording my conversations for months made me feel incredibly vulnerable. The next few days were filled with a sense of unease. I couldn't stop thinking about the breach of privacy and the implications of the recordings. I started to suspect everyone around me, colleagues, maintenance staff, even the building security personnel. It was impossible to pinpoint who might have had access or motives for such an invasion of privacy. Officer Reynolds and his team conducted an initial investigation, interviewing staff and reviewing security footage from the building. They traced the device's origin, but the trail led to a dead end. No clear suspects or motives emerged. It was clear that whoever had planted the device had covered their tracks meticulously. In the meantime, I took additional precautions to secure my office. I replaced locks, installed a new security system, and reviewed all security protocols with the building management. I also started a thorough review of all sensitive communications and business dealings to ensure that no information had been compromised. As weeks passed, the investigation seemed to stall. The police were doing their best, but the lack of clear evidence made it difficult to move forward. I continued to feel the weight of the invasion and was haunted by the thought that someone had been watching and listening to everything that was supposed to be confidential. In an effort to regain a sense of control, I decided to confront my colleagues and staff about the situation. I held a meeting where I explained what had happened and stressed the importance of maintaining confidentiality and security. While everyone was shocked and concerned, no one admitted to any wrongdoing or offered any clues about potential suspects. The breach had a significant impact on my professional relationships. The trust that had been built over years of working closely with my team was now marred by the suspicion that someone among us might have been involved. I made a conscious effort to rebuild trust and create a more open dialogue about security, but the atmosphere was forever changed. In addition to dealing with the fallout at work, I also sought legal advice to understand my rights and options. The legal expert advised me on steps to take to protect my personal information and navigate the complexities of the situation. The experience underscored the importance of safeguarding not just physical spaces but also digital and conversational privacy. Months later, the investigation into the covert recordings remained unresolved. While the authorities continued to probe the matter, the lack of concrete evidence made it challenging to identify the perpetrator. The incident remained a troubling reminder of the vulnerabilities we face in both our professional and personal lives. Despite the ongoing uncertainty, I eventually came to terms with the situation. I focused on rebuilding my sense of security and trust in my work environment. The experience had been a harsh lesson in the importance of vigilance and proactive security measures, but it also highlighted the need for resilience in the face of such invasions of privacy. The hidden microphone and the recordings became a symbol of the challenges faced in an era where technology can be used to breach personal and professional boundaries. While I hoped for resolution and justice, I took solace in the lessons learned and the steps taken to safeguard my privacy moving forward. Story 54. It began with a simple notification: new login detected from an unfamiliar device. I glanced at the alert on my phone and dismissed it as a routine security check. My email account had always been secure, protected by a complex password and two-factor authentication. I thought little of it until the unsettling messages started appearing in my inbox. It all began subtly. A few friends and colleagues reached out, confused about strange emails they had received from me. The emails contained cryptic messages and unsettling threats. My close friend Lisa was the first to contact me, saying she had received an email stating, "You know too much. Watch your back." At first, I thought it was a prank, but when other friends reported similar messages, the reality of the situation began to sink in. I logged into my email account and was greeted with a barrage of notifications. More emails were sent from my account, each one increasingly threatening and nonsensical. They ranged from ominous warnings about personal safety to bizarre, disjointed threats that made no sense. The more I read, the more I realized that my email account had been compromised and used to spread fear among my contacts. Panic set in as I scrambled to understand how this could have happened. I had always been meticulous about my online security. My passwords were regularly updated, and I used a password manager to generate complex passcodes. My two-factor authentication was supposed to add an extra layer of protection, yet somehow my account had been breached. I immediately changed my password and logged out of all devices, hoping to prevent any further misuse. I also contacted my email provider's support team, explaining the situation in detail. They initiated an investigation, but the process was slow and frustrating. While waiting for a resolution, I turned my attention to the impact of the breach. I reached out to my contacts, explaining that my email had been hacked and that the threatening messages were not from me. I apologized for any distress caused and assured them that I was working to resolve the issue. Despite my efforts, the damage was done. Several people were unnerved by the messages they had received, and some even questioned whether they were safe. As the days went by, I noticed more anomalies. My email provider informed me that the hackers had accessed sensitive information, including contact details and previous correspondence. This breach had allowed them to send emails from my account with an unsettling level of personalization. They seemed to know intimate details about my relationships and personal history, making the threats all the more chilling. Desperate for answers, I contacted a cybersecurity expert. After reviewing my account and devices, the expert confirmed that the breach was likely due to a sophisticated phishing attack. They explained that hackers had used a fake login page to capture my credentials, or had exploited a vulnerability in one of the services I used. The realization that my meticulous security practices might have been circumvented was disheartening. The expert helped me implement additional security measures, including a more robust password, enhanced encryption, and a thorough review of my digital footprint. They also recommended monitoring my accounts for any signs of further unauthorized activity. Although these steps offered some reassurance, the emotional toll was significant. I felt violated and anxious, worried that the breach could have wider implications. Meanwhile, the threatening emails continued sporadically. The hackers seemed to be enjoying the chaos they had created. Some of the messages were directed at specific individuals, mentioning private details that only I would have known. The nature of the threats varied, from vague warnings to explicit, disturbing content. In an attempt to regain a sense of control, I started documenting every instance of the harassment. I kept a detailed log of all communications, timestamps, and any suspicious activity. I also continued to follow up with my email provider and the cybersecurity expert, hoping for a resolution that would restore my peace of mind. After several weeks of investigation, the email provider finally identified the source of the breach. The hackers had used a combination of phishing techniques and malware to gain access to my account. They had exploited a vulnerability in a third-party app that I had used for managing my calendar. The app had been compromised, and the hackers had used it as a gateway to infiltrate my email. With this information, the provider was able to take steps to prevent further unauthorized access. They implemented additional security measures and worked to secure my account. Although the immediate threat was addressed, the damage to my reputation and sense of security lingered. The experience had a profound impact on me. It served as a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities inherent in digital systems and the lengths to which malicious actors would go to exploit them. It also highlighted the importance of maintaining vigilance and regularly reviewing security practices. In the months following the breach, I continued to be cautious about my online presence. I remained vigilant for any signs of further unauthorized activity and took steps to protect my personal information. The breach had left me with a heightened awareness of the potential risks and the need for ongoing diligence. The aftermath of the breach was not just about technical fixes, but also about reclaiming a sense of normalcy. I sought support from friends, family, and a therapist to help cope with the emotional fallout. The experience had shaken my trust in digital security, but it also reinforced my resilience and determination to safeguard my privacy. Over time, I regained a sense of control and security. The threatening messages ceased, and my email account remained secure. The incident had been a sobering experience, but it also served as a catalyst for reassessing and strengthening my approach to online safety. In the end, it was a reminder of the importance of vigilance and the need to stay informed about emerging threats in an ever-evolving digital landscape. Story 55. It had been a long day, and I was looking forward to a relaxing evening at home. The apartment I rented was cozy and convenient, nestled in a quiet part of the city. I'd lived there for nearly a year, enjoying the solitude and comfort it provided. The landlord, Mr. Thompson, had always seemed professional and courteous, though he kept to himself mostly. That evening, as I was tidying up, I noticed that one of the light bulbs in the kitchen was flickering. I went to change it, but when I opened the ceiling fixture, something odd caught my eye: a small, unmarked device hidden in the corner of the fixture. It looked like a tiny, high-tech camera. I frowned, feeling a prickle of unease. My initial reaction was to dismiss it as a misunderstanding. Perhaps it was a piece of old equipment left behind. But as I examined it more closely, I noticed a tiny lens and a small, blinking light. My heart sank. I had to confront the possibility that someone had been watching me without my knowledge. I decided to investigate further. I carefully removed the device and checked the rest of the apartment for any other hidden cameras or suspicious equipment. To my horror, I found similar devices in various locations behind a vent cover, tucked into a smoke detector, and even in the bathroom's air vent. It was clear that my landlord had meticulously placed these cameras around my apartment. Shaking, I gathered all the devices and called the police. They arrived quickly, and I handed over the cameras along with the evidence I had gathered. The officers conducted a preliminary investigation, noting the intrusion of privacy and the potential legal implications. They assured me they would take the matter seriously and begin an investigation into Mr. Thompson. In the meantime, I was overwhelmed with a mix of anger and fear. I couldn't believe someone I had trusted had violated my privacy in such an egregious manner. The thought of Mr. Thompson watching me in my most private moments was deeply unsettling. I decided to stay with a friend for the night, needing to be away from the apartment while the situation was addressed. The following day, the police returned with more information. They had conducted a search of Mr. Thompson's office and found additional evidence of his illegal activities. He had been using the footage from the hidden cameras to monitor tenants, and it appeared he had been doing so for quite some time. The police informed me that Mr. Thompson had been arrested and charged with multiple counts of invasion of privacy. The evidence collected from his office included hours of footage from various apartments he managed, showing a pattern of illicit surveillance. It was a disturbing revelation that he had been exploiting his position for personal gain. The investigation revealed that Mr. Thompson had installed the cameras under the guise of routine maintenance and security checks. He had used his access to enter tenants' apartments without their knowledge, setting up the cameras in strategic locations to capture as much footage as possible. The discovery was shocking and had a profound impact on me. The police assured me that they would be working to ensure that all footage was analyzed and that victims were informed. They also advised me to seek legal counsel and contact a lawyer to pursue any claims for damages and emotional distress. I followed their advice and reached out to a lawyer who specialized in privacy violations. Throughout the legal proceedings, I struggled with the emotional fallout from the invasion. The sense of violation was overwhelming. I had to navigate the legal process while also grappling with the fear and anxiety that came with knowing my most private moments had been recorded without my consent. The legal team worked diligently to hold Mr. Thompson accountable. The court proceedings were lengthy, and the emotional toll was significant. I had to testify about the impact the invasion had on my life, recounting how the breach of privacy had affected my sense of security and well-being. The experience was harrowing but necessary for seeking justice. In the end, Mr. Thompson was convicted and sentenced to prison for his crimes. He was also ordered to pay restitution to the victims for the damages caused. While the legal outcome provided some closure, the emotional scars remained. I worked with a therapist to address the trauma and rebuild my sense of security. After the ordeal, I moved to a new apartment, carefully vetting my new landlord and ensuring that all aspects of the property were secure. I took additional measures to protect my privacy, including installing my own security system and regularly checking for any signs of unauthorized access. The experience was a harsh reminder of the importance of vigilance and the need to trust but verify, especially when it comes to privacy and security. It also highlighted the need for stronger protections against such violations and the importance of holding those in positions of trust accountable for their actions. Though the trauma of the invasion lingered, I found solace in the support of friends, family, and professionals who helped me navigate the aftermath. The journey was challenging, but it ultimately reinforced my resolve to advocate for privacy rights and to ensure that such a breach would never happen to me or anyone else again. Story 56. The day my life took a turn for the worse began innocuously, with nothing to suggest that my daily routine would soon be disrupted by a series of disturbing phone calls. It started as an ordinary Monday morning. I woke up, went through my usual routine, and headed to work. Everything seemed normal until the phone call came. It was around lunchtime when my phone rang. The caller ID showed an unknown number, and I hesitated before answering. A voice on the other end was distorted but familiar. It greeted me by name and immediately began describing details of my day. The caller knew where I was, what I was doing, and even mentioned that I had left a book on my desk at work. My heart raced as I tried to make sense of the call. "Who is this?" I demanded, but the voice only laughed and hung up. I was unnerved but tried to brush it off as a prank or a wrong number. Over the next few days, however, the calls persisted. Each time, the caller seemed to have a new piece of information about my daily routine. One evening, while I was at the gym, the caller told me they could see me through the gym's windows. The next day, they described my morning commute in unsettling detail. Each call left me feeling more paranoid and vulnerable. I tried to block the number, but the calls continued from different numbers, all with the same eerie familiarity. I reported the situation to the police, but they couldn't offer much help without more concrete information. They advised me to keep a detailed log of the calls and any suspicious activities. The calls became increasingly intrusive. One night, while I was at home, the caller described a conversation I had had with a friend earlier that day. They knew about personal details I hadn't shared with anyone outside of my close circle. It felt as though my privacy was being invaded on an unimaginable scale. Determined to find out who was behind these calls, I installed a call tracing app on my phone. It tracked the origins of the calls but only provided vague information. I began taking extra precautions, changing my routines, avoiding predictable patterns, and being cautious about my whereabouts. Despite my efforts, the calls continued. The caller seemed to have an unnerving ability to adapt to my attempts to evade them. They would comment on my changed habits and describe new aspects of my life. It felt like I was being watched constantly, and the paranoia began to affect my daily life. One evening, while reviewing my call log, I noticed a pattern. The calls seemed to be centered around specific locations and times. They occurred most frequently when I was alone or in private spaces. It was as though the caller was trying to learn more about me, finding opportunities to intrude into my personal life. I decided to consult a private investigator, hoping they could uncover the identity of the caller. The investigator set up surveillance and worked with phone companies to trace the calls more effectively. Meanwhile, I started noticing strange occurrences, items in my home slightly out of place, shadows moving past my windows, and a general feeling of being watched. The investigators' efforts eventually led to a breakthrough. They discovered that the calls were coming from a series of burner phones, all traced back to a single location, a nondescript apartment building in a nearby city. It appeared that someone had been using multiple phones to harass me, taking care to cover their tracks. With this information, the police were able to obtain a search warrant and raid the apartment. To my shock, they found surveillance equipment and detailed logs of my daily routines. It became clear that someone had been monitoring me extensively, gathering information and using it to manipulate and intimidate me. The person behind the calls was identified as a former colleague with a history of stalking and harassment. They had been fixated on me, using the information they gathered to maintain a psychological grip. The discovery of this person's motives was chilling. It was clear they had been following me obsessively, attempting to control and intimidate me through their knowledge of my life. The police arrested the individual, and I was given information on how to proceed with a restraining order. The process of regaining my sense of security was slow and arduous. I took additional measures to safeguard my privacy, changing phone numbers, upgrading home security, and being cautious about sharing personal information. The entire ordeal left me feeling deeply unsettled and anxious. The realization that someone had been tracking my every move was a harrowing experience. I struggled with trust issues and a heightened sense of vulnerability that lingered long after the calls stopped. In the aftermath, I worked hard to rebuild a sense of normalcy and safety. I learned to be more vigilant about my privacy and to take proactive steps to protect myself from potential threats. The experience served as a stark reminder of the importance of maintaining personal security and the impact that such invasions of privacy can have on one's mental well-being. Although the calls eventually stopped and the perpetrator was brought to justice, the psychological scars of the experience remained. I had to confront and overcome the lingering fear and anxiety, learning to live with a heightened awareness of the importance of safeguarding my personal boundaries and ensuring my privacy. Story 57. It was a crisp autumn morning when I first noticed something was wrong. I sat at my kitchen table, sipping coffee and scrolling through my bank app on my phone, when a notification popped up: unusual activity detected. My heart sank as I opened the app and was greeted with a list of recent transactions that I didn't recognize. The transactions were numerous and varied: payments to companies I had never heard of, withdrawals from ATMs in different cities, and purchases made online for high-ticket items. I scrolled through the list, my breath coming in short, panicked bursts. It was clear that someone had gained unauthorized access to my account and was draining it of its funds. I immediately contacted my bank's fraud department, explaining the situation. The representative on the other end was sympathetic but professional, asking for details about the transactions and any suspicious activity. They assured me that they would investigate and temporarily freeze my account to prevent further unauthorized transactions. As the investigation began, I was instructed to fill out a fraud report and provide any additional information that could help them identify the perpetrator. The bank's security team promised to look into the matter urgently, but they also warned me that recovering stolen funds could be a lengthy process. In the meantime, I decided to conduct my own investigation. I reviewed each transaction meticulously, trying to identify any common patterns or clues. Several of the transactions were linked to online marketplaces and retail websites, so I researched these sites to see if they had any links to my situation. To my dismay, I found that one of the online transactions had been made through a site I had never visited before. The payment had been processed through an account that was registered under a name that seemed to be a pseudonym. I noted down all the details, including the transaction ID, and sent them to my bank. The bank's response was reassuring yet daunting. They confirmed that the fraudulent transactions had indeed been processed using my account details. They were working with their security team to trace the source of the breach and recover the funds. Meanwhile, they advised me to contact the credit bureaus and place a fraud alert on my credit reports to prevent further damage. The realization that someone had access to my personal information was deeply unsettling. I started to piece together how this could have happened. I had recently used a new unfamiliar ATM at a gas station during a road trip, and I wondered if the breach could have originated there. I contacted the gas station to inquire about any security issues, but they assured me that their machines were regularly inspected. As days turned into weeks, the investigation dragged on. I received periodic updates from my bank, but the process seemed to be moving at a snail's pace. The stolen funds had not been recovered, and the fraudulent transactions continued to haunt me. I felt a growing sense of frustration and anxiety, as if I were in a never-ending battle to reclaim my financial stability. One evening, as I was sifting through old documents in search of any additional evidence, I found a set of bank statements and credit card records from a few months prior. I scanned through them, and to my horror, I discovered several charges that I had overlooked before. They were small amounts, spread out over different accounts, but they were all made at various online retailers and service providers. The discovery was a gut-wrenching blow. It appeared that the fraudster had been testing the waters, making small, incremental purchases to see if they could remain undetected. I added this new information to my report and contacted my bank again. The bank's fraud department launched a deeper investigation into the newly discovered transactions. They informed me that they had detected a pattern that suggested my personal information might have been obtained through a data breach or phishing scam. They were working with law enforcement and cybersecurity experts to trace the source of the leak. I also reached out to the Federal Trade Commission (FTC) and filed a complaint, detailing the fraud and providing evidence of the transactions. The FTC's response was helpful. They provided guidance on how to further protect myself and what steps to take if the fraud continued. Throughout this ordeal, I was haunted by the fear that my personal details were floating in the dark web, accessible to anyone with malicious intent. I took every precaution I could, monitoring my accounts daily, alerting credit agencies, and staying in constant contact with the bank's fraud department. One day I received a call from the bank. They informed me that they had identified a suspect linked to the fraudulent activities. The suspect had been operating under multiple aliases and had used stolen personal information to commit fraud. The authorities were working to apprehend the individual, and the bank assured me that they were making progress in recovering the stolen funds. The news brought a glimmer of hope, but the experience had taken a toll on me. The stress and anxiety of the situation, coupled with the ongoing uncertainty, had been overwhelming. I had learned the hard way about the vulnerabilities of personal information and the complexities of dealing with financial fraud. As the investigation continued, I worked to rebuild my financial security and regain a sense of normalcy. I remained vigilant, adopting stricter security measures and staying informed about potential threats. The process of recovering from the fraud was long and arduous, but with perseverance and support from friends, family, and professionals, I managed to navigate the aftermath. The experience had been a harsh lesson in the importance of safeguarding personal information and the need for vigilance in the digital age. Despite the challenges, I emerged with a renewed sense of resilience and a commitment to protecting myself from future threats. The road to recovery was ongoing, but I faced it with determination, knowing that I had taken every possible step to secure my financial future. Story 58. Life in our suburban neighborhood was comfortable and predictable. We knew most of our neighbors by name, exchanged friendly waves, and occasionally chatted over the fence. Our neighborhood was the epitome of small-town charm, and we took pride in its close-knit, trusting community. It was during a particularly busy week when the unease began. My family and I had been juggling work, school, and social commitments, leaving us exhausted and preoccupied. Amidst this chaos, I started noticing minor, unsettling anomalies in our home. Items were out of place. Doors felt ajar when they shouldn't have been, and there was a general sense of being watched. At first, I attributed it to the stress and tiredness we were all experiencing. I dismissed the small, unsettling occurrences as mere accidents or lapses in memory. But the feeling of unease grew, manifesting in a persistent sense that someone was observing us. I couldn't shake the feeling, despite my attempts to rationalize it. Then came the day when my life took a turn I never could have anticipated. My husband Mark and I were heading out for an evening dinner with friends. As we were leaving, our friendly neighbor, Mr. Thompson, approached us. Mr. Thompson was a retired school teacher who lived alone and was known for his helpful nature. He offered to keep an eye on our house while we were out, which we gratefully accepted. When we returned home that night, everything seemed normal. We thanked Mr. Thompson for his help, unaware of the sinister reality behind his offer. It wasn't until a few days later that the truth began to unravel. I was cleaning the attic when I stumbled upon an old, dusty box. Inside, I found some old electronics and random knickknacks. Among them was a small, inconspicuous device that looked out of place. It had a blinking red light and a lens that seemed oddly familiar. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to investigate further. I connected the device to my laptop to check what it was. As the device powered up, my laptop screen came alive with a series of video feeds. My heart raced as I realized that the feeds were from various locations within our home. There were shots of the living room, the hallway, and even our bedrooms. It was clear that the device was a hidden camera, and it had been recording our every move. A wave of horror washed over me as I realized the implications of what I had found. The camera had been placed in strategic locations, capturing intimate and private moments of our daily lives. I immediately contacted Mark, who was equally horrified by the discovery. We knew that we needed to act quickly. We contacted the police and provided them with the evidence. They took the matter seriously and began investigating the situation. While they were gathering evidence and speaking with potential witnesses, we were left with an overwhelming sense of violation and fear. The police's investigation revealed that Mr. Thompson had indeed installed the cameras. He had been using them to watch us under the guise of being a helpful neighbor. His motives remained unclear, but the invasion of our privacy was undeniable. The police conducted a thorough search of Mr. Thompson's home and found additional evidence of his intrusive activities. They discovered more footage and documents detailing his observations of our family. It was clear that Mr. Thompson had been meticulously monitoring our lives for months. In the aftermath, we struggled to cope with the violation of our privacy. The knowledge that someone had been watching us so closely left us feeling vulnerable and exposed. We took immediate steps to secure our home, installing additional security measures and reviewing our privacy protocols. Mr. Thompson was arrested and charged with illegal surveillance and invasion of privacy. The legal proceedings were a painful reminder of the breach of trust that had occurred. We had to testify about the impact of his actions on our lives, and the process was emotionally draining. Despite the legal resolution, the psychological impact of the invasion lingered. Our sense of safety and trust in our community had been shattered. We became more cautious about our interactions with others and took extra precautions to protect our privacy. In the weeks that followed, we sought support from a counselor to help us process the trauma and rebuild our sense of security. The experience had left us with a heightened awareness of the importance of safeguarding our personal space and privacy. As time passed, we gradually began to rebuild our trust in the community and in our own sense of security. We remained vigilant and took proactive steps to ensure our home was protected. The incident had been a harsh reminder of the potential dangers that can lurk behind seemingly benign facades. Though the fear and anxiety eventually subsided, the memory of the hidden cameras and the invasive gaze of Mr. Thompson remained a somber reminder of how easily trust can be broken. We learned to value and protect our privacy more fiercely, understanding that true safety involves vigilance and awareness, even in the most familiar of places. Story 59. Life had always been predictable for me, an orderly existence marked by routine and comfort. I lived in a quiet suburban neighborhood where everyone knew each other, and my life revolved around work, family, and the occasional weekend getaway. Everything changed when I started noticing anomalies that suggested someone had been meddling with the most personal aspects of my life. It began subtly. Bills and letters would occasionally go missing, replaced by awkwardly delivered replacements. At first, I thought nothing of it. After all, errors in mail delivery were not unheard of. But when a particularly sensitive letter from my bank failed to reach me, and a second one appeared, slightly battered and with an unusual redirection label, I began to grow concerned. The situation escalated when I received a call from my credit card company about an unusually large transaction that I had not authorized. Panicked, I reviewed my account and realized that someone had been using my credit card information. The charges were all from locations I had never visited. I reported the fraud and started an investigation, but the unsettling feeling persisted. A few weeks later, I began receiving strange letters from companies I had never heard of. These letters contained detailed information about my recent activities, where I had shopped, places I had visited, and even comments on conversations I'd had with family and friends. It was as though someone had been shadowing me and taking notes on every detail of my life. I decided to take action and set up a surveillance camera outside my mailbox, hoping to catch anyone tampering with it. The camera recorded footage for a week, during which I noticed something disturbing. A shadowy figure, cloaked in dark clothing, frequently visited my mailbox when I was away from home. The figure's face was always obscured, and they would spend several minutes around my mailbox, fiddling with the contents before leaving. The footage was disconcerting, and I knew I had to take it to the police. I made an appointment and provided them with the recordings, along with the letters and documentation of the fraudulent transactions. The police took the matter seriously, but the anonymity of the figure and the lack of concrete evidence made it challenging to identify the perpetrator. As I waited for the investigation to progress, I took additional precautions. I changed the locks on my mailbox and started using a secure postal service for important documents. I also installed a camera near my front door to monitor any unusual activity. One day, while going through a stack of old mail, I stumbled upon an envelope that had been torn open and then resealed. It was a letter from a local real estate agency, but it contained a surprising amount of personal information, details about my recent property searches, preferences for home features, and even upcoming open house appointments. The letter was dated several weeks prior, raising the question of how someone could have obtained such specific details. I contacted the real estate agency and discovered that the letter had been addressed to me, but it had been intercepted before it reached my mailbox. The agency confirmed that they had not sent out any duplicate letters and had no knowledge of how my information could have been accessed. I began to suspect that the problem might be more than just random theft. It seemed that someone was systematically gathering my personal information through my mail and using it to track my movements and activities. The realization was both frightening and infuriating. Desperate for answers, I revisited the footage from my surveillance camera. Analyzing it more closely, I noticed a recurring pattern. The shadowy figure was always accompanied by a white van parked across the street, which had been previously overlooked. The van appeared to be a key part of the operation. With this new lead, I went back to the police. They were able to use the van's license plate to track down its owner. The investigation revealed that the van was registered to a company specializing in security services. Further inquiry uncovered that the company's owner had a history of fraudulent activities and had been involved in various schemes to intercept personal mail and gather private information. The authorities arrested the company owner and conducted a search of their office, uncovering a trove of intercepted mail and personal data from numerous individuals. It became clear that my case was part of a larger pattern of identity theft and privacy invasion. The police were able to track down the shadowy figure from the footage and identified them as an employee of the fraudulent security company. The figure had been using the guise of a legitimate business to gather information for illicit purposes. They faced multiple charges, including identity theft and invasion of privacy. The resolution of the case brought a sense of relief, but the experience left a lasting impact. I had to take steps to restore my financial security and repair the damage caused by the identity theft. My credit was monitored closely, and I took further precautions to ensure my personal information was protected. The ordeal served as a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities that exist in seemingly mundane aspects of life. It highlighted the importance of vigilance and the need to safeguard personal information, especially in an age where privacy breaches can occur in the most unexpected ways. In the end, the shadow that had loomed over my life was dispelled, but the scars of the experience remained. I learned to be more cautious and proactive about protecting my privacy, and I hope that sharing my story would help others be more aware of the risks and take the necessary precautions to safeguard their own personal information. Story 60. It all began innocuously enough. I had always prided myself on maintaining strong professional relationships at work, and one coworker in particular, Alex, had become a trusted friend and confidant. We worked closely on several projects, and I often relied on Alex for advice and support. His expertise and seemingly genuine concern made him someone I thought I could trust completely. The first signs that something was amiss were subtle. I noticed occasional inconsistencies in how Alex referred to sensitive information that was only accessible through my email account. At first, I attributed it to a simple lapse in memory or a misunderstanding. However, the discrepancies grew more frequent and more concerning. Alex seemed to know details about my projects that hadn't been discussed openly. One day, I received an email from a colleague, Emma, who mentioned that she had noticed some unusual activity around a report I had been working on. She suspected that someone had been accessing the document and making unauthorized changes. Her message was casual, but left me uneasy, especially when she mentioned that the edits were consistent with some of the comments Alex had made about the project. I decided to investigate. I began by reviewing the access logs and tracking changes on the shared documents. To my dismay, I discovered that Alex had indeed been accessing my work emails and documents far more frequently than was necessary. The logs revealed that he had been viewing and copying sensitive information, including project details, internal communications, and strategic plans. Feeling a mixture of shock and betrayal, I confronted Alex. We were in a meeting room, and the tension was palpable. I presented him with the evidence I had gathered, the access logs and screenshots of the unauthorized changes. Alex's reaction was one of feigned surprise and denial. He attempted to brush off the accusations with vague explanations and assurances that it must be a misunderstanding. Despite his attempt to deflect, I felt a deep sense of unease. I decided to escalate the issue to our department. They conducted a thorough investigation and confirmed my findings. Alex had indeed been using his access to my email account to gather sensitive information and manipulate data. His actions had not only violated company policies, but had also compromised the integrity of several critical projects. The next step was to bring the issue to the attention of our management team. I scheduled a meeting with the head of HR and our direct supervisor, providing them with all the evidence and explaining the extent of the breach. The gravity of the situation was clear, and the management team took swift action. Alex was placed on administrative leave while the investigation continued. As the investigation unfolded, it became clear that Alex had been using the information he gathered to undermine my work and manipulate my career trajectory. He had been spreading false information about my performance, making disparaging comments to other team members, and even attempting to take credit for my contributions. His ultimate goal appeared to be positioning himself for a promotion that he felt he could only achieve by discrediting me and sabotaging my reputation. The emotional impact of the situation was profound. The betrayal felt personal and professional, as if my entire sense of security had been shattered. The realization that someone I trusted had been working against me from the shadows was deeply unsettling. It was a harsh reminder of how trust and loyalty can be manipulated for personal gain. Throughout the investigation, I worked closely with HR and it to mitigate the damage and restore my professional standing. The company took the breach seriously, implementing additional security measures and revising access protocols to prevent future incidents. They also offered support, including counseling services, to help me cope with the emotional toll of the situation. Alex's actions had serious consequences. He was ultimately terminated from his position, and legal action was considered due to the breach of confidentiality and the damage caused to my career. While the situation was resolved in terms of employment and legal repercussions, the trust I had in my workplace was significantly impacted. I had to work hard to rebuild my professional reputation and regain the confidence of my colleagues. In the aftermath of the breach, I became more vigilant about security and more cautious about whom I trusted with sensitive information. I also made it a point to foster transparency and open communication within my team to prevent similar issues in the future. I implemented stricter controls and regularly reviewed access permissions to ensure that such a betrayal could not occur again. The experience served as a harsh lesson in the importance of safeguarding both personal and professional information. It highlighted the need for vigilance and the importance of verifying the integrity of those we work closely with. While it was a painful chapter in my career, it also reinforced my commitment to maintaining a secure and transparent work environment. In time, the incident faded into the past, but the lessons learned remained. I continued to build my career with a renewed focus on security and trust, using the experience to advocate for better practices and to ensure that others in my organization could avoid the pitfalls I had encountered. The betrayal, while deeply unsettling, ultimately strengthened my resolve and highlighted the importance of vigilance in both personal and professional realms. Story 61. It was a chilly October evening when I first heard the unsettling voicemail that would turn my life upside down. I had just returned home from a routine grocery run, the mundane errand marked only by the typical annoyance of crowded aisles and long checkout lines. I was looking forward to a quiet night in, curled up with a book and a cup of tea. As I settled into my couch, my phone buzzed with a notification. It was a voicemail. I didn't recognize the number, but curiosity got the better of me, and I dialed in to listen. The message began with static, and then a deep, distorted voice came through. "Hello, Sarah. I see you've been busy today. I noticed you were at the new bookstore downtown and later at the cafe on 5th Street. Nice places. I hope you enjoyed your day. By the way, your car's parked in the garage. I'd hate for something to happen to it." My heart pounded in my chest. The voicemail was chilling, a cold reminder of how easily someone could intrude into my personal life. The voice was unfamiliar and distorted, adding to the sense of dread that was creeping over me. I had not shared my plans or my whereabouts with anyone that day. The level of detail in the message was disturbing, suggesting that someone had been tracking my movements. I immediately called the police, reporting the voicemail and expressing my concerns. Officer Stevens, a calm and reassuring figure, arrived at my apartment shortly after. He listened intently as I played the voicemail again and took note of the details. "This is definitely concerning," Officer Stevens said, his brow furrowed. "We'll start by trying to trace the origin of the call. In the meantime, make sure to keep your doors locked and be cautious of your surroundings. We'll also review any surveillance footage from nearby areas to see if we can find anything useful." As Officer Stevens left to begin the investigation, I was left alone with my anxiety and fear. The sense of violation was overwhelming. I double-checked all the locks in my apartment, ensuring that every entry point was secure. I also decided to avoid going out alone for the time being, opting instead to stay at home where I felt safer. The days following the voicemail were a blur of paranoia and vigilance. I changed my daily routines, opting for different routes and avoiding places I normally frequented. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, constantly on edge. Every unfamiliar sound or shadow seemed like a potential threat. Officer Stevens kept me updated on the progress of the investigation. The police were able to trace the voicemail to a burner phone, which provided no direct leads. Surveillance footage from the bookstore and cafe yielded no useful information, as the cameras had not captured anything out of the ordinary. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, Officer Stevens reassured me that the police were doing everything they could. In the meantime, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I installed additional security cameras around my apartment building and made sure to vary my routines to avoid predictability. One evening, as I was reviewing the footage from my new security cameras, I noticed something unusual. The footage showed a man loitering near my apartment building at different times over the past few days. He seemed to be watching the entrance and occasionally checking his phone. The man's presence was suspicious, but I had no way of knowing if he was connected to the voicemail. I brought the footage to Officer Stevens, who agreed that it was worth investigating further. The police identified the man as Greg Harrison, a known local with a history of harassment. He had recently been in and out of trouble for similar offenses, though he had never been charged with anything as serious as stalking. With this new information, the police were able to bring Greg in for questioning. He initially denied any involvement, but eventually confessed when confronted with the evidence. Greg admitted to sending the voicemail as part of an ongoing obsession he had developed. He had been monitoring my activities and was intrigued by my daily routine. The voicemail was meant to intimidate and unsettle me, and he had no real intention of causing physical harm. Greg was charged with harassment and stalking. The police increased their patrols around my apartment and continued to monitor Greg's activities to ensure there were no further incidents. The experience left me deeply shaken, but it also provided a sense of relief knowing that the perpetrator was being held accountable. In the weeks that followed, I worked to regain a sense of normalcy. I continued to use the security systems I had installed and remained cautious about my surroundings. The ordeal had taught me valuable lessons about personal safety and the importance of being vigilant. The experience also led me to become more involved in advocacy for victims of stalking and harassment. I began speaking out about my experience and supporting organizations that provide resources and support for those affected by similar situations. While the fear and anxiety from the voicemail never fully disappeared, I gradually found ways to cope and rebuild my sense of security. The incident served as a stark reminder of how easily one's privacy can be breached, but it also reinforced my resolve to protect myself and others from such invasions. The voicemail had been a chilling intrusion into my life, but it also highlighted the importance of community support and resilience in the face of adversity. As I moved forward, I did so with a renewed commitment to safeguarding my personal space and advocating for those who find themselves in similar situations. Story 62. The summer had always been my favorite season, filled with warm evenings and a relaxed atmosphere. This year I was particularly excited because I had decided to reconnect with old friends and make new ones through social media and online communities. I had recently joined a few groups that shared my interests and passions, hoping to expand my social circle and engage in meaningful conversations. One evening, while scrolling through a forum dedicated to hiking and outdoor adventures, I came across a user with an engaging profile. Their posts were thoughtful and knowledgeable, and their enthusiasm for hiking mirrored my own. We exchanged a few comments, and soon, this user, who went by the name Sam Trailblazer, reached out to me via direct message. Our conversations were pleasant and filled with shared experiences. Sam seemed genuinely interested in my hiking adventures and offered helpful tips and recommendations. It wasn't long before we moved our conversations to a private chat, where Sam shared more personal stories about their life and adventures. They seemed trustworthy and kind, and I began to enjoy our exchanges. Over the next few weeks, Sam and I developed a friendly rapport. We talked about everything from hiking trails to personal goals. Sam often praised my achievements and encouraged me to push my limits. They also shared their own triumphs and struggles, making our interactions feel authentic and supportive. One day, Sam mentioned that they were organizing a small hiking trip and invited me to join. I was thrilled by the offer and agreed to participate. We exchanged contact information, and Sam promised to send me the details of the trip soon. In the days leading up to the hike, I received several messages from Sam, who seemed eager to finalize the arrangements. They asked for some personal details, including my address and emergency contact information, which I provided without much thought. Sam explained that this information was necessary for organizing the trip and ensuring everyone's safety. Everything seemed to be falling into place until one evening when I received an unsettling phone call. The caller claimed to be from a company that offered outdoor gear and informed me that my information had been used to apply for a credit account. They wanted to confirm my identity and address any discrepancies. Confused and alarmed, I assured them that I had not applied for any credit and requested more details. The call left me feeling uneasy, but I dismissed it as a possible mix-up. However, my discomfort grew when I noticed a series of suspicious activities linked to my online accounts. I began receiving odd emails and messages, and my social media profiles were bombarded with friend requests from unfamiliar users. It became clear that something was amiss, so I decided to investigate further. I started by reviewing my interactions with Sam Trailblazer. I went through our messages and examined the information I had shared. That's when I noticed a pattern. Sam had been exceptionally inquisitive about my personal life, asking for details that seemed unnecessary. They had also subtly encouraged me to share more personal information, framing it as part of our growing friendship. Determined to uncover the truth, I conducted a thorough search online and found that Sam Trailblazer's profile had no substantial background. The profile picture was a stock photo, and the details about their adventures seemed fabricated. I began to suspect that Sam was not who they claimed to be. I reached out to other members of the hiking forum to see if they had interacted with Sam. To my dismay, I discovered that several people had experienced similar issues. They had been contacted by someone using a fake identity who had gained their trust and then exploited their personal information. It became evident that Sam Trailblazer was a fabricated persona created to manipulate and deceive. I took immediate action to secure my online presence. I changed all my passwords, activated two-factor authentication, and contacted my bank to alert them of potential fraud. I also reported the fraudulent activities to the relevant authorities, including the social media platforms and the credit company involved. The process of rectifying the situation was exhausting and stressful. It required numerous phone calls, form submissions, and follow-ups. Fortunately, with the help of my bank and the authorities, I managed to prevent further misuse of my personal information. The fraudulent credit application was canceled, and my accounts were secured. In the aftermath, I learned the hard way about the risks of online interactions and the importance of safeguarding personal information. I became more cautious about sharing details with people I met online and took extra measures to verify the identity of anyone who asked for sensitive information. The experience also underscored the value of maintaining a healthy skepticism about online interactions. While the internet offers incredible opportunities for connection and learning, it also harbors risks that require vigilance and prudence. Trust should be earned and verified, and personal information should be protected as diligently as possible. In the end, while the deception left me shaken, it also made me more resilient and aware. I rebuilt my sense of security and continued to engage in online communities with a newfound caution. The ordeal was a stark reminder of the complexities of the digital age and the importance of staying informed and vigilant in an increasingly interconnected world. Story 63. It was an unseasonably warm autumn evening when I first noticed something unusual about my car. I had parked it in the driveway after a long day at work and was heading inside when I saw a faint, unfamiliar glint near the undercarriage. Curiosity piqued. I crouched down and spotted a small, metallic object clinging to the frame of my car. The object was roughly the size of a matchbook, with a faint red lead blinking intermittently. My heart skipped a beat as I realized it resembled a GPS tracking device. I reached out and touched it gingerly, confirming my fear. The device was firmly attached and seemed to be actively tracking my vehicle. Panic set in. Why would someone want to track my movements? I felt a surge of vulnerability and fear. I knew I had to act quickly. I pulled the device off the car and examined it closely. It was a sleek, modern model with no identifiable markings. It was clear that whoever had installed it knew what they were doing. I decided to report the discovery to the police. As I drove to the station, I replayed the events of the past few weeks in my mind, trying to identify any unusual incidents or individuals who might have had a motive. Nothing stood out. but the thought of someone monitoring my every move was deeply unsettling. At the police station, Officer Martinez took my report. He examined the tracking device and assured me that they would investigate the matter. They took the device for analysis and promised to keep me updated on their findings. Meanwhile, they advised me to be extra cautious and to avoid any routine activities that could make my movements predictable. Feeling a mix of anxiety and anger, I took additional steps to secure my personal safety. I changed my daily routes and avoided frequent locations to throw off anyone who might have been following me. I also began to monitor my surroundings more carefully, hoping to spot anything out of the ordinary. The investigation took several days. Officer Martinez and his team worked to trace the origins of the tracking device. They conducted forensic analysis to uncover any fingerprints or clues that might lead them to the perpetrator. The police also reviewed local surveillance footage to see if anyone had been seen tampering with my car. During this period, my anxiety grew. Every time I saw a car parked near my house or a stranger lingering nearby, I wondered if they were connected to the tracking device. I avoided discussing the situation with friends and family, fearing that any mention of it might compromise the investigation or put them at risk. As the days turned into weeks, I received an update from Officer Martinez. The tracking device had been traced to a company that specialized in vehicle tracking and security solutions. However, the device itself had been purchased under a false name, making it difficult to identify the buyer or determine their motives. While the police continued their investigation, I decided to take additional measures to ensure my safety. I had a professional security service inspect my car for any other potential surveillance devices and installed a new security system. I also made changes to my daily routine and began using different routes and locations to avoid predictability. Despite these precautions, the feeling of being watched lingered. I grew increasingly paranoid, feeling as though every glance from a passerby or every unknown vehicle was connected to the tracking device. The constant state of alert was exhausting and had a significant impact on my daily life. Then, one evening, as I was heading home from work, I noticed a car that seemed to be following me. It was a dark-colored sedan that stayed behind me for several miles, maintaining a consistent distance. My heart raced as I took a series of unexpected turns, trying to see if the car would follow. It did. I decided to pull into a busy parking lot and waited. The dark sedan circled the lot a few times before driving off. I felt a mix of relief and fear, wondering if the car had been connected to the tracking device and the ongoing investigation. Later that night, I received a call from Officer Martinez. The investigation had hit a significant breakthrough. They had identified a suspect who had a history of using tracking devices for various reasons, including stalking and harassment. The suspect had been seen near my area and had connections to the company that sold the tracking device. The police were able to apprehend the suspect and gather evidence linking them to the installation of the tracking device on my car. It turned out that the individual had a personal vendetta and had been using the tracking device to monitor my movements and gather information. The situation had escalated beyond what I could have imagined, but the fact that the police had made progress brought me a sense of relief. As the investigation concluded and the suspect faced legal consequences, I was left to deal with the aftermath. The experience had shaken me deeply, and the sense of vulnerability lingered long after the tracking device was removed. I took additional steps to safeguard my personal information and continued to be vigilant about my security. In the end, the ordeal served as a harsh reminder of the dangers of technology when used maliciously. It highlighted the importance of remaining aware of one's surroundings and taking proactive measures to protect oneself from potential threats. While I had regained a sense of control and security, the experience remained a sobering reminder of the fragility of personal privacy in the digital age. Story 64. It started with a notification that something was off. I received an email from a social media platform I had never used, notifying me of a suspicious login attempt. At first, I thought it was a phishing scam or a mistake, but when I checked my actual accounts, everything seemed normal. My passwords were intact, and there were no signs of unauthorized access. It wasn't until a few days later that I realized the gravity of the situation. The realization hit me when a friend sent me a screenshot of a profile on a popular social media site. The profile used my name and photos that had been pulled from my personal accounts. The bio and posts were filled with disturbing content, vulgar language, inappropriate images, and mentions of illegal activities. My heart raced as I saw this fake profile, knowing that it was being used for purposes I had never intended or endorsed. I immediately contacted the platform's support team to report the fake profile. They assured me they would investigate the matter but warned that it could take time to resolve. I also started to receive messages from acquaintances and colleagues who had seen the profile, expressing concern and confusion. The profile had been involved in activities that were not only illegal but also damaging to my reputation. As days passed, the situation worsened. The fake profile was not only engaging in illicit activities but also making threats and sending harassing messages to other users. I began to receive disturbing emails and calls from people who had been contacted by this profile. They were angry and accusatory, and it was clear that the profile's actions were causing significant distress. I knew I needed to take action. I contacted my local police department, providing them with all the evidence I had gathered, the screenshots, messages, and any relevant information about the fake profile. The officers took my report seriously and assured me they would look into it. However, they also mentioned that cybercrimes could be challenging to trace and prosecute, especially when the perpetrators used false identities and anonymous networks. In addition to working with the police, I enlisted the help of a cybersecurity expert. They conducted a thorough investigation into how my personal information had been compromised and used to create the fake profile. The expert discovered that my data had been stolen from a data breach that had occurred months earlier. It was likely that my information had been sold on the dark web and used by someone with malicious intent. The cybersecurity expert also helped me secure my accounts and advised me to change all my passwords and enable multi-factor authentication on every platform I used. They recommended monitoring my credit report for any signs of identity theft and alerted me to potential vulnerabilities in my online presence. Despite these precautions, the emotional toll of the situation was overwhelming. I felt violated and exposed, knowing that my personal information had been used to create a fake identity that was involved in illegal activities. The constant barrage of inquiries and accusations from people who had been affected by the fake profile added to my stress and anxiety. I worked with the social media platform to expedite the removal of the fake profile. After numerous communications with their support team, they finally took the profile down and issued an apology for the delay. However, the damage had already been done. The profile had caused significant harm to my reputation, and the impact of the situation lingered. In the meantime, I continued to receive threatening messages and harassment from individuals who had been contacted by the fake profile. Some of them believed the profile was genuinely associated with me and threatened legal action or physical harm. I documented every interaction and shared this information with the police, hoping it would help in their investigation. As weeks turned into months, the police and cybersecurity expert worked tirelessly to trace the origin of the fake profile. The investigation revealed that the perpetrator had used sophisticated techniques to obscure their identity, including encrypted communication channels and anonymous networks. Despite their best efforts, identifying and apprehending the individual proved to be a daunting task. Eventually, the police were able to narrow down the suspect to a small group of individuals with a history of cybercrimes. They arrested one person, who confessed to creating the fake profile and using it for illicit activities. The individual was charged with multiple offenses, including identity theft and cyber harassment. While the arrest was a significant development, the emotional and reputational damage remained. The experience had left me feeling vulnerable and distrustful of the digital world. I had to rebuild my online presence and repair relationships with those who had been affected by the fake profile. I also sought support from a therapist to help cope with the emotional fallout of the incident. The therapy sessions were instrumental in helping me process my feelings of violation and anxiety. I learned to manage my stress and regain a sense of control over my life. The aftermath of the incident was a period of reflection and recovery. I continued to be vigilant about my online security and took proactive steps to protect my personal information. I also became an advocate for cybersecurity awareness, sharing my experience to help others understand the importance of safeguarding their digital lives. The experience had been harrowing, but it also taught me valuable lessons about the vulnerabilities of the digital age and the importance of resilience. Though the scars of the incident remained, I emerged with a renewed commitment to protecting my personal information and supporting others who face similar challenges. Story 65. It was one of those crisp autumn evenings where the city's vibrant colors were reflected in the golden light of the setting sun. I was driving home after a long day at work, eager to unwind. As I took a quiet back road to avoid traffic, my car suddenly sputtered and came to a halt. Panic set in as I realized I was stranded miles from the nearest service station, with no cell signal to call for help. I tried to stay calm, but the growing darkness made the situation increasingly unsettling. As I sat in my car, hoping for some miracle, a pair of headlights appeared in the distance. A car pulled up beside me, and a man stepped out, his face partially obscured by the shadow of his hat. He introduced himself as David, and with a reassuring smile, he offered to help. David seemed genuinely concerned. He checked under the hood, diagnosed the problem as a minor issue with the fuel pump, and offered to drive me to a nearby garage. I was initially hesitant, but given my dire situation, I accepted his offer. He was polite, attentive, and his demeanor quickly put me at ease. The ride to the garage was uneventful. David chatted amiably, and I found him to be a pleasant conversationalist. He seemed to have a knack for making people feel comfortable, and I was grateful for his assistance. Once we reached the garage, he even stayed to make sure the repair was underway before driving me back to my car. I was relieved and thanked him profusely. He insisted it was no trouble, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, we went our separate ways. In the following days, I couldn't shake the feeling that David's kindness had been too perfect, too timely. I chalked it up to paranoia, but a nagging sense of unease lingered. I tried to move on, but the discomfort grew when I noticed something strange. David's name kept appearing in my online searches. It seemed coincidental at first: articles, mentions in local forums, and even a few social media profiles with his name. My curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to investigate further. I discovered that David was not just a helpful stranger, but had been involved in several dubious activities. His name was associated with a number of online forums discussing privacy breaches and unauthorized tracking. The more I dug, the more I found alarming information about someone using similar tactics to what I had experienced. To confirm my suspicions, I reached out to a local private investigator. I provided them with the details of my encounter and the troubling findings I had discovered. The investigator agreed to look into it, and I was left anxiously awaiting the results. A week later, I received a call from the investigator. They had uncovered that David had a history of tracking and harassing individuals under the guise of helpfulness. It turned out he was part of a network that used seemingly benign acts of kindness to gain trust and then exploit it for more sinister purposes. The investigator revealed that David had accessed my personal information through subtle means during our encounter and had been monitoring my online activity and movements. The revelation was a jolt to my system. I felt violated and deeply disturbed that someone had used a facade of goodwill to invade my privacy. The investigator assured me that they were working with law enforcement to address the issue and prevent further intrusions. To safeguard myself, I took immediate action. I reviewed my online accounts and security settings, changing passwords and setting up alerts for any unusual activity. I also contacted my bank and credit card companies to monitor for any suspicious transactions. I had to be vigilant and proactive to protect my personal information and privacy. As the investigation unfolded, David was tracked down and confronted by authorities. It turned out that his activities were part of a larger scheme involving several individuals who preyed on vulnerable people by offering assistance and then using that access to exploit their information. The authorities assured me that they were taking measures to dismantle the network and hold those involved accountable. The experience left me shaken, but it also reinforced my awareness of the importance of safeguarding personal information. I learned to be more cautious and skeptical of seemingly kind gestures, understanding that even acts of goodwill could mask ulterior motives. Despite the unsettling experience, I found solace in the fact that I had taken the necessary steps to protect myself and that justice was being pursued. I also sought support from friends and professionals to help me process the emotional impact of the invasion. In the aftermath, I remained vigilant and continued to advocate for awareness about privacy and security. I shared my experience with others, hoping to raise awareness about the potential dangers of trusting strangers and the importance of protecting personal information. Though the encounter with David had been a distressing chapter, it ultimately strengthened my resolve to stay informed and cautious. The ordeal had been a harsh lesson in the realities of modern-day threats, but it also highlighted the importance of vigilance and the need to trust one's instincts when dealing with unfamiliar situations. Story 66. It began with a sense of security, the kind you feel when you invest in a state-of-the-art home security system. I had proudly installed cameras, alarms, and motion detectors around my house, believing I was safeguarding my home against any potential threats. Little did I know, this very system would soon become a conduit for a chilling breach of privacy. The trouble started subtly. I noticed minor glitches in the security system alerts that seemed out of sync and cameras that occasionally failed to record. At first, I attributed these issues to technical malfunctions or routine software updates. However, the glitches grew more frequent, and soon, I began to notice unsettling signs that my system was being tampered with. One evening, after a particularly long day at work, I came home to find that the security systems app on my phone had been inexplicably logged out. When I tried to log back in, I encountered an error message that suggested my account had been compromised. My heart sank as I realized that someone else might have gained access to my security system. I contacted the security company immediately. They assured me they would investigate the issue and check for any signs of unauthorized access. While they promised to take action, the feeling of unease lingered. The thought that someone could be watching me through my own security system was terrifying. Over the next few days, the strange occurrences continued. I received notifications about motion detection when I was certain no one should be in the house. Additionally, the security cameras seemed to capture odd, unexplained movements. I started feeling paranoid, convinced that someone was lurking around my home. Then came the night that confirmed my worst fears. I was working late in my home office when I heard an unusual noise coming from the hallway. It sounded like someone was walking around, and I could clearly hear footsteps. I checked the security cameras and was horrified to see footage of myself walking through the house, but there was no sign of anyone else present. Desperate to get to the bottom of this, I reviewed the security system logs. What I found made my blood run cold. The logs showed frequent remote access to the system, with timestamps that coincided with the times of the strange events I had experienced. It was evident that someone had been monitoring my home from a remote location. I immediately called the police and reported the breach. The officers arrived and took a look at the security system. They confirmed that there was indeed evidence of hacking. The police technician traced the activity to an IP address, but it was routed through a series of proxies, making it difficult to pinpoint the exact location. Feeling vulnerable and frightened, I decided to take additional steps to secure my home. I hired a cybersecurity expert to conduct a thorough investigation of my security system. The expert discovered that my system had been compromised through a vulnerability in the software, which allowed hackers to bypass the encryption and gain full control over the cameras and alarms. The expert also found that the hacker had installed additional software to monitor the live feeds and even manipulate the cameras remotely. This was a calculated and sophisticated intrusion designed to evade detection and maintain control over my home's security system. As the investigation unfolded, I learned that the hacker had been watching me for weeks, gathering information about my daily routine and habits. The thought that someone had been observing my every move both inside and outside my home, was deeply unsettling. The police were able to trace the IP address back to a suspect, a former employee of the security company who had been fired for misconduct. It turned out that this individual had used their insider knowledge to exploit the vulnerabilities in the security system and monitor my home. The discovery of this person's identity was both shocking and infuriating. With the suspect apprehended and the security breach under control, I had to focus on restoring my sense of security and privacy. I replaced the entire security system, opting for an upgraded model with more robust encryption and enhanced features. I also took measures to improve my overall cybersecurity, including changing all passwords and implementing two-factor authentication for my accounts. The aftermath of the breach left me feeling violated and anxious. The experience had a profound impact on my sense of safety and trust. I struggled with the lingering fear of being watched and the unsettling knowledge that someone had been monitoring my every move through my own security system. In the months that followed, I worked to rebuild my sense of security and regain control over my personal space. I engaged in therapy to address the emotional impact of the intrusion and to cope with the anxiety that had become a part of my daily life. The experience served as a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities associated with modern technology and the importance of safeguarding personal privacy. Though the hacker was brought to justice and my home was resecured, the scars of the breach remained. I learned to be more cautious and vigilant about my personal security, understanding that even the most sophisticated systems can be vulnerable to exploitation. The ordeal underscored the critical need to remain aware of potential risks and to take proactive measures to protect oneself in an increasingly interconnected world. Story 67. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly. I had recently moved into a charming old house on the outskirts of town, a place that seemed perfect for a fresh start. The house, with its creaky floorboards and vintage charm, had a certain allure that drew me in. However, it wasn't long before that allure began to fade, replaced by a growing sense of unease. At first, it was just small things, objects slightly out of place, a flickering light that I'd sworn was off when I left. I brushed these off as the quirks of an old house, but as the weeks passed, the occurrences became more frequent and more unsettling. I would come home to find notes scattered around the house. They weren't threatening at first, they were simple phrases, almost like diary entries. I see you're feeling anxious today, or it's quiet in here, isn't it? Each note seemed to be an observation about my mood or activities, and they were always left in places I was sure I'd checked. I could never remember seeing anyone enter the house or noticing anything out of the ordinary. I decided to install a security system, hoping to catch whoever was responsible. The system had motion sensors and cameras, and I felt a small measure of relief knowing that I had some form of surveillance. For a few days, there was no sign of the intruder, and I began to think I might have been overreacting. Then, one night, as I was settling in for bed, I heard a soft rustling sound coming from the living room. My heart raced as I crept downstairs, only to find the living room in disarray. The furniture was moved, and another note was left on the coffee table. This one was more disturbing. I know how lonely you feel when the house is empty. Why don't you let me keep you company? I reviewed the footage from the security cameras, and what I saw sent chills down my spine. The video showed an unidentified figure moving through the house, their face obscured by a hooded sweatshirt. The intruder seemed to move with a deliberate, almost casual intent, placing the notes carefully in strategic locations. They even paused to take a moment, as if savoring their intrusion. The footage was not clear enough to identify the person, but the realization that someone had been in my home, watching me, made my skin crawl. I contacted the police immediately and provided them with the footage and the notes. They took the case seriously but struggled to find any leads. The intruder seemed to be skilled at avoiding detection, leaving no fingerprints or other evidence. The notes continued. They started to reflect a deeper, more unsettling understanding of my emotional state. I noticed you didn't go for your usual run today. Is something bothering you, or I see you're struggling with your work? Maybe you need a break. It was as if the intruder was tracking my daily routines and emotions, using that information to craft increasingly invasive messages. I began to feel paranoid, constantly looking over my shoulder and double-checking locks. The intrusion had escalated from a series of unsettling notes to a full-blown psychological assault. Each day I found myself more on edge, unable to relax in my own home. In a desperate attempt to reclaim a sense of security, I hired a private investigator. They conducted a thorough investigation of my home and surroundings, trying to find any additional clues that the police might have missed. The investigator suggested that the intruder might be someone familiar with the house, possibly someone who had access to it or knew its layout well. The investigator also recommended a detailed review of any personal connections or recent interactions that could provide insight into who might have a motive. I scrutinized my recent acquaintances, but no one seemed to fit the profile of someone who would engage in such invasive behavior. Weeks passed, and the intrusion continued, though it grew less frequent. The notes became more sporadic, as if the intruder was losing interest or becoming more cautious. Despite this, the psychological impact remained profound. I found it difficult to trust anyone or feel comfortable in my home. One day, as I was cleaning out a closet, I discovered an old journal buried beneath some boxes. It appeared to belong to the previous owner of the house. Intrigued, I began reading through it, hoping to find some connection to the current situation. The journal contained detailed entries about the previous owner's life, including their emotional struggles and daily routines. As I read on, I noticed that the entries mirrored some of the notes I had received. The journal also included references to a person who had been a close friend, someone who had left the area under mysterious circumstances. The descriptions of this friend matched the behavior of the intruder, someone who had been privy to the previous owner's personal life and emotions. With this new information, I contacted the investigator again. They ran a background check on the previous owner's friend, discovering that this individual had a history of psychological issues and a tendency to stalk former acquaintances. It seemed that this person had moved to a nearby town and was known for a pattern of obsessive behavior. Armed with this information, the police were able to track down the suspect and apprehend them. The investigation revealed that they had been using the knowledge of the previous owner's emotional state to torment me, possibly as a form of twisted homage or unresolved grievance. The arrest brought a sense of relief, but the psychological scars remained. The experience had shaken my sense of security and left me with lingering fears. I took additional steps to improve my home security and sought therapy to address the emotional impact of the ordeal. The house, once a symbol of new beginnings, had been marred by the intrusion. However, with the suspect apprehended and the notes finally stopping, I began the long process of reclaiming my sense of peace and safety. It was a difficult journey, but I faced it with the resilience that had carried me through the darkest moments of the invasion. The experience had taught me the importance of vigilance and the need to protect not just my physical space, but my emotional well-being as well. Story 68. The morning started like any other. I arrived at the office early, eager to get a head start on the day's tasks. The office was quiet, with only the soft hum of computers and the occasional shuffle of papers breaking the stillness. My colleagues would trickle in over the next hour, and we'd settle into our usual routines. It was midweek when the unease began. I'd noticed subtle changes around the office, slightly misplaced items, odd glances from some coworkers, and a general sense of being scrutinized. I chalked it up to stress and paranoia. Work had been particularly demanding lately, and I was probably just overthinking things. The real shock came when I decided to clean out my desk drawer. It had become cluttered over the months, and I figured it was time to declutter. As I dug through old files and stray papers, I came across a small, metallic object wedged behind a stack of folders. At first glance, it looked like a harmless piece of office equipment, but as I examined it more closely, I realized it was a small camera, almost like a miniature spy device. A jolt of fear ran through me. I turned the camera over in my hands, noticing its tiny lens and the faint red light that blinked intermittently. My heart pounded as I realized what I had stumbled upon. This was no ordinary office gadget, it was a hidden camera, and it had been recording my every move and conversation. I immediately felt a surge of panic. Who could have done this? Why would someone install a hidden camera in my workspace? I knew I needed to act quickly. I carefully placed the camera back in the drawer and decided to seek help. I approached our office manager, Sarah, who had been with the company for years and was known for her professionalism and discretion. I explained the situation, showing her the camera and expressing my concerns. Her face turned pale as she realized the gravity of the situation. Sarah promised to handle it discreetly and immediately contacted the building's security team. The security team conducted a thorough search of the office, inspecting every corner, ceiling tile, and nook for additional hidden devices. To my growing horror, they discovered more cameras, each one strategically placed to capture different areas of the office. It was clear that whoever had done this had been meticulous in their planning. The police were called, and an investigation was launched. They took the cameras for forensic analysis to determine their origins and gather any identifying information. The process was slow, and while the investigation was ongoing, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I tried to maintain a sense of normalcy at work, but the paranoia was overwhelming. The police interviewed employees and reviewed security footage from the building's surveillance cameras. It was a painstaking process, but they eventually identified a key suspect, a former employee named David, who had been terminated several months earlier under suspicious circumstances. David had been with the company for a number of years and had access to all areas of the building before his departure. David's motives remained unclear, but the evidence pointed to him as the perpetrator. He had managed to install the cameras while still employed and had accessed the office under false pretenses after his dismissal. The footage from the cameras revealed disturbing details of his obsession with monitoring me and my colleagues. The recordings included private conversations, personal interactions, and even moments of vulnerability. The discovery of David's actions was a shock to everyone in the office. The betrayal and invasion of privacy were deeply unsettling. We learned that David had been using the footage to manipulate and control, although his exact intentions remained murky. The police arrested him, and he faced charges related to illegal surveillance and invasion of privacy. The aftermath was a whirlwind of emotions. The office underwent a complete security overhaul, with new protocols and enhanced surveillance measures to prevent future breaches. We held meetings to address the situation and support each other as a team. It was a reminder of how fragile trust can be and how essential it is to protect our personal and professional spaces. The experience left a lasting impact on me. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings and cautious about sharing personal information. I also sought counseling to cope with the emotional toll of being monitored so invasively. The process of rebuilding trust with my colleagues and reclaiming a sense of normalcy was gradual and challenging. Despite the distressing nature of the situation, I found strength in the support of my colleagues and the commitment of the company to address the issue comprehensively. The ordeal underscored the importance of vigilance and security in all aspects of life, both personal and professional. As time passed, the sense of being watched faded, but the lessons learned from the experience remained with me. The hidden camera had been a stark reminder of the potential for betrayal and the need to protect our privacy. It had also highlighted the resilience and solidarity that can emerge in the face of adversity. In the end, the hidden observer was brought to justice, but the experience had forever altered my perception of security and trust. It served as a cautionary tale about the dark side of technology and the lengths to which some individuals will go to exploit others. Story 69. It was a chilly autumn afternoon when the mail arrived, a seemingly ordinary moment in an otherwise uneventful week. I sorted through the usual bills and junk mail, but one package caught my eye. It was small, wrapped in plain brown paper, and had no return address. The curiosity piqued by its anonymity was quickly overshadowed by an odd feeling of unease. I set the package on the kitchen table and began to unwrap it. Inside, I found an assortment of personal items, an old family photograph, a piece of jewelry that belonged to my grandmother, and a handwritten note scrawled with a message: "I hope you enjoyed the visit." The photograph was of my family at a summer picnic, a memory I cherished, but it was slightly bent and had a smudge on it, as though it had been handled roughly. The jewelry was a delicate locket that I hadn't worn in years, but kept in a drawer for sentimental reasons. The note was unsettling. Its casual tone contrasted sharply with the invasion of privacy it implied. My heart raced as I tried to piece together what had happened. The items in the package were unmistakably mine. There was no way someone could have obtained them without having access to my home. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I realized someone had been inside my house, going through my belongings without my knowledge. I decided to check the house for any signs of a break-in. Everything seemed in place, but I felt a growing sense of paranoia. I went through each room, looking for any signs of tampering or missing items. Everything appeared untouched, yet the knowledge that someone had been there without my consent was deeply unsettling. I immediately contacted the police, providing them with the package and its contents. The officers arrived quickly and took the items for further examination. They promised to look into it but couldn't guarantee immediate results. Meanwhile, I was advised to take extra precautions and to avoid touching anything else that might have been disturbed. The days that followed were filled with an uneasy tension. I started double locking all doors and windows and installed a security camera system around the house. I also began reviewing the footage, hoping to catch any suspicious activity, but nothing unusual appeared. I became hyper-vigilant about every noise and movement around the house. I began to notice patterns of unusual activity in the neighborhood. Cars I didn't recognize seemed to drive by slowly, and there were unfamiliar faces in the area. Every strange occurrence heightened my anxiety, making me question if the invader was still watching me. One evening, while reviewing the security footage, I saw a figure walking slowly past my house. They seemed to be observing the property, but their face was obscured by a hood. The footage showed the figure approaching my front porch and lingering for a few moments before walking away. The police were alerted, and the footage was used as evidence, but the figure's identity remained unknown. The police investigation continued, but there were no new leads or suspects. I started to feel the weight of the situation taking its toll. The invasion of my home and the continued uncertainty created a constant state of stress and fear. I began to question the safety of my own home, a place that had always been my sanctuary. Months passed with no new developments. The case seemed to be at a standstill, and the sense of intrusion lingered in the back of my mind. I found myself unable to relax, constantly on edge, and I struggled with the feeling that someone was always watching. One day I received another anonymous package. This time it was a small, neatly wrapped box containing a single item, a key. Attached to it was a note that read, "This will help you find what's missing." Confused and frightened, I showed the new package to the police. They were as puzzled as I was, but suggested that the key might be a clue. They tested it to see if it fit any locks related to the investigation, but found nothing conclusive. Desperate for answers, I took matters into my own hands. I remembered that a few weeks before the first package arrived, I had misplaced a box of old family heirlooms. The box had been in a closet that I had since forgotten about. I decided to revisit the closet and check if the key might be related to it. To my shock, when I opened the closet, I found the old box in a different spot than where I had originally placed it. Inside the box, among the heirlooms, was a hidden compartment that I hadn't noticed before. The compartment contained several items that I had thought were lost personal journals, old letters, and a few more pieces of jewelry. It was clear that someone had been meticulously studying my belongings, adding items to the collection, and perhaps even rearranging things to fit their purpose. The discovery made it evident that the person had an unsettling familiarity with my possessions and was deliberately leaving these clues. With this new information, the police were able to reinvestigate the case with renewed focus. They used the newly found items to trace any possible leads and began to connect the dots between the ongoing surveillance and the packages. Eventually, the investigation led to a former housekeeper who had worked for me years earlier. The individual had a history of petty theft and a deep-seated grudge. They had been using their knowledge of my home and belongings to stalk and intimidate me, hoping to unsettle me and assert control. The discovery of the housekeeper's involvement brought a sense of closure, though the emotional scars remained. The police were able to take legal action, and the housekeeper faced charges for their actions. The experience left me with a heightened awareness of personal security and an appreciation for the importance of safeguarding one's home and privacy. I learned to trust my instincts and take immediate action when something felt off. The ordeal was a harsh lesson in the vulnerability that can exist in even the most seemingly secure environments. Story 70. The discovery happened on an ordinary Tuesday afternoon, but its impact was anything but mundane. I had returned home from work and was in the middle of my usual evening routine when I decided to tidy up the closet in my study. I had been meaning to sort through some old boxes and unused items, but I kept putting it off. That day, I finally mustered the motivation to do it. As I dug through the clutter, I came across a small, unmarked journal wedged behind some old textbooks. It was a plain, leather-bound diary with no distinguishing features. My curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to flip through it. The pages were filled with neatly handwritten notes, but what struck me immediately was the level of detail in the entries. The diary wasn't just a collection of random thoughts or reflections, it was a detailed account of my daily life. The entries described my activities with unsettling precision. It detailed what time I left for work, what route I took, and even specific interactions I had with my colleagues. The author had written about my private conversations, including personal details that no one outside of my closest circle should have known. My heart raced as I read through the diary. The entries were dated, and the further I went back, the more unsettling it became. There were descriptions of conversations I'd had with friends and family, snippets of personal anecdotes I had shared, and even observations about my habits and routines. The diary contained details that could only have been gathered by someone who had been closely following me for an extended period. I felt a rush of panic and disbelief. The idea that someone had been watching me, recording my every move, and invading my privacy in such a thorough and invasive manner was terrifying. I immediately began to think about the possible implications. Had my home been compromised? Was someone still watching me? I felt a deep sense of vulnerability and fear. I knew I had to act quickly. I took the diary to the police station and reported the discovery. The officers listened carefully as I explained the situation and showed them the diary. They took it seriously and began an investigation. They assured me they would analyze the diary for fingerprints, handwriting samples, and any other clues that could help identify the author. In the meantime, I took steps to secure my home. I had a security system installed, complete with cameras and motion detectors. I changed all my passwords and reviewed my online security settings, making sure that my personal information was protected. I also started being more cautious about my routines and interactions, aware that someone had been paying close attention to my life. As the investigation progressed, I became increasingly anxious. The police interviewed my neighbors and reviewed nearby security footage, but they found no immediate leads. The diary itself offered no clear indication of the author's identity. It seemed to be written by someone with a detailed knowledge of my life, but left no direct clues to their whereabouts or intentions. I began to worry about the impact of this invasion of privacy on my daily life. The fear of being watched made it difficult to relax, even in the safety of my own home. I felt paranoid about every unfamiliar face and every odd noise. The sense of constant surveillance was overwhelming. One evening, as I was reviewing the diary again, I noticed something I had missed before. There were recurring references to a specific location, an old park on the outskirts of town. The diary mentioned this place several times, always in the context of observing me or waiting for me to appear. It seemed like the author had some sort of fascination or obsession with this location. I decided to investigate the park, hoping that it might provide some clue or lead. I visited the park during the day and took note of its layout and features. It was an old, somewhat neglected park with overgrown paths and a few abandoned benches. There was nothing immediately alarming, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it held some significance to the situation. I contacted the police again and provided them with this new information. They agreed to increase their patrols around the park and to investigate any potential connections to the diary. While this didn't offer immediate relief, it provided a glimmer of hope that we might uncover more about the person behind the diary. As weeks passed, the investigation continued with no new developments. The diary had been a haunting reminder of the invasion of my privacy, but its mystery remained unsolved. I had to adapt to living with the fear and uncertainty, finding ways to regain a sense of normalcy despite the lingering anxiety. In the end, the diary remained an unsettling symbol of the vulnerability we all face in a world where personal boundaries can be so easily breached. It served as a stark reminder of the importance of vigilance and the need to protect one's privacy. While I was able to implement stronger security measures and take proactive steps to safeguard my personal information, the emotional impact of the experience stayed with me. The case was eventually closed without identifying the author, but I continued to remain cautious and aware of my surroundings. The diary had revealed a disturbing reality, but it also reinforced my resolve to take control of my own security and to be vigilant about the potential threats that could invade our lives from unexpected places. Story 71. It was an ordinary Wednesday evening when I first noticed something unusual. I'd been scrolling through my social media feed when an unfamiliar notification popped up. An account with my name and profile picture had commented on a post I'd never seen before. It was an innocuous enough message, but something about it set off alarm bells. I tapped on the profile and my heart sank as I saw the details of the account. It wasn't mine. I quickly logged out of my accounts and did a search for any other mentions of my name. The results were chilling. There were several profiles with my name and pictures, but the accounts weren't just idle, they were actively engaging in suspicious activities. One account was selling items on an auction site, another was making aggressive comments on controversial posts, and a third had somehow accumulated a significant following by posting what seemed like my opinions and personal stories. I sat frozen, staring at the screen. It was clear that whoever was behind these accounts had not only stolen my identity but was using it to conduct various forms of online fraud. I took a deep breath and knew I had to act fast. I began by reporting each fraudulent account to the respective platforms, but the process was slow and complicated. Each report required detailed information and proof of identity theft, which meant I was in for a long battle. The next day, I contacted the police. I explained the situation, and they took my report seriously, assigning a detective to the case. Detective Hart was kind but stern, and she asked a series of detailed questions to piece together the full extent of the identity theft. I was to provide any evidence I had, including screenshots of the fake accounts and copies of any suspicious communications. The detective's investigation quickly uncovered that the fraudulent accounts were linked to a larger network of criminal activities. It appeared that my stolen identity had been used to launder money, and the accounts had been involved in scams targeting vulnerable individuals. As the police dug deeper, they found that these activities were part of a more extensive scheme run by a group of cyber criminals. The realization was staggering. I was just one of many victims. The situation took a personal turn when I began receiving threatening messages from individuals who had been scammed by the fake accounts. These messages ranged from angry accusations to explicit threats. The fact that real people were being hurt by this situation made it all the more urgent to resolve. I had to constantly reassure the victims that their grievances were being addressed and that the authorities were working on the case. In the meantime, my daily life was upended. I had to change all my passwords, monitor my financial accounts, and put a fraud alert on my credit report. It was exhausting and stressful, but the reality of being targeted by criminals made me stay vigilant. I also enlisted the help of a cybersecurity firm to audit my online presence and help track down any other possible breaches. Weeks passed with little progress. The police investigation was ongoing, but progress was slow. Then one evening, as I was checking my email, I saw a message from Detective Hart. She informed me that they had made a breakthrough. The authorities had traced the fraudulent activities back to a small operation run out of a warehouse on the outskirts of the city. The criminals had been using a sophisticated network of VPNs and encrypted communication channels to avoid detection. The police orchestrated a raid on the warehouse, and the results were dramatic. They apprehended several individuals involved in the scheme, and a large amount of stolen personal data was recovered. The operation's leader was among those arrested, and the case was beginning to unravel. Detective Hart assured me that they were doing everything possible to rectify the situation and prevent further misuse of my identity. Despite the progress, the ordeal wasn't over. The aftermath of the investigation involved working closely with various institutions to repair the damage done. My credit report had to be cleaned up, and the fraudulent accounts had to be taken down permanently. I also had to be extra cautious with my personal information, ensuring that my online security was as robust as possible. The experience left me shaken, but also more aware of the vulnerabilities of our digital lives. I became an advocate for online privacy, sharing my story to help others understand the importance of safeguarding their personal information. I collaborated with cybersecurity experts to host workshops and seminars, raising awareness about identity theft and how to protect oneself from similar threats. Months later, as I looked back on the ordeal, I was grateful for the resolution but wary of the ever-present risks of the digital age. The experience had taught me a lot about resilience and the importance of vigilance. I knew that while I had been lucky to have a resolution, many others were still facing similar threats. It became my mission to ensure that my story served as a cautionary tale and a guide for those navigating the complex world of online security. Story 72. It had been a few months since I had met Jamie at a work conference. We hit it off immediately, bonding over shared interests and similar career goals. Jamie was easygoing and supportive, and we quickly developed a friendship. We exchanged phone numbers and frequently chatted about work, personal matters, and life in general. Our conversations were a blend of professional advice and personal anecdotes, and Jamie always seemed genuinely interested in my thoughts and experiences. One evening, I received a call from Jamie. They were enthusiastic about a new project at work and wanted to discuss some ideas. I was happy to oblige, and we spent the next hour talking about various strategies and brainstorming ideas. Jamie's insights were helpful, and I appreciated their support. Over the next few weeks, Jamie's support continued, and we had several more phone calls, each filled with discussions about work, personal challenges, and mutual interests. It was during these conversations that Jamie began to offer unsolicited advice on my personal life. They seemed to have a knack for pinpointing my concerns and offering solutions, which I found odd but helpful. One day, I noticed something unusual. I had received a message from Jamie that referenced a private conversation we had had a few weeks earlier, one that I had not mentioned to anyone else. The message was casual and seemed like Jamie was just making a point, but it struck me as odd that they knew such specific details. The situation grew more troubling when I started noticing similar patterns in Jamie's behavior. They would bring up personal issues I had only shared during phone calls and offer advice that seemed oddly tailored to my private concerns. I began to feel uneasy and wondered how Jamie could know so much about my personal life. My anxiety heightened when I received an anonymous email containing excerpts from some of our phone conversations. The email was unsettling, containing personal details and snippets of discussions that only Jamie and I had shared. The sender claimed that they had been monitoring our conversations and used the information to manipulate situations in my life. I was horrified. I immediately contacted Jamie and confronted them about the email, expressing my concerns and asking if they knew anything about it. Jamie was surprised and denied any involvement. They insisted that the email must be a misunderstanding or a prank. I wanted to believe Jamie, but the email's content was too specific to ignore. Determined to get to the bottom of the matter, I decided to investigate further. I began by reviewing my phone's settings and checking for any signs of unauthorized access or unusual apps. To my shock, I discovered a recording app that I didn't recognize, installed on my phone. The app had been actively recording calls, and the timestamps matched up with my conversations with Jamie. I was devastated. Jamie, someone I had trusted, had been secretly recording our conversations and using the information against me. The realization was a gut-wrenching blow. I felt betrayed and violated. I immediately deleted the recording app and took steps to secure my phone, including changing passwords and enhancing my privacy settings. The next step was to gather evidence. I reviewed the recordings to understand the extent of the intrusion. The recordings were as disturbing as I had feared, containing intimate details about my personal life, work concerns, and other private matters. It became evident that Jamie had used this information to manipulate and control various aspects of my life, often subtly influencing my decisions and interactions. Feeling the weight of the betrayal, I decided to cut off contact with Jamie. I informed them that I knew about the recordings and that our friendship was over. Jamie's response was a mix of denial and defensive anger. They insisted they had no idea what I was talking about and accused me of jumping to conclusions. Despite their protests, I remained firm in my decision to end the relationship. I also reported the incident to the authorities, providing them with the evidence of the unauthorized recordings. The police took the matter seriously and launched an investigation into the breach of privacy. They traced the app's origin and discovered that it had been used to record and collect data from numerous individuals without their consent. The investigation revealed that Jamie had used the recordings to manipulate various aspects of my life and those of others. They had been leveraging the information to gain influence and control over personal and professional situations. The authorities took appropriate action, and Jamie faced legal consequences for their actions. In the aftermath, I was left to process the betrayal and rebuild my sense of trust. I sought support from friends and family who helped me navigate the emotional fallout. I also took steps to enhance my digital security and protect my privacy, ensuring that I was more vigilant about my personal information. The experience served as a stark reminder of the importance of safeguarding personal privacy and being cautious about whom to trust. It also highlighted the potential for technology to be used for malicious purposes and the need for vigilance in a digitally connected world. Despite the pain of the betrayal, I emerged from the ordeal more resilient and aware. I learned valuable lessons about trust, privacy, and the importance of maintaining a healthy skepticism about the intentions of those around us. The experience had been harrowing, but it ultimately strengthened my resolve to protect my personal boundaries and remain vigilant against future intrusions. Story 73. It began on a chilly autumn evening when I decided to rearrange my living room. I had recently purchased a new set of bookshelves and thought it was the perfect time to freshen up the space. As I moved furniture and adjusted the arrangement, I noticed a small, unusual device tucked behind the sofa, a small, black box with a faintly blinking light. My initial thought was that it was some kind of forgotten gadget, but as I picked it up, I noticed a tiny pinhole on one side. I was immediately struck by the unsettling idea that it might be a listening device. I hesitated for a moment, then decided to investigate further. I took the device to my home office, where I began to examine it more closely. It resembled a small radio transmitter, but the design was unfamiliar. My gut feeling was that it was something more sinister. I turned it over in my hands, and after a bit of research online, I found that it matched the description of a covert listening device used for eavesdropping. The unsettling discovery prompted me to conduct a more thorough search of my home. I went through each room, checking behind furniture, inside vents, and even in the light fixtures. To my horror, I found similar devices hidden in various locations behind picture frames, inside electrical outlets, and even under the carpet. Feeling a surge of anxiety, I decided to call a professional to assess the situation. I contacted a security specialist who had experience with counter-surveillance. When he arrived, he brought specialized equipment to detect hidden listening devices. Together, we conducted a thorough sweep of the house. The specialist's equipment beeped and whirred as he scanned each room. The results were chilling. Several listening devices had been planted in strategic locations throughout my home. The devices were all operational, capable of transmitting audio in real time. My privacy had been breached in the most invasive way imaginable. The specialist took detailed notes and collected the devices as evidence. He advised me to report the incident to the police immediately. The thought of someone listening to my private conversations, monitoring every aspect of my life, left me feeling violated and vulnerable. At the police station, I filed a report with Officer Grant, who took the situation very seriously. He reviewed the evidence and assured me that an investigation would be launched. They took the devices for forensic analysis to determine their origin and any potential links to individuals who might have had access to my home. In the days that followed, I was plagued by a sense of paranoia. I felt as though I was being watched even when I was alone. Every noise in the house seemed amplified, and every glance from a stranger felt menacing. I began to question my interactions with everyone around me, wondering if anyone might be involved in the surveillance. As the investigation progressed, Officer Grant kept me updated on their findings. The forensic analysis revealed that the listening devices had been purchased from a high-end electronics store, but the purchase had been made using a fake ID. The police were working to trace the origin of the ID and then identify potential suspects. In the meantime, I took additional steps to protect my privacy. I had my home thoroughly inspected for any other potential surveillance devices and installed a comprehensive security system. I also became more cautious about my communications, avoiding discussing sensitive topics at home and opting for encrypted messaging apps. The experience took a toll on my personal life. I felt increasingly isolated as the trust I had in my own home was shattered. I avoided inviting friends or family over, fearing that the surveillance might still be active or that someone might be monitoring my interactions. As the investigation continued, Officer Grant informed me that they had identified a suspect, someone with a history of harassment and stalking. The suspect had been linked to the electronics store where the listening devices were purchased and had a known pattern of targeting individuals in a similar manner. The police were able to apprehend the suspect, who confessed to planting the devices in my home. The motive was rooted in a personal vendetta, and the suspect had used the listening devices to gather information and invade my privacy. The confession provided some closure, but the emotional impact of the breach lingered. As the legal proceedings against the suspect unfolded, I focused on rebuilding my sense of security and trust. I continued to work with security experts to ensure that my home was completely safe and took steps to regain a sense of normalcy in my daily life. The ordeal had been a harsh reminder of the vulnerabilities that come with modern technology and the importance of safeguarding one's privacy. In the end, while the discovery of the listening devices was a deeply disturbing experience, it also reinforced my commitment to remaining vigilant and proactive about personal security. The breach of privacy had a profound impact on my life, but it also served as a catalyst for increased awareness and preparedness in an era where technological invasions can pose real threats to personal safety and privacy. Story 74. It started with a text message that seemed innocuous at first. I was lounging at home, scrolling through my phone, when a message popped up from an unknown number. The text was a simple "hi there," but the unfamiliarity of the number piqued my curiosity. I replied with a casual "hello," but when the next message arrived, my unease began. The second message was far from benign. "I see you've been busy with work lately. Must be exhausting." The sender knew I had been working long hours. I brushed it off as a coincidence or a wrong number. However, as the days passed, the messages became increasingly unsettling. The next message read, "I noticed you were at your daughter's soccer game last Saturday. She played well." I was taken aback. The sender not only knew about the game, but had also observed it. My anxiety started to spike. I contacted my daughter's coach and other parents, but no one had noticed anything unusual. Desperation led me to contact the police, but without concrete evidence or a clear threat, they could only offer general advice on dealing with harassment. I was told to keep the messages and document everything. I was also advised to be cautious about my routines and to inform my family of the situation. The messages continued. "I saw you had dinner with your sister last night. She looked happy." The sender knew intimate details about my family gatherings. Each message felt like an invasion of my privacy, and my fear grew with every new text. I started to become hyper-aware of my surroundings and question the intentions of everyone around me. One evening, I received a message that struck terror into my heart. "I hope you enjoyed your time at the park this afternoon. It was quite a sight to see you and your children. The park visit was meant to be a private family outing. No one else was supposed to know about it, and yet the sender seemed to have been there watching us." I began to feel like I was being followed. I checked my home security cameras regularly, but nothing unusual was ever recorded. I changed my daily routines, varied my routes, and tried to keep a low profile, but the feeling of being watched never left me. I started questioning whether my phone was being tracked or if my house had been compromised. The next message was a direct threat. "It would be a shame if something happened to your family. You wouldn't want that, would you?" My heart raced as I read those words. The threat was vague yet ominous, and it was clear that the sender had access to information that could harm my loved ones. I immediately called the police, providing them with the latest message and the history of the previous texts. An investigation was launched, but tracing the sender proved difficult. The messages were sent from an untraceable number, and there were no leads on who might be behind them. The authorities suggested that the sender could be someone with a personal vendetta or someone who had access to personal information through a third party. In the meantime, I took extra precautions. I upgraded my home security system, installed additional cameras, and hired a private investigator to help with the case. I also took steps to secure my online accounts, changed passwords, and reviewed my social media privacy settings. Despite these measures, the messages continued, each one more chilling than the last. The messages began to delve into deeper fears. "I saw how upset your son was last week. It must be hard juggling everything." The sender seemed to be playing a cruel game, preying on my insecurities and fears about my family's well-being. The constant anxiety was affecting my work, my relationships, and my ability to enjoy everyday activities. One particularly distressing message read, "You should be careful on your way to work tomorrow. Accidents happen." It was a direct threat to my safety, and I felt like I was living in a constant state of fear. I changed my routine drastically, took different routes to work, and made sure someone was always aware of my whereabouts. As the investigation continued, the private investigator discovered that the sender had used various tactics to gather personal information. They had accessed public records, social media profiles, and potentially even used information from compromised accounts. It became apparent that the sender was someone who had gone to great lengths to monitor and stalk me and my family. The breakthrough came when the investigator traced the messages to a local individual with a history of similar behavior. The person had been using various aliases and phone numbers to avoid detection. Once identified, the authorities were able to arrest the suspect, who admitted to sending the threatening messages as part of a campaign to terrorize and manipulate. The arrest brought a sense of relief, but the psychological impact of the ordeal lingered. I sought therapy to help cope with the trauma and anxiety that the harassment had caused. The experience had shaken my trust in my own sense of safety and security. Over time, the sense of normalcy returned. The threat was gone, but the memories of being watched and threatened remained. I continued to be vigilant about my personal safety and took extra precautions to ensure that my family and I remained secure. The experience was a harsh reminder of the vulnerabilities we face in the digital age and the lengths to which some individuals will go to exploit and harm others. It underscored the importance of taking threats seriously, seeking help when needed, and continually safeguarding our personal information. The ordeal had been harrowing, but it also strengthened my resolve to protect my family and advocate for greater awareness of personal safety in an increasingly connected world. Story 75. It was a chilly November evening when I first noticed something off about my online interactions. The weeks had been busy, and I had been spending more time on social media to stay connected with friends and family. It was a welcome distraction from the hectic pace of work and the stress of daily life. One day, a new friend request popped up on my Facebook profile. The name was unfamiliar, but the profile looked genuine: photos of shared friends, mutual interests, and even posts that seemed familiar. The profile belonged to someone named Amanda, a woman who appeared to have a warm, friendly demeanor. Curiosity got the better of me, and I accepted the request. Amanda soon reached out with a friendly message, introducing herself and mentioning a mutual friend, Sarah, who had spoken highly of me. The conversation was casual, and Amanda seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me. We chatted about common interests and eventually began exchanging messages regularly. At first, I was pleased to have a new connection. Amanda's messages were always thoughtful and supportive, and she seemed to be a genuinely nice person. However, as our online friendship deepened, I started to notice some peculiarities. Amanda would often ask detailed questions about my personal life, my relationships, and my daily routine. I found it odd, but I brushed it off as curiosity. Things took a more disturbing turn when Amanda began subtly manipulating my interactions with my friends. She would casually mention how certain friends, including Sarah, had shared specific details about me, creating a sense of betrayal. She painted herself as a confidante who had been privy to private conversations, deepening the emotional manipulation. I started to doubt my friends, feeling isolated and unsure of whom to trust. Amanda's influence extended beyond mere conversation. She would often provide unsolicited advice about my relationships, suggesting that certain friends were not supportive or were even talking behind my back. The more I interacted with Amanda, the more I began to distance myself from the people I had once felt close to. It was a gradual process, and the isolation became more pronounced. The breaking point came when I received a message from Amanda that seemed to be a direct attack on my friendship with Sarah. Amanda claimed that Sarah had been spreading rumors about me and suggested that I confront her. I felt a rush of anger and hurt, convinced that Sarah had betrayed me. I called Sarah, my voice trembling with accusation, and ended the conversation with a sense of finality that left me feeling hollow. Sarah was bewildered by the sudden change in our relationship. She tried to reach out, but I was too wrapped up in the web Amanda had spun around me. It wasn't until Sarah came to visit me in person, distressed and worried about our fractured friendship, that the truth began to unravel. Sarah had brought screenshots of conversations she'd had with Amanda, revealing that Amanda had been fabricating stories and manipulating our interactions. Sarah had noticed oddities in Amanda's messages and decided to investigate. To our horror, it became clear that Amanda was not who she appeared to be. She was a fake profile created with the sole purpose of sowing discord and manipulating my relationships. I felt a wave of shame and horror wash over me. The realization that someone had been playing with my emotions and relationships was deeply unsettling. I immediately took action. I removed Amanda from all my social media accounts and reported the profile for fraudulent activity. I also reached out to Sarah and other friends, apologizing for my behavior and explaining how I had been deceived. The process of rebuilding trust was challenging. It took time for my friends and me to mend the rifts that had been caused by Amanda's manipulation. Sarah was understanding and forgiving, and with time our friendship healed. I also made a concerted effort to reconnect with other friends, explaining the situation and seeking to restore the bonds that had been strained. The incident was a harsh lesson in the potential dangers of online interactions. I became more cautious about whom I engaged with and how much personal information I shared. I also took steps to enhance my online security, including tightening privacy settings and being more discerning about accepting friend requests and messages from strangers. The experience also led me to become an advocate for online safety and awareness. I shared my story with others, hoping to raise awareness about the risks of social media manipulation and the importance of maintaining healthy skepticism about online interactions. It was a painful lesson, but it underscored the need to stay vigilant and protect oneself from deceitful individuals who exploit the digital age's anonymity. The ordeal left me with a heightened sense of caution and a deeper understanding of the complexities of online relationships. While the scars of the manipulation remained, I found strength in rebuilding trust and fostering genuine connections with those who truly cared for me. The experience had been a stark reminder of the importance of authenticity and the need to approach online interactions with both openness and caution. Story 76. It all began on a crisp autumn evening when I decided to tackle a small home renovation project. I had been putting off cleaning out the attic for weeks, and with a free weekend ahead, I finally mustered the motivation to sort through the boxes and clutter that had accumulated over the years. I thought it would be a straightforward task, but what I uncovered that day was far from ordinary. The attic had always been a place of dusty memories and forgotten items. As I sifted through old family heirlooms and miscellaneous belongings, I noticed something peculiar about one of the boxes tucked away in the corner. It was a large, nondescript cardboard box, not unlike many others I had encountered. However, it seemed out of place in the midst of old clothes and outdated electronics. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to open it. Inside the box, I found several small, metallic objects wrapped in black tape. I unwrapped one of them and was horrified to discover it was a hidden camera, cleverly disguised as a smoke detector. My heart raced as I pulled out more of the devices, each one a different type of covert surveillance equipment. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. Someone had been monitoring me in my own home. I immediately felt a wave of panic and confusion. How had I not noticed these cameras before? The thought that someone had been watching my every move for months was both terrifying and infuriating. I took out my phone and called the police, hoping they would be able to help me unravel the disturbing truth. When the officers arrived, they were initially skeptical but soon understood the gravity of the situation. They took the hidden cameras into evidence and began an investigation. I watched as they meticulously examined the devices, taking note of their placement and functionality. The cameras were well hidden, integrated into everyday objects, and had been positioned in strategic locations around my home, living room, bedroom, even the bathroom. The police informed me that they would need to conduct a thorough investigation to determine who had installed the cameras and how they had managed to bypass my home security system. They advised me to document any suspicious activity or interactions I had encountered recently, as this might help in identifying the culprit. In the days that followed, I found myself on edge, constantly checking for any signs of tampering or surveillance. The intrusion had not only violated my privacy, but had also left me feeling unsafe in my own home. I began reviewing my daily routines, trying to piece together any clues that might reveal who was behind the cameras. The investigation took several weeks. During this time, I had to endure unsettling moments of paranoia, wondering if the intruder was still monitoring me, or if they had left any additional surprises hidden around the house. The police made progress in tracing the equipment used, but the trail remained frustratingly cold. Finally, the breakthrough came when the police identified a pattern in the locations of the cameras. The devices had been installed by someone with intimate knowledge of the house, someone who had access to the premises. This led them to consider individuals who had been in and out of my home recently, such as contractors or repair personnel. It turned out that the primary suspect was a former handyman who had worked on my house months prior. He had been fired after a minor dispute over his work, and it appeared that he had used his knowledge of the property to install the cameras as a form of revenge or control. The police were able to track him down and arrest him, uncovering additional evidence linking him to the surveillance operation. The revelation was both a relief and a shock. The handyman had meticulously planned the installation of the cameras, choosing hidden locations and ensuring they were difficult to detect. He had been watching me from a distance, collecting footage of my daily activities and personal moments. The emotional impact of the discovery was profound. I struggled with feelings of betrayal and fear, grappling with the violation of my personal space and privacy. The knowledge that someone had been watching me without my consent was deeply unsettling. I felt exposed and vulnerable, and it took time to come to terms with the breach of trust. In response to the incident, I took extensive measures to ensure my home's security. I upgraded my security system, installing advanced sensors and cameras that provided better coverage and protection. I also worked with a security consultant to review and enhance the home's vulnerability assessments. Additionally, I sought counseling to help process the emotional trauma and regain a sense of control over my life. The experience had left me anxious and distrusting, and I needed support to rebuild my sense of safety and normalcy. The former handyman was eventually prosecuted, and justice was served. However, the experience served as a stark reminder of the importance of safeguarding one's privacy and remaining vigilant about security. It also highlighted the need for thorough background checks and careful consideration when hiring individuals who will have access to personal spaces. In the end, I learned to approach my personal security with heightened awareness and caution. The violation of privacy had taught me a painful lesson about the vulnerabilities we face in an interconnected world. Despite the efforts to secure my home and rebuild my sense of safety, the psychological impact of the intrusion remained a constant reminder of the importance of protecting oneself from potential threats. Story 77. It was a regular Tuesday afternoon when I noticed an email alert from my bank: suspicious activity detected on your account. My heart sank as I clicked through to my online banking app, only to be greeted by a slew of unfamiliar transactions. Payments to companies I'd never heard of, cash withdrawals from ATMs in distant cities, and even high-value purchases at online retailers. It was all there, a glaring trail of unauthorized activity. My hands trembled as I scrolled through the list. Each transaction seemed to mock my sense of security, a stark reminder of how vulnerable my personal information had become. I immediately contacted my bank's fraud department, hoping to get a grip on the situation before it spiraled further. The representative on the other end was calm and collected, guiding me through the process of reporting the fraudulent activity. They assured me that my account would be temporarily frozen to prevent any more unauthorized transactions, and an investigation would be launched to trace the source of the breach. Despite their reassurance, anxiety gnawed at me. How could someone have gained access to my account? More importantly, how much damage had they done? The bank asked me to provide as much detail as possible about the transactions, including any unusual activity I might have noticed in the past few weeks. As I reviewed my statements, I realized that the fraudulent activity hadn't been limited to just the past few days. There were small, incremental charges dating back several months. These seemed like trial runs, small enough to go unnoticed but systematic enough to suggest a well-planned scheme. I filled out the necessary forms and submitted them to the bank, including a detailed account of the transactions and any potential security breaches I might have encountered. The representative assured me that they would work to recover the stolen funds and keep me updated on the investigation's progress. While waiting for updates from the bank, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I contacted all relevant financial institutions and credit bureaus to alert them of the breach. I also placed a fraud alert on my credit reports to prevent any further damage. It felt like I was waging a war on multiple fronts, trying to contain the damage while attempting to identify how the breach had occurred. The bank's investigation took several weeks. During this time, I became increasingly paranoid. I scrutinized every email, every message, and every interaction for signs of phishing or scams. I changed all my passwords, enabled two-factor authentication, and even hired a cybersecurity expert to assess my online security. The expert conducted a thorough audit, identifying several vulnerabilities in my digital footprint that could have been exploited. As the days passed, the sense of violation lingered. I reviewed the security footage from my home surveillance system, hoping to find some clue about how my personal information might have been compromised. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and the investigation provided no immediate answers. Then, one day, I received a call from a detective with the bank's fraud team. They informed me that the investigation had uncovered a troubling connection. My bank account had been accessed using credentials that appeared to be part of a larger data breach. It seemed that my information had been part of a massive data dump, which had found its way into the hands of criminals who were using it to orchestrate a series of fraudulent transactions. The detective explained that the breach was linked to a well-known data breach involving several major corporations. My personal information, including my account details, had been leaked in a hack that affected millions of people. The criminals behind the fraud had used this information to execute their scheme. The revelation was both a relief and a source of additional anxiety. While it explained how my account had been accessed, it also underscored the extent of the breach and the vulnerability of my personal data. I felt helpless, knowing that my information was circulating in the underground world of cybercrime. Despite the ongoing investigation, the process of recovering the stolen funds and restoring my financial security was slow. The bank reimbursed me for the unauthorized transactions, but the process was cumbersome and fraught with delays. I spent countless hours on the phone with customer service representatives, providing documentation and answering questions. The financial and emotional toll was significant. The breach had disrupted my sense of safety and trust in digital transactions. I found myself questioning every online interaction and scrutinizing every financial statement with a heightened sense of paranoia. As the investigation concluded, I was advised to remain vigilant and continue monitoring my accounts for any further signs of suspicious activity. The bank implemented additional security measures and offered guidance on safeguarding against future breaches. I also received information on how to protect myself from identity theft and maintain better control over my personal data. The experience was a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities inherent in our digital age. It taught me the importance of proactive measures and the need for constant vigilance. I took steps to educate myself about cybersecurity, adopting better practices and remaining aware of potential threats. Though the immediate crisis was resolved, the impact of the breach lingered. It took time to rebuild my sense of security and trust in online transactions. I became more cautious and deliberate in managing my personal information, understanding that in a world where digital threats are ever present, safeguarding oneself requires ongoing effort and awareness. The ordeal left me with a newfound respect for the complexities of digital security and the necessity of being prepared for the unexpected. Despite the challenges, I emerged more resilient, with a greater appreciation for the need to protect not just my financial assets, but my overall sense of safety in an increasingly interconnected world. Story 78. I had always been meticulous about my digital security, regularly updating my passwords and using two-factor authentication. But that false sense of security was shattered one fateful morning. As I sipped my coffee and prepared for a busy day at the office, an alert from our IT department popped up on my phone. The message was terse and alarming. Your work email appears to have been compromised. Please contact us immediately. A jolt of panic surged through me. I had heard of email breaches before, but never imagined I'd become a victim. I quickly dialed the IT department's number and waited anxiously for someone to pick up. When Jessica, the IT specialist, answered, her voice was calm but filled with urgency. "Hi Jessica, I just received an alert about my email. What's going on?" "We've detected unusual activity coming from your account," she said. "We believe someone has gained unauthorized access and might have been collecting sensitive information." I could feel my heart racing. "What kind of information?" "Anything related to your work," she replied. "Emails, contacts, internal documents. We need to act fast to prevent further damage." Jessica guided me through a series of steps to secure my account. I changed my password and enabled additional security measures. Meanwhile, she launched a full investigation to determine the extent of the breach. The sense of violation was overwhelming. My work email wasn't just a communication tool, it was a repository of confidential information, project plans, and personal details of colleagues and clients. As I sat there, anxiously awaiting updates, my mind raced through a myriad of scenarios. Who could have done this? And why? I thought about recent projects, internal discussions, and confidential documents I had shared. The idea that someone might have accessed all of this information felt like an invasion of my professional and personal space. Hours later, Jessica called back. "We've traced the breach to a suspicious IP address. It seems the attacker had been monitoring your email activity for weeks before making a move." "Do you know who it is?" I asked. "Not yet," she said, "but we're working with law enforcement to track the source. In the meantime, we need to assess the damage. Can you think of any specific information that might be at risk?" I hesitated. My mind flashed to sensitive project details, strategic planning documents, and personal correspondence. I started compiling a list of potentially affected files and communications. The weight of the situation bore down on me, knowing that any leak could jeopardize client trust and our company's reputation. Jessica continued, "We'll need to inform your manager and possibly affected clients. Transparency is crucial here." The conversation left me feeling both relieved and apprehensive. I appreciated the thoroughness but dreaded the fallout. I gathered the courage to inform my manager, Claire. Her reaction was a mix of concern and professionalism. "I'm glad you acted quickly," she said. "We'll need to notify the clients who might be impacted. It's crucial to handle this carefully to maintain their trust." The task of drafting notifications was grueling. I had to carefully word each message, balancing transparency with reassurance. The ripple effects where immediate clients were worried and internal teams were on high alert. Everyone seemed to be looking at me, and I felt responsible for the breach, despite having followed all the recommended security practices. As the days passed, the investigation continued. Jessica and her team, alongside law enforcement, worked tirelessly to uncover the breach's origins. They discovered that the attacker had used sophisticated phishing techniques to gain access to my email credentials. It was a stark reminder of how even the most careful individuals could fall prey to cyber criminals. One evening, as I was reviewing security updates, Jessica called again. "We've identified the source of the breach. It was a group operating out of a different country. They had targeted multiple individuals in our industry." Relief mixed with frustration washed over me. It was unsettling to know that this was part of a broader scheme, but it was somewhat comforting to understand that the attack wasn't personally motivated. "How do we move forward?" I asked. "We're taking steps to enhance our security protocols," Jessica assured me. "We're also implementing additional training for all employees on recognizing phishing attempts and securing their accounts." The aftermath of the breach was a long process. I spent weeks assisting with the investigation and implementing improved security measures. It was a valuable lesson in digital vigilance and resilience. My confidence in my security practices had been shaken, but the experience taught me the importance of constant vigilance and swift action. In the end, the breach served as a catalyst for positive change within our company. We enhanced our cybersecurity training, adopted more robust security measures, and fostered a culture of awareness and preparedness. Though it was a harrowing experience, it strengthened our resolve to safeguard our digital landscape. As I look back on that unsettling time, I remember the initial shock and fear, but also the collective effort to overcome the challenge. The breach was a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities inherent in our digital age, but it also highlighted our capacity to adapt and secure our digital world. Story 79. It was a crisp autumn morning when I found the letter in my mailbox. The envelope was plain, with no return address and no postage mark. The anticipation of a typical bill or junk mail quickly turned into unease as I noticed the weight of the envelope much heavier than usual. With a growing sense of dread, I opened it. Inside was a letter and a series of photographs. My hands trembled as I unfolded the letter. It was typed, the words stark and threatening: "You have until the end of the week to deliver $50,000 or else your children will suffer the consequences. You have been watched, and the photos prove it." The photographs were unsettling. They depicted my children, my two young kids, playing in the park, walking home from school, and even sitting on our front porch. Each image was clear and detailed, capturing moments of their everyday lives. The realization that someone had been tracking their movements was horrifying. The knowledge that their safety was now under threat sent a shiver down my spine. I felt a surge of panic and fear, knowing that I had to act quickly. I immediately contacted the police, handing over the letter and photographs. The officers arrived at our home, taking the evidence for analysis. They assured me they would do everything they could to find the perpetrator, but the situation felt dire. In the meantime, my mind raced through every possible scenario. I checked and rechecked all the security systems at home, ensuring that all doors and windows were locked and reinforced. I took extra precautions with the kids, minimizing their outings and avoiding routines that could be tracked. My thoughts were consumed by the threat. The idea that someone had been watching us, intruding on our private moments, was deeply unsettling. The photographs had captured the kids in the park where they usually played. I wondered if the person had been watching us for weeks, gathering information and waiting for the right moment to strike. The police began their investigation, analyzing the photographs for clues. They also interviewed neighbors and checked local surveillance footage, hoping to find any trace of the person who had been following us. Despite their efforts, the trail was cold, and there were no immediate leads. As the deadline approached, the pressure and fear were almost unbearable. I faced an agonizing dilemma whether to comply with the demands or to trust in the police's ability to resolve the situation. Every second felt like an eternity, and the thought of endangering my children weighed heavily on my mind. On the third day of the investigation, I received another letter. This one was more ominous and included a new set of photographs showing my children at different locations, each marked with a red circle. The letter reiterated the demand for money and added a chilling note: "You have been warned. If you do not comply, there will be dire consequences." The new photographs showed my children in various settings: a local library, a friend's house, and even at a birthday party. The level of detail was alarming, making it clear that the person had been following us closely. Desperate and terrified, I agreed to cooperate with the police's suggestion to arrange a controlled exchange of the ransom money. The police set up a sting operation, planning to catch the perpetrator red-handed when they came to collect the money. The idea of parting with such a large sum was painful, but my priority was ensuring the safety of my children. The day of the exchange arrived, and I prepared myself for the worst. The police had instructed me to use a decoy package filled with marked bills, which would allow them to trace the money and catch the perpetrator. I placed the package in the designated location, a pre-arranged drop-off spot where the exchange was supposed to take place. My heart raced as I waited for the police's signal. The hours dragged on, each minute filled with tension and anxiety. I could only hope that the operation would succeed and that my children would be safe. Finally, I received a call from the police. They had apprehended a suspect, a man who had been seen collecting the money. The individual was known to them from previous criminal activities, and they had managed to link him to the surveillance footage and other evidence. The police conducted a thorough search of this suspect's residence and found more incriminating evidence, including additional photographs of my children and other families. It became evident that the man had been involved in a larger scheme of stalking and extortion, targeting multiple families in the area. The arrest brought a sense of relief, but the emotional impact of the ordeal lingered. The knowledge that someone had been watching my family and threatening their safety was a constant reminder of how vulnerable we had been. The police continued to monitor the situation and provided guidance on additional security measures to ensure our ongoing protection. In the aftermath, I worked to rebuild a sense of normalcy for my family. We increased our home security, changed our routines, and sought counseling to help deal with the psychological impact of the threats. The experience had taught me the importance of vigilance and the need to take immediate action when faced with such dangers. Although the suspect was prosecuted and justice was served, the trauma of the experience remained a part of our lives. We learned to live with the scars of the ordeal, finding strength in each other and in the support of our community. The ordeal had tested our resilience and forced us to confront the darker aspects of human nature, but it also brought us closer together, reinforcing the bond of love and protection within our family. Story 80. It all started when I noticed a leak in the kitchen sink. The water had been dripping persistently for weeks, and I knew it was time to call in a professional. After a quick search, I found a highly recommended contractor named Mark. His reviews were stellar, and his reputation for reliable, quality work was impeccable. Mark arrived promptly on a Monday morning, ready to tackle the plumbing issue. He was polite, professional, and seemed genuinely concerned about fixing the problem. I felt at ease as he moved around the house, checking the pipes and ensuring everything was in order. Over the next few weeks, he addressed several other minor issues around the house, fixing a squeaky door, repairing a loose cabinet, and even touching up some paintwork. During his visits, Mark was always courteous and respectful. He'd often chat about various home improvement tips and seemed to take a personal interest in making sure everything was perfect. I appreciated his dedication and was relieved to have a contractor I could trust. One evening, as I was preparing for bed, I noticed something strange. While tidying up the living room, I came across a small, inconspicuous device behind the bookshelf. It was a black, cylindrical object that looked like it might be some kind of electronic equipment. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to investigate. I examined the device more closely and realized it was a camera, one of those small, hidden types often used for surveillance. My heart skipped a beat. I had no idea how it got there or why it was there. Panic set in as I wondered if there were other hidden cameras in the house. Frantically, I began searching the rooms, looking for any other suspicious devices. As I moved through the house, I found several more hidden cameras in various locations behind picture frames, in ventilation grills, and even inside a smoke detector. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. Mark, the seemingly helpful contractor, had installed these cameras. I felt a mix of horror and betrayal. The thought that someone I had trusted with the safety of my home had violated that trust so egregiously was unsettling. But the shock didn't end there. As I looked more closely at the devices, I found that they were not only recording footage but also had been set up to stream it to an external location. I immediately contacted the police and reported the situation. They arrived swiftly and took the devices for analysis. The officers were as disturbed by the situation as I was and promised to investigate further. They suggested I stay at a friend's house while they conducted their investigation, as the risk of further intrusion was too great. In the meantime, I received an anonymous email. The sender claimed to have footage of me from the hidden cameras and threatened to release it unless I paid a substantial amount of money. The email contained several screenshots from the footage showing private moments in my home. It was a chilling confirmation of my worst fears. The police were able to trace the email to an IP address associated with Mark. When they confronted him, he initially denied any wrongdoing, but the evidence was overwhelming. Mark was arrested, and his property was searched for additional evidence. The investigation revealed that he had been using the footage for blackmail, targeting multiple victims who had hired him for home repairs. The psychological impact of the situation was profound. I felt as though my entire sense of safety had been shattered. The idea that someone had been watching me in my most private moments was deeply unsettling. I couldn't escape the feeling of being constantly observed, even in the safety of my own home. To cope, I sought support from a counselor who specialized in trauma and privacy violations. Therapy helped me process the experience and work through the emotional distress. I also worked closely with the police and legal teams to ensure that Mark faced appropriate consequences for his actions. In the aftermath of the incident, I took several steps to regain control over my privacy and security. I had my home thoroughly inspected and equipped with new security systems to ensure no other hidden devices could be installed. I also became more vigilant about vetting contractors and service providers, conducting background checks and verifying their credentials before allowing them into my home. The experience served as a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities we face when inviting strangers into our personal spaces. It highlighted the importance of maintaining vigilance and being proactive about security, even in seemingly routine situations. While the case against Mark was resolved with a conviction and legal repercussions, the emotional impact lingered. The sense of violation and the loss of trust were difficult to overcome. However, the support of friends, family, and professionals helped me rebuild my sense of safety and confidence. In the end, the incident was a harsh lesson in the need for constant vigilance and the importance of safeguarding one's privacy. It underscored the reality that even those who appear trustworthy can have ulterior motives, and that maintaining security in our personal lives requires ongoing effort and awareness.